I'm going to hitch my caravan / pitch my caravan this week to the AFL and around your bye period. So we have a 3-week rolling bye. Complete and utter waste of time. I'm hitching and pitching for a week-long industry-wide shutdown.
Ooh.
We're talking about the coaches not having enough time to get away from the game and a time to refresh and have a break. The players getting worn out. Us in the commentary box, we're half-stuffed and asking coaches the wrong questions about wrong players, things like that. So I'm hitching and pitching that we have a week where we shut it down. We have an industry-wide stop. The players can obviously train.
In the middle of July.
In the middle of July.
Andrew Dillon can make a statement.
Make a statement. We can all go away, have a holiday, and then come back fresh
Mental
for a
health week.
That's it. A big mental health week. Come back fresh for the second half of the season.
Like it, Daisy.
Off the Barley.
State of origin?
Yep. Royal Ascot, wherever you want to go.
No, you mean having a No, it's an industry week off, Jay. That doesn't mean state of origin footy for the good
State
players.
of Origin is a dead now game.
Oh, I thought you meant
We
would I go
invented
and
it.
watch the
They took it on board.
the rugby. I didn't realise you sort of misunderstood
I
the
don't know
bit
what
of
Jay's been
industry-wide
smoking. I
shutdown.
don't know what he's been smoking
Have
today,
you been
Jay.
hanging
but
out with Leroy?
I think the state of origin.
He's been bubbling one up.
I think the state of origin concept needs to be revisited, not every year, but occasionally.
Well, you could have hitched your caravan to that, Jay. Instead, you hitched your caravan to Braden Fiorini.
Yeah, it's quite smart.
And Stevie can't get over how much he's paid.
I would have been on a mill. Anyway, I'm pitching my caravan. I think the All-Australian captain, it's not penciled in, it's in ink. So, Joey,
Bontempelli.
you tell me which player in the competition you want to run out behind if you're going to win a game of footy
Be green.
today.
Toby Green.
Toby Green, right? So
Ooh.
he will be named All-Australian captain, captain of his club,
I love
and going
this.
better than any other player in the competition. Had the 2 weeks out, come back. If it wasn't for him, he drags them over the line again. In all 4 of their wins this season, he has dominated and been best on ground. He's averaging 23 touches, 3.5 goals in their 4 wins this season.
That is the Hitcher caravan of the year.
He was 100 to 1
Right
for the
there.
Brownlow, wasn't he, at one stage?
500 to 1.
500 to 1.
Good on.
4 BOGs.
Well done,
That's a good
Stephen.
one.
Does
like that.
Pendles make All-Australian this year, in your opinion, Jay?
Of course he does.
Absolutely.
Okay,
He's right around the mark at the moment.
He might tip him out for captain.
Yeah,
Brett-
so you're
Brett-
running, you want Toby Green or Pendles?
No, I want Toby Green, but I'm just thinking...
All of a sudden, Bread and Butters also, he's had 4 perfect 10 coaches' votes. So you'd imagine that you'd have 4 lots of threes in the Brownlow, so Butters would be right up there.
Yes, hope he goes well.
Hey, Daisy, we wanted to talk
Stevie.
about, when we talked about it as you were coming up the stairs, so you wouldn't have heard about it, but we chatted about Steel Sidebottom's wedding, the
Yep.
fact that you didn't get invited. So then in the paper today,
Yeah.
another former Collingwood great, Andrew DiMartina, who played 28 games, there was a story about him in the paper today getting married, and the whole Rat Pack's going. So
Yep.
they listed him. Tarrant's there.
Correct.
Didak's
Yep.
there. Shaw's there.
Yep.
Ben Johnson?
Benny Johnson was
He's
there.
Swan, Tarrant,
Swanee,
Heath
all them.
Scotland there.
Yep.
Yeah.
What have you done?
No, so I didn't play with Dimmer. I missed that one. The Sidey one is quite confusing, and I actually was at lunch with those boys on Friday Thursday at Scotbury we were.
Did it
and we
hurt?
were discussing, and none of them got an invite to Sidey's either.
Who?
Didak, Shaw, Johnson. Didak...
So that's his branding. You reckon this is
Didak
about
let Sidey live at his house, and he nearly burnt it down by having a barbecue one time. So...
brand side bottom?
and I think maybe the fact there was also N. Buckley on the guest list as an ex-coach might have just
That's
sort
a
of...
So he's taken the coach over the former
Taking
mates.
sides.
Yeah, and look, that's probably a good decision. You don't want us causing havoc at your wedding.
No,
What I think you've
fun.
grown up a little bit now, though, haven't you? You.
Oh, yeah, me.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you take us through how you kicked 5 goals yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
We
yeah,
haven't
tell
really
me.
got there yet.
Who did
Because
you play for?
I rolled out with the old Paradians in the VAFA there, which was very good fun. We came up against White Fries, who was second on the table. We were second bottom. Only one win for the season was last week. Down and out, struggling, lots of injuries, and just came out and wandered out a full forward. Just got 3 minutes in, just got absolutely hit up from other forward mate down there, the big fella.
What was his name?
Bouncy, I think it was. Bouncy, he was a good man. Good, beautiful left foot kick and had a nice pair of jukes as well. But flew out and he just laced me out, went back from 35, dobbed it. And yeah, kicked 5, had a good bit of fun. 5 goals, 2, 1 out in the full. Tried to take a hanger in the first quarter, need a bloke in the middle of his hamstring. I thought I was gonna hit the moon, and I got him right in the middle of the hamstring, and then apologised, and then launched another one. Actually got up there, so that one felt better. Late in the game, like bit of showtime. Round onto my left, thought he's right in front of the crowd. This is going to be nice. 30 metres out on the run, little left to right slider from the banana. and bellied it straight onto Plenty Road. Kind of anticlimactic, but we won. We won by 10 goals. Season-defining victory.
Nice work. Hey, we're going to change tack to Stevie J again now because Ross Lyon has been as happy as you can imagine, but I'd imagine he's getting a little bit grumpier.
Cranky Ross mob
but
coming
I'll tell
in.
you what, before the game yesterday,
Very
he was
good.
very, very happy. And this is what he said about our man Stevie.
We've had coaches get a bit disgruntled with us over the journey.
What, with you guys?
And I've thought to myself, how when we are just bananas?
How do they take you seriously?
Exactly.
I mean, Stevie J, you know. I was hoping he was. Oh, no, he's on that crew tomorrow. I was going to remind him, I'm actually coaching St Kilda, not the Hawks. So, seriously, he's taken it. I thought the duck couldn't get any looser, but he's taken it to a whole new level, hasn't he?
He's compared you to the duck.
Looser than the duck.
Taking it to a new level.
Wow.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, Rossi.
We also asked
duck
him,
is pretty loose.
the Saturday team also asked him his favourite moment on Triple M footy.
I had real joy, that game. I saw Andy Murray in the box next door when Collingwood Elliott kicked that winner. Nothing but it brought me the greatest joy I had in 10 years. But I love the M's. Hope I'll be back there one day. Keep the seat warm.
Good man, Rossi.
Very good man.
Very, very happy. You reckon
And we're
he's
hearing that the ratings on the Sunday Rub,
Up.
the downloads on the listener app,
Oh,
Up with
Sky
you,
high.
Stevie. Well,
Sky
whenever
high,
there's players,
Stevie.
at least Luke Davies-Uniacke's listening on the way in, Ross Lyon's listening on the way in.
Carro's
Everyone now-
listening.
Everyone in Perth.
Caro Zarro wants to listen.
met a
Just-
lot of people in Perth over the
Kane
last
Corns is
so-
listening.
You've taken us to a whole new level,
Your
Stevie.
mate Kane Corns gave you another clip
He
this
did.
morning.
He did
I
give me
liked
another
it.
clip. I'll have to read what he said and read what he says about the week's footy and then regurgitate it. It'll be
It was good.
Say, me doing some homework as a part-timer, Brownie.
Our boss,
Come on, Kane.
also said that Sunday is his favourite day to listen to the radio because we are the best team. So we're going to head to a break. Plenty more to come. For McDonald's or Ream Hot Water, Triple M, Rocks Footy.
This is the Sunday Rub for Ream Hot Water at McDonald's. Triple M rocks footy.
Hey, this is David from Berwick.
Hey, it's Romy from Caulfield South.
This is Sean from Carrum. And I know
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Those legends are all on Triple M's standby list for the 4th Ashes Test at Old Trafford. And you could join them if you know the Marty Sheargold Show.
Caller Justine told them about her husband taking a gap year. What industry did Marty think he was in?
porn.
Is he still making porn, Justine?
That's a yes.
Man, we're not saving lives here.
It's enjoyed. It's fun.
Listen carefully to Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show for breakfast. Then answer a question after 9. Your next crack tomorrow morning. You've just got to know.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
You don't have to exhaust yourself at the gym to put your health first. You could ditch the work emails after hours. Put more good stuff in your mouth. Even just drink more water. Whatever health first means to you, NIB is here to help you live it. Enjoy discounts on popular health and well-being brands. Have helpful tools and services at the ready. Even earn rewards for healthy living. So what are you waiting for? Start living health first and join NIB today at nib.com.au. T's and C's apply.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1. Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details. You win some, you lose more.
It's time to hitch up and get out of town with Springvale Caravans, the Melbourne home of Snowy River Caravans. Forget about the 6 to 12 month wait for your new van. Springvale Caravans have plenty of Snowy River Caravans in stock, ready to go. Springvale Caravans, still doing great deals on new caravans after 40 years. See the full range at 723 Springvale Road, Keysborough, and online at springvalecaravans.com.au. Great range, great prices, and always great service.
Best Shed's massive 20% off all shed sale ends May 31. Big sheds, small sheds, storage sheds and workshop sheds. 20% off all Best Shed sheds till May 31. T's and C's apply. bestsheds.com.au.
Want to go from shopping aisle to tropical aisle? There's an easy way to fast track your way there. Simply choose to earn Qantas points with everyday rewards. So each time you shop at Woolworths, Big W, BWS or more, you're one step closer to your next holiday. And to really maximise your points earn, remember to hit Boost in the Everyday Rewards app before you shop. And you could turn your shopping list into your bucket list in no time. Search Qantas Frequent Flyer or Everyday Rewards. T's and C's apply.
It's SUV season at Mercedes-Benz, with significant end of financial year savings on select new and demonstrator models while stocks last. Shop in-store or online today. Ends the 30th of June. Terms and conditions apply.
Arm yourself this flu season with Amcal, your vaccination destination. With pharmacies Australia-wide, there's a participating Amcal near you with expert pharmacists and private consultation rooms. To book your flu vaccination, search Amcal Flu.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Collingwood up against North Melbourne, a big day for the Collingwood Football Club. Steel Sidebottom playing his 300th game, and I'm just seeing a lot of former players milling around, trying to make it about themselves. So there's a few down there.
Mick Maxwell. Is Daisy down there?
Nick Maxwell's down there. No, Daisy's in here. Nick Maxwell looking very important down there. Sherrod Wellingham. I can see.
Keep an eye on him, because I left Barbambi about 1:30 and he was firing up. And the last text he put in the group chat was at 6:30 saying going to 161. So he could be in some real areas, the old J-Rod.
Lyndon Dunn is down there. The other Nathan Brown. Leon Davis is down there. Nick Maxwell jumping up and down, making it all about himself. So they're all the people just crowding around the boundary line for this man.
Number 22, Steel Sidebottom.
Sidebottom closes. Sidebottom gets it. The Pies are irrepressible. Sidebottom. Look at the skill of Sidebottom. Magic. Absolute genius.
Back to Sidebottom. Something good will happen here. Sidebottom runs to 50. Sells some body candy. And off a step. That is superb. Steel Sidebottom. Absolutely magnificent.
Out to Sidebottom. He's a class act, Still Sidebottom. You back him from here. He puts it on the left. And he kicks it straight through the middle. Waterman thought about it, gave it to Darling. Darling caught from behind by Sidebottom, and he's gone. Sidebottom with a goal-saving tackle. His kick might land in the arms of Sidebottom. Just evaded him. He was clever enough to go back and get it. Got around Gibson. Brilliantly done, Sidebottom. He's going to line up the goal from there. That is magical play, Still Sidebottom.
Picked off by Sidebottom. Sidebottom! Sidebottom!
Oh, no. Brilliant.
Steel Sidebottom, what a player he is. 300 games today. Mason Cox is going to play his 100th. But let's take a trip down memory lane. 10 goals in the grand final when they played that TAC Cup grand final. 37 disposals, and he announced himself up the order of the draft.
Been an extraordinary player, Steel Sidebottom, over a long period of time. Played well in some big games too. I don't know, and I'm serious about this. You guys tell me. Is Steel Sidebottom a left footer or a right footer?
He's a right footer, but he's blessed with sublime skills on either side. And he, from a young age, even in that TAC Cup Grand Final, if you go back and watch it, he was banging them from 50 on his left. And still remember the first couple of days of training where he would roll onto his left foot and you'd sort of be like, righto, smart ass, like, pull this away. And then every time hit your lace out, left or right side. Absolutely brilliant.
Of those 10 goals he kicked in that TAC Cup Grand Final, he kicked 6 on the right and 4 on the left.
Did he really?
Yep.
Is he the best dual-sided player of the past 15 years? Can you think of a better one?
Since Leon Cameron.
I was going to say, you can reel them off, can't you? Leon Cameron, Wayne Schwass, Stevie Johnson. They were some of the ones. And now in the modern footy, there's not many that are natural on both sides.
Sam Mitchell was very good.
Sam Mitchell was the other one, you're right, yes.
Jason Ackermanis was very, very good.
Hey, can we quickly change tangent to Richmond quickly, Brownie? They currently trail Yaldapulte, that's Port Adelaide, by 11 points at halftime there at the MCG. It's interesting the conversation that's happening around the Tigers at the moment, and what sort of coach, because over the past, almost always, we go to the premiership coaches with the coaches with the premierships, with the most experience, the biggest names, etc. But Craig McRae really feels like he's changed the game in this aspect. And now, when you hear Brendan Gale talk about the next steps for the Tigers, and talks are going to ramp up over the next fortnight, it's like, what kind of coach do we need? And amongst the first things he mentions, Brownie, is connection. So, and you look at Craig McRae and what he's doing, and the changes Damien Hardwick made. He was a bit of an authoritarian early, and then became more of a relationship coach and build those bonds with his players. And I guess it's just wondering, do you feel like, and you guys would know, do you feel like the modern game and Richmond's coach search is going to land on a person who was possibly younger, and rather than being the strategy wizard or the premiership guru, it's going to be someone who's close with his teammates? Is that the one wood in a coach's repertoire now?
You know what the great coaches do, and obviously Craig McRae has done it, so he releases some of the power. Like back in the day when we came through, coaches loved power, so coaches loved the fact that they controlled everything, and maybe their assistants weren't up to their level and they didn't want them to be in case that one day they got overstepped. Now it's Craig McRae, okay, I am the coach, but I'm putting people around me who are probably better strategizers than me around...
Strategists.
Yeah, strategists around me that can do the job for me while I tend to what is the bigger, broader football club. So I'll ask you a question. Andrew McQualter, Ross Lyon, every time I hear about Andrew McQualter, Ross Lyon loved him, thought he was fantastic, wanted him to beat the Saints. What makes Andrew McQualter so good in Ross's eyes?
Oh, well, I think Ross just respects him as a person and what he was able to do as a player. He was strong with feedback. For a guy that wasn't one of the big names in the club, he had a great connection and relationships with all the players. He's still a very popular member amongst the group. And I think he's a big candidate for the Richmond job, Jay-Z, because I think Richmond would like for someone to continue on really the Richmond brand. The Richmond DNA is still there. They just need a fresh voice, someone to add some layers and do it slightly differently. So I think this is a really big opportunity for Andrew McQualter to put his stake in the ground if he can put in some strong performances, because he knows the Richmond way, he knows their DNA, but can just do it with a slightly different take compared to Damien Hardwick. But, I mean, I think you're right, though. Richmond, I would presume, would be looking for a first-time coach that can build with this next wave of Richmond players to take the group forward going into the future.
He's got a really good opportunity, a long period of time to stake his claim. It was interesting that they chose him over two recent coaches in David Teague and Ben Rutten to take the job, so he must be pretty impressive.
I think the entirety of the AFL world looks at Collingwood and is just appreciating what they're doing, just how genuine it seems to be down there. We see other clubs at times, and we've all been forced to do them, like those little things of the mothers on Mother's Day, and it seems a bit gaffy or a little bit forced, but it's so genuine down there that it comes across, even getting Bo McCreary's mum in. So whatever they've created and the enjoyment that those players have, Here's Pendle's talk. He's relaxed. He's laughing. He's having a good time. Tom Mitchell saying he loves going into work every single day. There wouldn't be many players across the competition that would actually say that. Your best 4 or 5 and a couple of new kids would really enjoy going to work every day into your football club. Most of them are there, one, to just try and get better and to get through, but not genuinely loving it. And the Pies have done that. Hence why they're playing such great footy.
Doesn't mean it's going to work for everyone, though. You might go down that path and go, okay, Collingwood are doing this. Let's get a coach who can connect with the players. It takes a special kind of person to be able to connect with so many players, and not only players, but staff around the football club that help out, people above the football club. And the biggest thing at Richmond are those people above who have been so strong with Damien Hardwick. Are they going to be there? Is Neil Baum going to be there? Is Brennan Gale going to be there? Peggy O'Neill's already gone. So they had such a good top of their football club, and then it filtered down to the coach and the players. So it doesn't always go that way if they think it can.
What should Port Adelaide do, fellas? Do they re-sign Ken Hinkley now, Stevie, or do they wait till August? Because you would have thought that Ken Hinkley would be a strong candidate for the Tigers job if he remains available. Do you think so?
I just think he's the obvious choice. Like, I wouldn't give an opportunity to an opposition club to maybe poach him when he's right in front of you. His coaching record, and I think he's been under unfair pressure, the way they've treated him as a club over the last few years. If I was him, I would be looking outside and saying, can I go to a Richmond or can I go somewhere else and get a 5 or 6 year deal where I know that the club will back me in and try and win a flag? Because he might sign a 2-year extension or whatever it is. He's still going to be under the same amount of pressure year in, year out at Port Adelaide.
Yeah, I think he's a Port Adelaide person. I think they're doing it perfectly fine. They agreed at the start of the year they would wait till August, win or lose, they were going to wait. And I think they should just stick to that. Yes, if Richmond want to come and make Ken Hinkley an offer, I think his relationship with that club and with Koshy is mature enough where he can say, look, Richmond have come to me and offered me a 4-year deal. Are you going to come? That's like a player that's out of contract. Your manager goes to the club and says, look, we've got offers from other clubs. you're going to match our offer, we would love to stay, but we need to see something, and you make a mature decision about it. I don't think Port Adelaide need to panic and jump because everyone in the media is now saying he's going to go to Richmond. I think just hold fire. It's working for them. Let the year play out, and they'll have those mature conversations.
I couldn't agree more. The love he has for his players, like Butters and Rosie. He sees what's coming through, and they can be right up there for the next 5 or 6 years as a club.
And if Richmond are going to go down the young approach, well, Ken probably isn't a candidate.
The other side of that coin is Gold Coast at the moment. Very good win over the Bulldogs last night. An upset victory despite a 50-metre penalty, which might go down as the worst call of the season, to be honest. Joey, did you catch it last night? Ben Ainsworth on the mark. Bailey Williams, I think, was gifted the 50. The umpire said he stepped over the mark. It was a curious one.
Yeah, it was a horrible call. If they had have lost the Gold Coast because of some horrible umpiring decisions, it would have been, well, unfortunately for Gold Coast, there wouldn't be enough backlash because of their supporter base. But I reckon it's happened to them a number of times. That 50-metre penalty was the worst call I've ever seen. Ainsworth jumped on the mark pretty much
on the spot,
within a 30 centimetres of where the mark was taken. The umpire didn't even ask him to come back, blew the whistles immediately and said, that's a 50-metre penalty, you're 2 metres over the line or over the mark, which was incorrect, which was actually wrong.
Just so quickly, what's the pass mark, Brandy, Daisy, Stevie J, for Gold Coast to be satisfied at the end of the year with the direction they're on?
Have to play final.
Top 8? You agree, Stevie?
This year?
Yep.
There's no chance of playing final.
No, but what's the pass mark?
I would say
stop counting your cash.
Top 10.
It's not a win-loss, the pass mark. A pass mark's internally what they think that group is doing.
But surely at some point they have to have aspirations and actually have to go and play finals. You can't just...
Of course they do.
9th and 10th is the easiest spot you can ever land on.
All right, we're going to head to a break. Full teams are in. Paul Curtis will be the starting sub, and Joey's man, Will Hoskin-Elliott, the sub for Collingwood.
Why is he Joey's man?
Because Joey loves him. Joey loves him. Joey's got his favourite players, and Hoskin-Elliott is one of those. We're going to head to a break. Collingwood up against North Melbourne for McDonald's Room Hot Water. Triple M. Rocks Footy.
This is the Sunday Rub for Ream Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M Rocks Footy. Triple M and the Mighty She-Gold Show's 10K Spinner DJ. Sue from Croydon North not only knew these songs, she knew the Golden Song.
Straight Line by Silverchair.
And became 10 grand richer.
You've won $10,000.
Be like Sue. Win the Marty She-Gold Show's 10K Spin It DJ.
Oh my God, Marty, thank you so much.
There's 2 chances every morning.
Can you believe it?
Your next shot is tomorrow morning at 7 on your home of good times and rock's greatest hits.
Triple M.
Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details. You win some, you lose more.
Oh, who's that from? A quick look won't hurt. What time are you picking up, Kate? Oh, damn it.
Saw you on your phone. License, please.
Pick up your phone while you're driving, and it's a $555 fine and 4 demerit points. Distracted drivers can be caught anywhere, anytime. A message from the TAC. Drive safely for everyone.
Get more to your door than you think. DoorDash your groceries from Coles and get your order delivered to your door within 45 minutes. Whether it's everyday essentials, the missing ingredient for a special recipe, or stocking up on seasonal produce, enjoy the convenience of a DoorDash delivery for your last-minute needs. Based on an average 45-minute delivery, refer to app for your estimated delivery time. Download the DoorDash app or head to DoorDash.com and start getting more to your door.
Over 94% of pilot patients report improved performance in the...
Sorry, census say we can't talk about that.
What?
Yep, everyone's offended these days.
Well, apparently we're not allowed to talk about where pilot patients have improved performance in, so let's just use this analogy. Over 94% of Aussie campers using Pilot report stronger, firmer tent poles when it comes to pitching their tent. And we all know camping is a lot funner when your tent pole stays up all night. Take the quiz at pilot.com.au. Pilot. Hard, made easy.
The magic moments and the difficult moments, the challenging moments, and those extra special moments. Time flies. Make every parenting moment count. Get free, proven, positive tips and ideas to grow closer to your child now and for the years to come. From the Australian program used around the world, Triple P, backed by research, proven by parents. Try it today. Search Triple P.
Brighton Mazda's 2023 end of financial year sale is on now. To celebrate, we are offering a $2,500 genuine Mazda accessory voucher on all stock of new and demo BT50s. Plus great fleet pricing for ABN holders. Double plus, if you finance with us, we pay $1,000 towards your deposit. We've got stock available for immediate delivery. We've also got fantastic offers across the rest of the Mazda range. Hurry in, there's limited stock and it all must end June 30th. LMCT 10963.
The Milwaukee M12 cordless system with more than 200 subcompact power tools for working in hard-to-reach places. One cordless system for all-day productivity. Explore M12 at milwaukeetool.com.au. Milwaukee, nothing but heavy duty.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M footy, prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly.
Sunday afternoon footy. It's been a massive show so far. Scotty Penderbury spoke to us. Luke Davies, Uniac, Hitch a Caravan. We had a side bottom package. Daisy kicked 5 yesterday.
Yes.
Stevie J's been in Perth. He's earned 12.5. Yep.
And the supper. So Joey's on the Sunday supper duties. Didn't order enough. We've just ordered some chicken and rice. Guess who puts his hand up for a bowl?
Joey.
Is Joey buying?
And who paid?
Daisy.
Oh. You got to put your headset on, Joey.
Sorry,
it's a radio.
I thought you were throwing the Mason Cox package.
Well, we just started to talk about. Did you not pay for the?
No, I don't have my credit card on me. No, I did see that. I don't.
Touching the shorts.
Costanza.
Okay.
Well, we spoke about the 300th game for Scotty Sidebottom, Steel Sidebottom.
Sorry.
But Mason Cox is also playing his 100th, and here's a package for him.
Brant's socketed only as far as Trelaw. Big chance, Mason Cox coming up, and he's plugged it. Big Maso. And you'll be getting pretty twitchy if you're a Tigers supporter, and he delivers it through. Unbelievable scenes. Cox is deep again. He comes out. Oh! This time he's taken a hanger, Mason Cox. Mason Cox, not much angle, stabs at it. Goal! A bloke from the States is lining this up. Pendlebury does chip it to Mason Cox. It's like a replay does. He's got it again, the big unit. Mason Cox lines up, keeps it low. Mason Cox is writing his name into Collingwood history at the moment. Big Mason Cox. He's got it, Howie. He's got another contested mark. He's playing like a combination of Michael Jordan and Wayne Carey at the moment. He has played a game for the ages, Howie.
That's going back to the 2018 preliminary final where he lit up the Tigers and put them through to a grand final, which unfortunately they lost with a kick from the boundary after that. But any more news, Jay-Z?
Well, just on Mason Cox, I mean, he looked absolutely shot a couple of years ago. I think he played a game against Brisbane and he dead set could not catch a cold. He was really struggling. That's where he got his eyes tested, realised he had a bit of a vision issue, especially in the night games, and has completely turned around. Looks like it has been a force in games this year. So credits at Mason Cox, one of the best recruiting stories of the past 10 years in the AFL. I'll tell you what, interesting game between Fremantle and Melbourne yesterday.
But before you go past Mason Cox, is it fair to say that he came on and everyone was like, what's this gimmick? What's this big American bloke who's very, very happy with himself and hasn't done a lot in the football? And I think everybody thought, maybe you're just a bit ahead of yourself, and turned it all around now to the point where I actually enjoy watching him. I want him to take a mark. I want him to go back and kick a goal, and I want the theatrics that come with Mason Cox. I think he's good for the game. We don't have a lot of characters in our game. We don't have any Fevolutions anymore. We don't have any Stevie J's. We don't have any Daisy Thomases. So we get these small parts of football where somebody is really good at what they do, expressive, and we need more of it.
He's the one man in AFL history who's tried the jack-in-the-box move on the mark, as Brian Taylor called magnificently. That's the sort of stuff that we love, and you're right, we should embrace that. I remember we spoke to Wayne Carey in this seat a couple of years ago, and he basically said, he's not going to make it. And that's not to discredit Duck. But I think at the time, he wasn't showing it consistently. But to Collingwood coaching staff's credit, and Craig McRae's been huge in that process. He's turned himself into a very decent AFL player. So well done to him. He used to play soccer. Melbourne, at the MCG yesterday, lost again to Fremantle. And Luke Jackson, he might have been slow out of the blocks this year and copped a lot of criticism. But now with Sean Darcy going down with a hamstring injury, Luke Jackson is certainly earning every dollar of that big contract he received in crossing across the West. And now Joey will be their number one ruckman. I know Kane Corn said today that maybe Fremantle should trade Sean Darcy. It really feels like over the past month, they've tricked up their game plan. They're scoring 100 points, not yesterday, but 3 of their past 4 matches. And Luke Jackson is right at the fore of their resurgence.
Yeah, well, this is exactly why Fremantle signed him on a 7-year deal. I mean, he's going to be probably one of the most valuable players in the competition in a couple of years' time. I mean, if anyone saw that first quarter yesterday, he had 8 disposals and 3 clearances playing as a midfielder. He wasn't in the ruck. He was actually at the stoppages. And by three-quarter time, he'd had 18 disposals, 8 clearances, doing a bit of everything. And we talk about how valuable Mark Blitzarves has been to the Cats. He's the unicorn. Luke Jackson is going to be every bit of that and more in the future. So I think that the combination of him and Darcy is going to be a weapon for Fremantle in years to come. Jackson can play forward, can play midfielding, and will pinch hit in the ruck as well. So great asset, but now he gets to shoulder the load without Sean Darcy.
What about the Demons? They'll step into the spotlight on Friday night. They play Carlton. The ramifications for both teams is absolutely huge in this. Should be a great call, of course, on Friday night for Triple M. How are you boys assessing the Demons? It just hasn't felt for a team who's probably the most talented team in the competition. And I know Clayton Oliver was missing yesterday, but it just doesn't feel like it always clicks for the mighty Melbourne Football Club.
Hunter was out as well, so Clayton Oliver, 2 really important players in their structure and how they go about it. Look, I thought Fremantle were pretty hot yesterday, and they've come up against a side that's won 3 in a row and now 4 in a row. So I didn't think Melbourne played poorly. I didn't think they played at their best. Are they going to get beaten by good sides? Yes, they are. Are Fremantle a good side again? I think they are. But
so you're keeping the faith?
I'm keeping the faith in Melbourne probably more than I am Geelong at the moment. But if Geelong make the 8, I'm going to be pretty scared of them in the finals as well.
I think we have to understand how even the competition is this year. That's one of the things that we've seen the results in this round alone, that, yeah, actually, if your team comes out and can play some decent footy, anyone, bar maybe 1 or 2 teams throughout the competition, can come out and win on any given day, which is the model the AFL wanted. So we shouldn't be so surprised when 2 quality sides, Melbourne and Fremantle, in form versus slightly out of form, is a little bit of an upset. But if you do the form, probably not so much.
If I'm a Melbourne supporter, I'd rather my team be 7-4 with their best footy ahead of them than last year be 10 and zip and flying and then not playing their best at the back end of the year.
The one team we're not talking about who probably deserves much more credit is Brisbane. So they play later today, a huge test against Adelaide on their own, in Adelaide, excuse me. Joey Danaher, I tell you what, questions about him. He has really stood up. How are you rating the Lions, fellas? Because they feel like they are flying under the radar.
We can't actually really comment on them other than to say that they're going really well. They've put themselves in a position which they'll compete at the pointy end of the ladder in finals. It's when the acid test comes.
You don't trust them?
When finals come around. You can't trust them because they've done it time and time again now. So we'll see how they perform when it gets to the big stage.
You got a big question mark, right?
And I don't know if they'll win today. I'm bullish on Adelaide today.
Yeah, I like Adelaide.
Adelaide.
I like the aggression Joe Danaher's shown this year, and he's played big games, particularly in round 4 against Collingwood, so he showed the way. The one that I'm not convinced about is can Eric Hipwood go with Joe Danaher, because they don't have McStay anymore. So you do then rely on Charlie Cameron, Cam Rayner, and the players that play at the ground level. But the big one is, if Eric Hipwood can have a big final series, I think they can go all the way.
We could look back, Jay-Z. What was everyone saying about Geelong this time last year? What was their question mark? Getting it done in finals.
Yep.
So, and then they just absolutely put that to bed. I could see the Brisbane Lions doing the same thing. I agree that we've got the question marks. We haven't seen it. We could look back and they could sweep through the finals and knock off everyone, win a flag, and we say that's all we're waiting for.
It's got nothing to do with the talent. I think they've got probably the best list going into the finals. It's whether they can become the most selfless team when the pressure comes on. So those individuals that there's question marks around, does Hipwood then get to, get to that moment in the first final and say, well, the world's watching me because I haven't performed in finals in the past. I've got to go back and slot this goal for my own good, when potentially he could pass it off and bring another player into the game. That's where I reckon they've fallen down in their last couple of final performances.
His first few seasons, Tommy Hawkins was questioned about playing good footy in big games, and then he had that massive final against Hawthorn where he tore them apart, and every final after that, he just needs one big one to say, I've arrived.
Yeah, I don't think he necessarily needs to come out and dominate a game like Tommy Hawkins did, but he's just got to... The difference between your best games and your worst games can't be as big as what they have been in the past.
Brisbane have to have confidence from what they did in the finals last year, though. Getting a win against Richmond in a really good game, and then coming
Melbourne
down here and knocking off the D's. There's some confidence in recent years, so they're probably answering the questions along as we go.
They're prime. They are cherry ripe, Brisbane.
Big story finishing up here, Brownie. Cameron Cloke in the Sunday Herald Sun today has talked about the coward punch which has ended his local footy career. Loves his local footy, of course, was playing for Templestowe in a game against Baronia. Cloke himself is on a 2-week striking charge for something which happened first, and then he got clocked, and he says that he's struggling with dizziness, blurriness, his memory. He went to work without his shoes and socks on as a builder. He's building Travis's house at the moment. So that's affecting. It's affecting his memory. He's undergoing a lot of testing at the moment. He sort of talks about the incidents which have been happening in local footy, getting out of control, and these sorts of punches which are sort of ruining for everyone. Have you had an experience, Daisy? You played some amateur footy. How have you found it at that sort of level?
No, I haven't. There's certainly some fiery moments when someone gets cleaned up, and probably rightfully so in terms of flying the flag, but does sort of, because there isn't the cameras away from the footy and everywhere around the extra umpires and whatnot, it can get out of hand, and we don't want that at all. But from my experience, it's been thoroughly enjoyable going back and playing in the amateur fair and even competition. So no doubt we don't want that happening throughout any sort of football, whether it be junior levels or whatever level it is, but not ideal that you're going to work without your shoes and socks on. That's obviously something's not going quite right.
No, we wish the club all the best. JC, thank you very much.
Thank you, boys.
Well done, JZ.
Well done, JC. You started slowly, and you tapered off from there, but I thought you finished it very, very strong. Not far away from full game mode. Collingwood up against North Melbourne from Marvel Stadium. Packed house today. You can't get a ticket. Well done, Collingwood fans, for showing up on what is a pretty bad day outside, but we have a roof in here. We're going to head to the news with a late one.
Thank you very much. A months-long stalemate comes to an end. President Joe Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy agreed to raise America's $48 trillion debt ceiling. Speaker McCarthy says the in-principle deal to raise the debt limit for 2 years now has to go through Congress.
It has historic reductions in spending, consequential reforms that will lift people out of poverty into the workforce, rein in government overreach. There are no new taxes, no new government programs.
It's emerged the 4 victims of an horrific car crash in Victoria were teenage school friends. A girl who is the lone survivor is still clinging to life following the tragedy near Hamilton. A man's been flown to hospital after being shot in the neck during a hunting accident in Tasmania. The 59-year-old is suffering non-life-threatening injuries. And Perth is leading the charge for workers heading back to the office post-COVID. Worker foot traffic is at 87% of pre-pandemic levels.
Want to register a party with police? Report it online. When you need the police but not the sirens, search Report Online or visit police.vic.gov.au. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Right now at Marvel, ahead of the Pies and Roos clash, it's cloudy and 15 degrees. Police reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC as Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M footy, prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly.
Marine Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Straight after this game, Sir Doug Nicholls' round continues with Adelaide and Brisbane.
Rankin, salt some candy like you wouldn't believe. Have a look at Isaac.
Charlie's got 3. Here comes the motorbike.
Marine Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M rocks footy.
Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details. You win some, you lose more.
Fev here. AFL collectible coins have landed at Australia Post, featuring all your favourite teams, Carlton, Brisbane, and the other ones too. Bag them all today. Get the full set for just $45 at your local participating post office.
Ready for the footy?
Yep, let's go.
Let's skip the lights and jump on CityLink.
Just like the footy, Transurban's Melbourne made, and we want fans to get to the game quickly and safely. Whether you're travelling to the G or Marvel, CityLink will help you get to the first bounce on time.
How about a kick before the game?
You bet.
Transurban, operator of Linked.
Ram Truck's Red Hot DS 1500 run out with a red hot 3.99% finance rate ends June 30. Stock is limited, so see your Ram dealer today. T's and C's apply. Approved ABN applicants of Ram Trucks finance only.
This is Bruno driving to the footy.
Oh.
And this is his cheap insurer reading the policy fine print.
Clause 9D of your car insurance says you're not covered for thingamybobs.
Thingamy-bobbed at claim time? Beware bargain insurance regret, Bruno. Choose Amy instead. Who pays out over 99% of motor claims? Amy does.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Acceptance rate for the 12 months up to 30 September 2022. Before buying insurance issued by Amy, read the TMD and PDS at amy.com.au and consider if it's right for you.
The Australian Boomers are back and they're ready to take on the world. From Giddy to Green, Mills and Thibault, Rod Laver Arena will be booming with Australia's best basketballers this August as they prepare for the 2023 FIBA World Cup. Lighting up the court in green and gold, the team will face off against Brazil, Venezuela and South Sudan over 3 huge nights. Don't miss the chance to catch your Aussie stars in action. See all the games, tickets and info at ticketek.com.au.
Bunnings Trade can help you power up this tax time. Trade in your old 18-volt power tool battery at the tool shop and get $50 off your choice of twin battery pack. From top brands like AEG, DeWalt, Makita and heaps more. Conditions apply. Ends June 30 at Bunnings Trade.
Chisholm's mid-year enrolments are now open, so you can set yourself up with new skills or even a new career right now. From dental assisting to cybersecurity, short courses to degrees. Free TAFE and Free TAFE Pathways, you'll find your calling at Chisholm. In fact, there's over 250 courses. And with direct entry and no ATAR required, you can make it happen today. Search Chisholm now. RTO 0260.
Straight after this game, Sir Doug Nicholls' round continues with Adelaide and Brisbane.
Rankin, salt some candy like you wouldn't believe. Have a look at Isaac.
Charlie's got 3. Here comes the motorbike.
Kareem Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M rocks footy.
Every massive moment
Drops it low.
lives right here.
That is incredible.
Kareem Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M rocks footy. And the first quarter is coming up next.
The Case IH Red, Set, Go. End of financial year event is on now. With finance rates starting from a low 0.99% on the Maxim, Puma and Do It All Farmall range. You'll want to race in before they all race out. And for a limited time, we'll throw in a free 4-in-1 bucket upgrade with any Maxim or Farmall M purchase. Talk to your local Case IH dealership today. It's the Case IH End of Financial Year event. Red, Set, Go. T's and C's apply.
Triple M acknowledges the traditional owners of the land on which this match is played, the Wurundjeri people. We also pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls' round.
I want to be on top. I was good. I want to be good.
Honouring First Nations players and culture and moving towards reconciliation.
We want to walk with you. We don't wish to walk alone.
We celebrate the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island footy legends.
Racker gets it out to his brother Phil. A left foot snap and goal. Will it come around and made?
And the stars of today.
Johnson gets his first in the big time. Forward punt, a little snaps of guilty. Joy Simpkin, a little bit of magic. Ian Hill goes with the underground kick and he kicks an absolute belter. It's there. Good work, Phoenix Spicer.
Kareem Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M rocks footy.
Cause I got this, yo.
Collingwood up against North Melbourne from Marvel Stadium. Choice hotels around the grounds. Quickly, Ash.
Thanks, Brownie. Port by 5 points over the Tigers. Deep into the third quarter, Port got out to a 26-point lead early in that second term.
Slow start from you. Triple M Red Z lending stats today. Welcome. First time we've spoken to you today. I'm not sure whether you heard during the week, but BT called you this.
Fair dinkum. Two-man wouldn't have done that. Branded him Tuman. Two-man wouldn't have done that.
Tuman. You ever heard Tuman before?
First time ever for Red Z after 20 years, Brownie. But, hey, that's refreshing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It wouldn't surprise you with Billy, would it?
No, and I called him BT. So, what sort of stats you got for Triple M Red Z lending?
Well, Collingwood, they haven't played at Marvel this year since 2021. They've actually lost 5 out of their past 7 at this very venue, but they've won 5 out of the past 6 against the Kangaroos. And you look at Steele Sidebottom, he becomes the 101st player in VFL, AFL history to play 300 games, only the 4th for Collingwood. Since making his debut, this highlights his durability. Since round 7, 2009, he's played 300 out of a possible 332 games. So that's 90% of matches every season. And Just with George Wardlaw, to put things into perspective, so Jai Simpkin, he averages the most number of pressure acts of any North Melbourne player at 20 per game. Well, last week on debut, Wardlaw racked up 31, along with his 16 disposals, 6 clearances and 9 tackles, so we'll look out for him.
Nice work, Ash. Ream up Waterville, tough Aussie conditions when it comes to ordering. Ask your plum up to install a room, as we see Steele Sidebottom walk onto the ground for his 300th game with the kids and about to run through the banner. There's a fireworks show. What a play. He has been 300 games. And also you've got Mason Cox playing 100th game today. Let's go into full game mode. Stevie J and Daisy Thomas in the back row. What do you expect?
Well, it's going to be an interesting game today. I think North Melbourne, there's plenty of energy around the way they were able to play last week against the Swannies. So they've got a bit of momentum and they'll come into the game feeling pretty good about themselves, but they've got a big challenge here today against the Pies, who, if they get off to a good start, they're very hard to stop, because they smell blood in the water and they just go after you and keep attacking, and so many weapons through the midfield and ahead of the ball. So very important. A young midfield of North Melbourne can hold their own early on in this game, Daisy.
Yeah, I think we saw last week just the ability of the Pies to front up and find a way to go out and be the hunter in all situations. They had no right to come out really against the Blues, who should have been breathing fire to put what they did in that first quarter and the way they did it. So if that happens again today, it's going to be a long afternoon for the Kangaroos, who have been improving over the past little bit. I love to see Wardlaw and Sheasel firsthand today. Haven't seen them yet. Love to watch them and see how they go about it. 2 emerging stars and going to be long-term players.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch those 2 players go about their business. Haven't seen them firsthand, and obviously Wardlaw's only second game today, but he was terrific last week. But also a really, really good thing for the North Melbourne players. They don't play in front of big crowds very often, and today looks like it's going to be almost a sellout.
And we've spoken a bit about the milestones. Jaden Stevenson as well, 100 games for him, so well done. Obviously played a large portion at the Pies and then came across.
Hey, Chew, man, a little positive for North Melbourne today is they took it right up to the Kangaroos in a game late last year at the MCG when the Pies were flying. Kangaroos almost pulled off an upset, didn't they?
They certainly did. That was David Noble's last game, actually. Nick Larkin in that game kicked 5 majors, and North were up by about 4.5 goals at three-quarter time.
Set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly. And Bob Jane Teamarts have great buy 3, get 1 free deals plus instant cash back. Caller order online today. Nat Yanides is on the boundary today.
Brownie, absolutely amazing atmosphere down here. Obviously a huge celebration for the Collingwood Football Club with Steele Sidebottom playing his 300th game and Mason Cox with his 100th. Also, we should mention that Jaden Stevenson, the former Magpie turned North Melbourne footballer, is also going to be playing his 100th game today. No late changes for either side. The subs today, Collingwood, Will Hoskin-Elliott will be the sub, and then for the Roos, it will be Paul Curtis. A couple of big ins for the Roos with Cam Zurhaar coming back into the side. And it is supposed to be a sellout here at Marvel Stadium today. It's been a sellout since midweek, I'm told. And so it should be when there's 50,000 seats and 100,000 members for the Collingwood Football Club.
It was interesting. Very nice work there, Nat. I think, Daisy, did you catch it? I think Joey said North Melbourne took it up to the Kangaroos last year.
He did, but I ignored it.
No, Stevie didn't.
Stevie, I love the fact that you're all over this stuff now. As soon as anyone says anything, he's
I did
feverish for it.
Apologies, I meant Collingwood, of course, but Stevie did jump out of his chair. Didn't want to jump in there to correct me. It won't make as much noise on the Instagram as yours did, Stevie.
But you can download every game of Triple M Footy Live on the Listener app. Download it now, LISTNR. But this Collingwood machine, they don't have a big forward line, but when you look down there, obviously Mason Cox is doing the ruck work at the moment, but Brody Myercheck does his job. They haven't had the import from Brisbane Lions for most of this season, but they just get the job done. And when you look down there and players like Ash Johnson can take mark after mark, and he rarely misses when he gets his hands on it. He is 6'3". He plays a little bit taller than what he is.
It's more the way Collingwood move the ball. When they score, it's off the back of their ability to get speed on the game, the turnover game, and get space inside 50, which does allow the likes of Elliott and Johnson and Myercheck to get to work and kick some of those goals. So they don't rely on the big contested marks necessarily coming out of the goal square, because they generally when they score, it is when they win off turnover, Stevie, and they get speed on the footy.
Yeah, and they've got some really dangerous smalls down there. So if they're not scoring off the initial entry, the likes of McQuarrie, Bobby Hill, Ginnivan back into the team, and your man Hoskin Elliott, they can put on elite pressure and force the opposition to turn it over coming back out of their defence.
They've turned a weakness into a real strength. Obviously not having a real focal point. They now go in there and they've got 6 options when they present inside forward of centre 70 metres out. Whereas you think of most sides, they're going to 1 or 2 of the big keys, and if they're taken away, then you have to look there. For them, they're such a threat because they do have so many options to goal every time they present inside forward 50.
The opportunity for North Melbourne to beat Sydney last week was through the clearance game. North Melbourne, that's actually one of their greatest strengths, isn't it, Two-Man? Their clearance game. And if they can maybe get on top against Collingwood, which isn't as easy as it might have been last year, because Collingwood have certainly improved on that stat, but if North Melbourne can win clearance, they can give themselves a bit of a chance. That's their best opportunity to win the game, Two-Man. They're probably not going to beat Collingwood in a turnover battle, but if they can do it from stoppage, they're half a sniff.
They kicked 7 straight from stoppage in the front half of the ground, 42 points. The AFL average is only 15, so Sheasel obviously playing 46% game time in the front half was a positive impact.
Front half.
Yeah.
Not front half.
Sorry, front half.
One word.
Yeah, you're right.
2 separate.
Pretty sloppy, isn't it?
Are you picking him up on his H's now?
Where's
Nathan?
Mrs. Thomas? She's right on that.
Yeah, she's on that and Hughes. She doesn't like that.
It.
All right, choice hotels around the grounds.
We have Port Adelaide leading Richmond by 7 points, 7-13-55 to the Tigers at 6-12-48. That's right on three-quarter time.
It's just gone to 8 points right on three-quarter time. McDonald's is now a new season for McSpicy Range at Macca's for a winning kick after the siren available after 10:30 for a limited time, as both sides at the moment getting ready. North Melbourne. We've talked a lot about North Melbourne, West Coast and Hawthorn. Hawthorn have obviously stepped up their game. Had a win yesterday, had a win the week before. I think they're set. I think they've got a great coach. North Melbourne's list, Stevie, where do you rate it?
I think they've got some exciting young prospects, as we touched on with Sheasel and Wardlaw coming through. And, they're getting good amount of games into these young players. And that's what you need to do before you then go and try and attract some players to your footy club. So once you can see a basis of a club getting formed, and hopefully they can hold on to these young players. We spoke to Davies Uniacke. He's the key to their list staying together as well. They've had a commitment from their captain, which is great to see. So they can build something. Certainly there's enough talent on the list, and they'll pick up some more talent through the draft again at the end of this season. So we just want to see them competitive, bring the pressure. Obviously, we don't expect them to win this game of footy because they're coming up with a team that's red hot. It's got full of experience and talent as well. But you can certainly see what they're building and what they're going to be capable of in the future.
Keep an eye out for young Phoenix Spicer up in the forward line there. Absolute brilliant name, but also he'll have only 4 or 5 touches today, but he will do something absolutely electric. He's really dynamic in everything he does. Speed, hits things at pace, really good skill set, and a good one for you to call too, Joey.
Daisy, I'll ask you a question. Do they tag Nick Dacos today?
I think they have to do something. You cannot let him just go around doing what he wants free reigning. And yes, that may mean that the Pies are smart enough to pull you apart and make that into a strength for them. But if he has 35 plus with zero pressure on him, the way that bloke uses the footy, that will be going inside forward 50. That will be resulting in entries and resulting in scores. You can't just let the young star just go about it free reigning out there today.
A little bit more attention the last 3 weeks, Ash. He's dropped off disposal rate a little bit.
Nick Dacos, last couple of weeks, mid-20s opposed to his season average of 34.
And the efficiency and there's also kick-to-handball ratio has then sort of gone more to 50-50 rather than when he was at his absolute dominance early on. A large kicker of the footy and taking some serious territory as well.
Just wonder if they use one of the youngsters, maybe Charlie Lazaro, to do the role as a run with someone who's got the speed and the agility to go with someone like Nick Dacos.
Just about to kick off with the welcome to country, both sides on centre wing at the moment, facing each other in a line. And here we go. Marvel Stadium comes to a bit of a hush as all the players and all the supporters take a stand around the boundary line. Just waiting for it to kick off. Not far away, about 7 minutes from this game starting. Can hear a buzz.
Firstly, I'd just like to pay my respects to all my elders, both past and present. Any elders present here today and any elders of different nations are here today, I just pay my respects to your families, both past and present. To all the Indigenous people here today, again, I pay my respects to your families, both past and present. And then also the non-Indigenous people, again, respects to your families, both past and present. Firstly, just like to say thank you to the AFL on another successful Indigenous round. You know, across the country, we've been able to share all our mobs culture with all you guys, and yeah, it's truly amazing to be a part of that. So thank you for that. To the teams, North Melbourne and Collingwood, thank you. You know, to be here, part of this, and sharing my culture with you guys, it's a very touching moment. So thank you for that. And today also marks the start of Reconciliation Week. And what that means for us as a country, you know, we've got to stick together and work together, because if we do that, we can achieve anything. And once we do that, our kids will be able to benefit from that. So lastly, I'd just like to say Wurundjeri Balik Yimin Gundi Bik, which means you're almost welcome to the home of the Wurundjeri people. And I wish to welcome you all from the tops of the trees and the roots in the ground. And if we look after this country, it will look after us. I'd like to now invite North Melbourne and Collingwood boys to do the gift exchange. Thank you.
So Wes Johnson coming in and Bobby Hill to exchange the gifts. He's got to Josh Simpkin and Phoenix Spice, who have been told to watch today, does he?
Keep an eye on him, Brownie. Big excitement.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, as both teams get back out into their positions, we're not far away from this one starting. Collingwood up against North Melbourne from Marvel Stadium. Ash, Choice Hotels around the grounds.
Played about to get underway for the start of the final quarter. Port Adelaide by 8 points, 7-14-56, leading the Tigers 6-12-48.
Give us some numbers from that game.
For Richmond, Tim Taranto, 27 disposals, 7 clearances and a couple of majors. Presti with 22, Bolton 21 and 1 goal 3. Couple of majors to Dustin Martin, and Farrell leads the way for Port Adelaide with 22.
Tim Taranto percentage by foot, Ash?
He's going at 56%, Daisy.
Very good, and 76 disposal efficiency. Kicked a couple of goals. Going well.
Is that going to be an awkward chat when they have to discuss him at All-Australian Match Committee? Whether he's a consideration for All-Australia?
It would be interesting considering who is on the panel. Yeah.
Your mate Kane?
He's not my mate, but he's certainly on the panel.
Eddie Betts is on there now.
You would hope that, aside from having to do your job and talk about things throughout the week to week, that when it comes to those sort of decisions, that it would be all fair and reasonable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Triple M Lifeblood scoreboard, only 1 in 30 fans donate blood. Let's even the score. So, recent history, Collingwood 4 of the last 5. We're going to go back to 2019 where the Kangaroos won a game. And both clubs just warming up. Last tips, last thoughts for you, Stevie J.
Yeah, I think Collingwood will keep rolling on. I'm hoping to see a competitive game. As I said, the crowd is in the house today, so that's exciting for North Melbourne people and the players that haven't played in front of big crowds before. But I expect Steele Sidebottom's 300th game. They'll be rallying behind him. Mason Cox's 100th, so a terrific effort by him, and looking forward to watching what they can produce today. They'll win by about 40 points.
I'm expecting a fair demolition job here, Stevie. 60-odd points to the Pies. I think they'll be up and about, obviously, for the reasons that you just stated, and they are just playing the superior football of the two sides. Their ability to turn defence into offence and then score at will will be far too good for North Melbourne.
They'll need to put some work into Darcy Moore today as well. I mean, we watched him firsthand last week, took the 10 intercept marks, and the two-man was right up and about in his seat, but he generated a little attack for them off half-back, didn't he?
Seeing North Melbourne play live last week, there's no reason why they can't be competitive today. Look, I don't expect them to win, but I think they should be taking it up to Collingwood to some aspect. I mean, they've got a bit of freedom now with Brett Ratton just allowing the players to play. We heard Luke Davies-Uniacke talk about it. The youngsters have been given a bit more specific roles and then also encouraged just to play with their flair and their freedom. So if they can continue to do that, I think that they should be in this game for maybe 3.5 quarters, hopefully for our sake, but you would expect the Pies to be too good.
Tell you what it is, it's a massive crowd here, and well done to the Collingwood and North Melbourne fans for turning out. Marvel Stadium, it's belting down outside. Ash, what sort of crowd are we expecting?
Well, they reckon it's a sellout, but I reckon we'll probably get about 44,000 today. Biggest crowd this year is 49, Brownie.
Steel Sidebottoms won the toss. We head down to the boundary line, and Nat.
Gee, Brownie, we were actually watching the toss. North Melbourne have won the toss, and they're going to be kicking to the left of your dial.
I just thought I saw Steel point.
You saw a bald man point, but not the right one.
That was a Steel Sidebottom. So 300 game Magpies. Scotty Pendlebury's got 368. Then you got Tony Shaw after that. So Steel Sidebottom.
Gordon Coventry
joined some elite company, as we're just seeing some highlights of him kick 10 goals into the grand final. Back many, many years ago, Tim Taranto's just kicked his third. Ash, Choice Hotels around the ground.
Certainly has. So the margin's only 2 points in favour of Port Adelaide early into the final quarter.
Very good player, Tim Taranto.
Righto, we're getting set here, Marvel Stadium. Players getting into their positions. Nathan Murphy, Darcy Moore, Braden Maynard. What a strong defence that is. Still got Jeremy Howe to come back into the side after the bye.
Nick Dacos has started off the ground, Joey.
Maybe just preempting there would be some sort of physical pressure or intent made from North Melbourne on him, Craig McRae, just allowing him to start on the ground, then come on at the 3-4 minute mark.
Sidebottom goes to his customary position on the wing. We're going to give Nathan Brown the opportunity to start this game off. You never do it, Brandy. You're a very selfless co-caller. But you can kick this one off. Marvel Stadium, Sunday afternoon footy on Triple M. The Pies and the Kangaroos.
Packed house, 45,000 in. And the bounce in the middle is a perfect one. Up high was Goldstein, dominated last week. And they get the first clearance, the Kangaroos. Wardlaw, they do. Handball to the outside. Here goes Scott. Scott with the outside of the boot to half forward. Bouncing ball, eludes everybody. First one back there is Quainer. Had a fumble. Now the ball got him, tackled him to the ground. The umpire comes in and calls for a ball up.
Darcy Moore going to Nick Larkey early in this one. That's going to be a big matchup. A lot of ball going through Larkey. They need to lower the eyes and use it.
Goldstein will get a free kick out of the ruck contest.
The other one there is Wardlaw has gone to DeGoey. You know, his second game of footy.
Held by Darcy Cameron, so he's about 55 out, Goldie. Left out of the team in the first round. Back in, playing some good football. Into the pocket. Where are the Flyers? Larkey was up there. Ball hit the ground level and Sidebottom was there. I think that might be out of bounds on the full, maybe. And it's going to be a free kick to the Kangaroos. Jaden Stevenson loves a free kick.
Very capable of kicking this one too. Highly skilled player.
Well, he's a first quarter specialist. How many percentage goals do you kick in the first quarter, Ash?
Yeah, 42% for Red Z.
The setup is good. The hip action's good. He runs around. And he pulls it skinny too. Jaden Stevenson through for one behind. Poor start for him. And the Kangaroos lead by a point.
Quite friendly, the Collingwood crowd there to Jaden Stevenson. No real boos, just a little murmuring.
Darcy Moore it is. He'll take the kick in. That's a good one too to Quaynor, although he dropped the mark but had enough time to recover. Half-back flank, high ball towards the wing. Johnson and Zeeble in a contest. Zeeble illegally worked Johnson out of the football. Ash Johnson will take it right on centre wing. Interchange side of Marvel, pops it over the top. There's that matchup, Wardlaw and DeGoey. And Wardlaw went toe-to-toe with Luke Parker last week. And he'll go up against DeGoey this afternoon. Looks like he's got some specially made boots for the Indigenous round. He goes inside 50, looking for Darcy Cameron, but dropping in front was Luke McDonald. Just inside the defensive 50 for the Kangaroos. Kicking to the left of the broadcast. Opening score to them. And he goes short and wide to Griffin Lowe. The former Docker, who keeps it low towards the wing. Maynard in front. Larkey got the fist in. Simpkin at ground level. Try to get a clean possession. There's Sidebottom. Getting a round of applause from the Collingwood faithful, and that's a good left foot kick, almost into the corridor. Well chopped off by young Tom Powell.
He's got to run on the outside, and it's Zeeble in the middle of the ground. Bangs the ball forward, looking for Larkey. Fisted away from him, coming in hard. They pick the football up, handball backwards. Now they'll go forward again. The chipping ball is a good one. Out there marked, and it's marked by Sheasel. Sheasel just outside 50. Love the fact that he's playing forward of the centre. And he'll take a long shot. He'll have to kick it every bit of 50 metres. He'll kick it just outside the 50-metre line as Noble's asked to come up and stand on the mark by the umpire. Sheasel doesn't look at the goals, though. Sets it up, front of the square. Larkey dropped what he should have taken. Went back, got the football, handed off to Simpkin. And Simpkin's tackled by Bobby Hill. He's wrapped up. The umpire will ball that up.
Ball up, 45 out from the Kangaroos' goal. We've played 3.5 minutes. Another team yet to kick a major. Crisp tried to get a quick kick away, partially smothered. Mitchell tried to take possession. He was tackled. A lot of numbers, so Maynard handballs overhead into space. Howe chopped it off, threw it on the boot inside 50, but there's side bottom cutting back as a wing. Takes the mark and then switches the play to Elliott. Still inside his defensive 50, long way from home. Cox wants it on the wing. And kick was sort of to no one. It was in the in-between kick. Powell dropped the mark to go. He did well not to give away the free kick. Won the footy back. Handball inboard. Pendlebury pokes it over all of a sudden. Side bottoms at half forward. A minute ago he was in the back pocket, and then another left foot kick to Bobby Hill, who takes the mark 49 metres out. Kicked the opening goal of the game last week, Bobby Hill. Unselfishly just goes laterally and wider to Noble. Well, I think he wanted him to play on, but Noble decided to go back off the mark, points to the goals, and he'll have to launch it from outside 50.
Yeah, that was just outside Bobby Hill's range, Joey, so the unselfish play was to give it to Noble, who was calling for it, so he must back himself from this distance.
Has he got the journey, Stevie?
Be right, touch and go.
Has he got the journey?
Yep.
And he's going to wheel out, and he runs into the man on the mark, so kick partially smothered. Straight to McDonald, handballs off to Howe. That's Daniel Howe for North Melbourne, goes towards the wing contest, and the ball will go out of bounds. Half-forward flank for the Pies, outside Marvel Stadium. They're yet to score. The Kangaroos 1 behind on the Triple M Lifeblood scoreboard.
Choice Hotels around the grounds, Ash.
Port Adelaide by 9 points over the Tigers, 9 into the final quarter.
So the ball is on the train line side. Boundary throw-in. Goldstein won it to Goey. Jumped up, got it, was tackled to the ground. We'll have another ball up.
Really important when North Melbourne gets some composed possession today that they actually try and play through Darcy Moore's man. So he likes to run his own race. They've got to try and use that leg rope that he gives to their advantage.
Powell picked up the bouncing ball, handballed it back towards McDonald. Now Darcy Moore, intercept mark. He took 10 of them last week, pumps it inside forward 50, looking for Mason Cox. He's going to get a free kick. So Big Mason in his 100th game, he's going to have a crack at the first goal for the Magpies.
Harvey Norman replay. I reckon if that was any other defender bar Darcy Moore, that would have been a free kick to the forward in Larkey. Absolutely disposed of him. Umpire paid the mark, but from there just played with some quick speed on the footy into a dangerous one-on-one. Obvious size advantage to Cox. Free kick ensuing for a hold.
100th game. He looks up at the scoreboard. He likes what he sees. He's got the spectacles on. 45 out. Normally pulled it very wide and almost out of bounds on the full through for 1 behind. Scores a level on the Lifeblood scoreboard, 1 apiece.
Zeeb will do the kicking in. Dacos has made his way onto the ground after starting on the bench. Interesting to see if he goes to half back, if he plays on Sheasel. Could be a special matchup this afternoon. Here's Daniel Howe. Held up, Zeeble signals for him to go long down the line. That's where the kick goes towards Coleman Jones, who took a few good grabs last week in his return to the Kangaroo side after kicking 9 in the VFL. But there's Darcy Moore again to get the fist out of bounds. Just back of the wing for North Melbourne. 1 apiece, 7 minutes played, opening term. Remember, only 1 in 30 footy fans donate blood, so let's even the score as Taylor Adams is held without the football, and we'll get the free kick from this stoppage. Couple of kicks from home. Mason Cox again with Ben Mackay in the pocket. Mychek also offers a lead. Kicks a little 3/4 one, looking for Cox. Well read by Bergman. Couldn't take the mark. There's Ginnivan. Got the crumb. Handball to go. He flicks it wider. Josh Dacos straightens, looks at the goals, fires, and there's the opener. What a season he's having, Josh Dacos. And the Magpies get there first. They're 1-1-7. Kangaroos 1 behind. 8 minutes played, opening term, Triple M Lifeblood scoreboard.
Well, that's what the Dacos boys are so good at. They just hang around just outside of the contest, wait for the guys like to go to get the ball out to them, farm the ball out. And when they're in space and you can get it to the outside, they're so damaging by foot. I know Nate thinks that Josh Dacos is the best kick in AFL footy, so terrific finish there.
The All-Australian, I reckon, this year, Josh Dacos. We're all talking about Nick, but he's been wonderful out in that wing and he's had a really good 6 weeks.
Spot on, Brown. He's averaging career-high disposals. Josh Dacos at 27 per game. Hasn't recorded less than 20 touches in this season. Collingwood last 3 entries inside 50 as well.
So the Pies get the first one today. Bounce in the middle for McDonald's Marine Hot Water. Triple M Rocks football to go. We get a free kick out of the middle. He was held on to. Chips the ball wide. It's a good kick too. Looking for that man, Josh Dacos. Gets it again. Gives it to his brother Nick. Nick 60 out. Chips the ball to the top of the square. Looking for the Flyers. But Logue is the only man back there. Marked it 10 metres out from the goal. He's defending.
Got a touch lucky there, did Logue. Jamie Elliott presented off him into 15 metres of space. Nick Dacos just choosing the wrong option. Could have lowered the eyes and found Elliott in a paddock of space.
Logue, a short ball to Scott. And another one. Short one to Bergman. Bergman on the 50 defensively, just where the boundary line intersects. He goes the low ball too. Up towards centre wing. That's a good kick, and he gets it out to Ford. That's Eddie. Good name, Eddie Ford. Strong. It's a strong name. Eddie Ford. He chips it towards half forward. Big fly out there. Can't take the mark or complete the mark, but the Kangaroos have got the run on. Handball forward. Larkey 55 out. Chips the ball inside forward 50, but the pressure was good. And the kick went wide, and it's out of bounds.
It was a good chase from Maynard. Just the little things. Just did enough to affect the kick. Desperation. Will Phillips it was that got the little handball out. Keep an eye on him. And he's starting to really emerge as a player along with the Sheasel-Wardlaw combination. Stoppage inside 50. There is Sheasel. Again, there's Maynard. Lays a strong tackle. Sheasel just holds the back of his head. Looks to be okay. And it'll be thrown up. Still 40 out from the North Melbourne goal. Just inside the boundary line. Zurha, always dangerous around 450 stoppages, but another good tackle from side bottom.
Lots of numbers in and around this stoppage. Both sides sending extra pairs in there. No real move for anyone.
Pendlebury on hands and knees. Tried to shovel it out. Couldn't find a teammate. Coleman Jones played for a free kick. Nick Dacos just handballs to space. There's Eddie Ford. Miller Bergman also taken in a strong tackle, and we'll have another throw-in, this time outside the defensive 50 for Collingwood. About 80 metres from home. The only goal of the game so far to Josh Dacos. Pies lead by 6 points.
So the boundary throw-in. Slow start to the game. Scott inches the ball forward. It's a bouncing ball. Zurha in the pocket. Tried to pick it up, but he couldn't quite control it. The ball beat him out of bounds with Murphy of a boundary throw-in. Choice Hotels around the grounds, Ash.
Goal to Port Adelaide, so they're out to a 17-point lead over Richmond, halfway into the final quarter.
Port getting the job done. Boundary throw-in. Finlayson kicked the latest goal. Zurha was sat on his backside. Wardlaw picked it up, centred the ball. Tough one to take. Ball bouncing around and threw for one behind in the end. Howe thought he had a chance, but he didn't. 2 behinds, the Kangaroos. 1-1-7 Collingwood. They lead by 5 points. Halfway through the first quarter.
Not a bad start by the Kangaroos. Had the ball in their forward half for a bit of this game. Darcy Moore will do the kick in again and goes wide and side bottom. Good mark on Daniel Howe. Worked him under the football. Didn't have the football, so a bit of slow play here for the Magpies. Still at half back. Pendlebury comes in as a spell. Tom Mitchell onto the ground. And side bottom. Just a laconic kick off one step on the left boot. Just pops it to the wing. Big pack of players. Who's going to win this footy? There's Phillips again. In and under. Handball Sheasel. Hall. Back into the side. Looked into the corridor. Didn't see anything. So then gets a 1-2 from Phillips. Now from the Toyota logo. Drives it inside 50. Collingwood have the extra number. Good fist from Murphy. Now they've got their run and gun game going. Here they go. Look at them running a wave. Zeeble couldn't quite lay the tackle. Adams got forward of the football, but he slipped over. And Eddie Ford gets back, mops it up. And now the Kangaroos will look to reload. Bergman has Bailey Scott out wide, who just takes it inside the boundary line, right on centre wing.
Outside 5. Still side bottoms come off the ground down there, Nat. He looks like he's talking to the trainers, he might be going in under the ground.
Yeah, he ran off looking a bit proppy, and he is going straight into the rooms. Looks like he might be favouring his right leg. I'll keep you posted.
He's definitely having a lot of liniment rubbed into that leg in the knee before the game, so we'll keep an eye on that. Bob Jane team marked that with us, and Murphy's marked it in the back pocket.
Done a good job here, North Melbourne, in just slowing the Flyers down early in this one, getting them to play long down the line, doing it a lot themselves as well, but taking the pace out of this game early.
So the ball's on the outer side. Simpkin, an underground ball, looking for Sheasel. It was a clever tap. He got it out to Wardlaw. His handball was okay, but Collingwood had intercepted it. They got it back to Mitchell. Mitchell with a left-hand handball. Got it to Nick Dacos at half-back. Now they run and carry the Pies through the middle of the ground to Adams. A handball off to DeGoey. DeGoey on centre wing. Left foot looking for Johnson. Went a bit far. Elliott was there and he had it on the half volley. Elliott centred the ball. Nick Dacos kept running and he ran inside forward 50 and took the mark. 45 out directly in front.
Brilliance from Elliott there. That's the run and gun game we're talking about. But he was working in confined spaces, and his ability to look inside, understand where the space was, just put the ball to a spot. Nick Dacos drifting down with the play, landed his lap beautifully.
3 goals straight from his set shots this year. Missed a couple on the run, but ran hard from half-back and received. It was a good passage of play by the Pies to extend the lead. Dacos from 50, directly in front, kick on the way. Looks pretty good, looks great. Goal to the Pies. 2-1-13. Kangaroos are 2 behind. It's an 11-point lead to Collingwood on the Lifeblood scoreboard.
He summed it up well, Daisy. That was a terrific kick there. Back inboard. He was under the pump. He swivelled. He knows that they're always going to have runners pushing inside 50. When they attack, everyone looks to attack and run and gun and understand that they want to come back through the middle of the ground. And that's what Dacos, he got to the right spot there. And a beautiful pass to him. He was able to finish off from 45 metres directly in front.
Jordan De Goey averaging career-high disposals and clearances per game this year at 24 and 6. Number 1 ranked player at the moment with 6 disposals and a clearance.
There's our Stewart Red Z Lending. Loans for the self-employed. REDZED.com. Pies with the first couple. And it's the Dacos boys. I heard the old man, Brownie, he's over in Thailand, isn't he? Peter Dacos.
Having a couple of singers.
And there's Nick Dacos who'll win this centre clearance. Handballs to Cox doing the ruck work. Noble streaming off half-back. Steps around a couple of Kangaroos. Drives it deep to the top of the square. Logue got the fist in. Hall with the crumb. Handball back to Griffin Logue, and they do it well, North Melbourne. Long kick looking for Larkey, but well done, Markov. Hasn't he done well since coming into the side?
Another one under Craig McRae, really flourishing.
Isn't he what? Trained with Carlton over the summer. SSP selection and doing a great job at half-back for the Magpies. Goes inboard to Mitchell, who's going to kick it to about 30 out from goal. Mycheck in front, at the back. Thought the mark might have been paid to Mackay. Umpire said play on. Eddie Ford back in defence, had a bit of ball. Played a really good game last week against the Swans. Kicks to a one-on-one. Stevenson and Murphy. Zurha, the first one across. That's a good result. He's got time and space. Takes 2 bounces. Has Larkey inside 50. Uses Stevenson. Wants to get it back. He does now. He's along the boundary line. This will be some sort of goal by Bulls Cooking. Across the face. Through for one behind with a check side. But it was an exciting passage by the Kangaroos. They're 3 behinds. Collingwood 2-1-13, halfway through this first term. Triple M Lifeblood scoreboard.
Quick movement by the Pies to McCreary. He's at half-back, but that's not a good kick. Kicks it straight back to McDonald on centre wing. He was looking for Johnson. Griffin Logue accepted the handball, but then got smothered. Mistake. Crisp. Inside forward 50. Mycheck's all on his own. He's got Elliott running in, but as all good forwards do, he looked at him and thought, it's too hard to get it to you, Jamie. I'm going to go back and have a set shot.
Bobby Hill absolutely filthy. He didn't get the handball received.
And you know what? He should have given it to him too, because he had 1.5 metre on his opponent. He would have ran in. They wouldn't have caught him. Would have kicked it from the goal square.
Harvey Norman replay. Fair case. He mounted.
Mycheck directly in front. Kicks the goal. The Pies have got 3. 3-1-19 Collingwood. 3 behinds are the Kangaroos, just doing it a bit more efficiently at the moment, the Collingwood Footy Club.
And I reckon there's a lesson to be learnt there for North Melbourne. So this is where they need to start continuing to develop as a footy club. Come in, the match review on the Monday morning. Zerha there had an opportunity to square it up to Larkey, who was 20 metres out directly in front. He'd done a heap of work pre-entry. Should have been rewarded with a short kick to his favour. He goes to Banana, which was a 1 out of 10 shot on goal. They kick a point, it goes straight down the other end of the ground, and the opposition scores a goal. So a big lesson to be learnt there on being a selfless footy team.
Triple M Seabus Super special comments today. Stevie J, Daisy Thomas, Seabus Super making hard work pay off. 3-goal to zip start. Collingwood clinical early. Cox and Coleman Jones in the ruck for McDonald's and Ream Water. Triple M rocks footy. Sheaslin at the bounce. He couldn't take possession. Taylor Adams does. And handballs wide to Josh Dacos. The best kick in the league according to Brownie, and he finds Bobby Hill, who wheels and looks for Ash Johnson just over the fingertips. Ginnivan lurking. Tom Powell, and he's playing a little bit of half-back for Kangaroos since Sheasel's moved forward. Zeeble, Hall, Phillips all under pressure. Collingwood's good. Elliott, Ginnivan snaps around the body, top of the square. McCreary did well to affect the mark and now forces the ball up, although he fell into the back of Miller Bergman. I think it is, yep, and he'll take the free kick, top of his defensive goal square. 6 minutes 30 left in this opening term. Collingwood 3-1-19, Kangaroos 3 behinds. And they work it from Wardlaw to Aaron Hall outside their defensive 50. Choice Hotels around the grounds, Stu-Man.
Port Adelaide, I should say, by 17 points over Richmond. 4:30 to go before full time.
So the Kangaroos with the ball at half-back. Chipping the football around, and Zeebel's got this one. Chips it again, but not a great kick. But straight back to McCreary. Opportunity for the Pies. Handballs it to Adams. Adam chips the football, and Ginnivan marks at 30 out. North Melbourne just killing themselves with mistakes at the moment.
Undefendable, those 2 turnovers. The smother that resulted in a direct shot on goal, and now that one just off half-back. You just, if any doubt, and you can't execute the skill, take the territory, back your forwards in to compete long up the line, clear the dangerous area.
Come out now.
So Ginnivan to kick the 4th goal in a row for the Pies. So Hoskin Elliott, Joey's man's warming up down on the bench. Ginnivan, a very good set shot at goal. He's got good touch, and that's a very good kick and a great finish. 4 to the Pies, 4-1-25. The Kangaroos are 3 behinds. Let's head down to the boundary. Bob Jane T-Marts, Nat.
A really sad way for Steele Sidebottom to end his 300th game. We saw him go down to the rooms a few minutes ago. He has been subbed out of the game. Will Hoskin Elliott is in. I'm still waiting for an update for the Pies on the exact injury for Sidebottom, but just confirming that Collingwood have activated their sub.
Disastrous for Sidey in game 300. Started so well too.
You think about the amount of people he would have got tickets to the game.
Yes,
they would have travelled from down in Shepparton, the Shepparton area. I think there was actually a big bus coming up to support him in his 300th, so disappointing for him.
If you're injured too, you're not allowed to go out in the soup after either.
Oh, say Daisy always thinking ahead. That's going to be...
We're getting a look at it here on the Harvey Norman replay. It's in a tackle with Zerha, which is what the host broadcaster is going with, but... nothing really declared.
Back in the middle, North Melbourne win the centre clearance. Goldstein handballs to Sheasel. Wardlaw coming out of the goal square. Couldn't quite take the mark. Larkey doing the crumbing this time. Phillips, he's got good little hands. Gets it again. Here's Sheasel this time. Kick smothered by Pendlebury. And it falls into the lap of DeGoey, who straight away kicks it wide to Mychek. This is where the Pies are so full of running. Although Kangaroos do a pretty good job to get back and defend. And they only allow the short one to Mitchell. Centre wing, out of side Marvel Stadium, leading by 22 points. Short to Noble. Scoreline probably doesn't do the contest justice. Two-man, what are some of the numbers?
Look at the territory battle. Collingwood only +2 with the entries, but a lot more efficient. And clearances, Kangaroos actually +2 levelling ground ball.
Yeah, Collingwood just winning these critical contests and hitting the scoreboard, although this time North Melbourne wrap up Ginnivan, 50 metres out from goal, get a ball up.
The scores from turnover that's hurting North Melbourne. 19 out of the 25 points for the Maggies have come from North Melbourne turnovers.
A couple of unforced errors from North Melbourne. Can't do that against the Pies.
Got to be careful they don't over-handball in their defensive half either with the Collingwood pressure.
Ball up at centre half forward. Powell dropped the football. Powell came in and picked it up for him. Chips the ball wide. Lazaro, it missed him. Noble, he was tackled by Lazaro as soon as he took possession. Ball flopped out. And now they've got a problem, the Kangaroos. He jumps on that football and he's going to be pinged holding the ball. So a free kick going to Josh Dacos. Started the game well. What are his numbers, Ash?
Triple M Red Z. This will be disposal number 5. Kick to Major.
And he pumps this one back inside forward 50. Cox out the back. Ginnivan was there. Needs to pick it up cleanly with Zeeble to McDonald. McDonald hoofs it out of that area with a big left foot ball, looking for Quainer, who never loses a one-on-one, and again on this occasion stands up in the one-on-one.
Turning the ball over in their forward half here at the moment, Collingwood. It's a little three-quarter kick. That's been a plan this game, looking for Cox. Big pack of players. Ginnivan goes in low and hard, had his head taken off, and he's going to get a free kick this time. And the Bronx cheers go up, because he doesn't get these anymore too often. But it was against Big Goldie.
He missed one last week. The umpires didn't pay it, and it was genuinely there. And this is Goldstein tackling Ginnivan. Yes, he lowers the legs a little bit, but he almost had his head ripped off.
Take a look at the Harvey Norman replay. Definitely a free kick. Don't miss it. Harvey Norman car park sale for 4 days only. Huge savings store-wide. Hurry and Sunday. And Two-Man, he's normally a dead-eye dick, Jack Ginnivan.
Career set shots 33-11, Joey.
You're putting this one in the book?
I am.
He's about 40 metres out. 15 metres in from the boundary line. Two-Man, you've done it. Commentator's curse now goes to you. Through for one behind. Nat Unides, boundary.
Collingwood have confirmed that Steele Sidebottom has a knee injury. Not too sure about the extent of the damage or the injury just yet, so still waiting on that.
So the Kangaroos at half-back. Choice hotels around the grounds. Ash looks over.
Told you not to cash out, Brownie.
Quarter home, Brownie. They're up by 16 points over Richmond. Minute 41 to go before full time.
Isaac Quainer takes another mark. Good player, Quainer. Chips the football to Jay-Z's man, Pendlebury.
Brownie's now concentrating on this game.
Rolls like a Royce. Short ball he finds DeGoey. Mitchell leads up. Honours that. On 15 play on. Jaden Stevenson a tackle. Pendlebury got it back. Danced around a couple. Just trying to find a way through at the moment, the Pies. The Kangaroos have held them up well. Noble on the outer side. Went to ground. Had to get them help in by Oleg Markov, who did a really good job, and Lazaro did well too, just held the ball in on centre wing. Noble furried his way through there again. Sheezel couldn't take it with him. Lazaro was good. That was his third effort in the contest. Shees was there. Now Maynard. Pendlebury started the chain. Left foot banana. Brilliant kick. Got it out to Bobby Hill. Bobby Hill wanted to go, but he couldn't. Had to go back over the mark. Now he sees something he likes. The lead up from Ginnivan. The kick is brilliant. The lead is good, and the mark is great.
The kick was absolutely sublime there. Landed it on a dime. 3 North Melbourne players converging, coming out full-chested. Good craft, good timing of the lead there. Good connection with the kick. It didn't go too early.
Ooh, he's going for the snap from 45. Has to hit this perfectly.
Two-Man, you said he's a beautiful set shot.
They travel a bit further here at Marvel.
Long way out, Ginnivan. Big snap. Good snap. Does he bring it back enough? He doesn't. Always tough, and he can't believe it. 4-3-27 Collingwood. 3 behinds the Kangaroos. Nat Unides, Bob Jane team-arts.
Craig McRae has been coaching from the bench, but he's just popped down to the room. So don't want to speculate, but of course, as we know, Steele Sidebottom has been subbed out of this match with a knee injury. He's yet to re-emerge.
Bob Jane team-arts, buy 3, get 1 free, plus he's the cashback call order online today.
Inside the last 20 seconds, or Stevie, North Melbourne flicking it around by hand, and it's going to be turned over. Pies pressure too good. DeGoey looking for Elliott. Drop the chest mark. He had time and space. The kick was just out of reach. And North Melbourne might have dodged the bullet, although Zeeble, his kick's going to be picked off. Umpire said touched. So now Adams goes inside 50, but that kick's going to be marked. The Collingwood trademark is there for all to see here at Marvel Stadium.
Joey, last time North Melbourne held goalless in an opening quarter against the Magpies, round 6, 1984.
They only kicked 3 points in that opening term. It was Collingwood doing all the damage. They're 4-3-27, 24-point lead for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
That
Water for Lifeblood. Only 1 in 30 footy fans donate blood. Let's even the score.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
it's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's for a winning kick after the siren. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
It can be bloody hard dragging yourself out of bed some days. We agree. That's why Triple M has this guy revving things up from 6 for brekkie.
Kneel down and put your Hessian shirt on and then I'll whip you with the travel strap.
The Marty Sheargold Show, starring Marty. He's your old school funny bastard.
The Gold Coast is just an absolute shambles. They should burn it down.
And he does not care who he offends.
Well, you should wee with your pants up, not down around your ankles.
Kick your day in with a grin. The Marty Sheargold Show for breakfast. Weekdays from 6 to 9am on Melbourne's 105.1 Triple M.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
How good does a trip to the Gold Coast sound? Well, book your car in for a service at Le Mans Toyota this month and you could win your very own Gold Coast family holiday. It's so simple, I'll say it again. Book your car in for a service at Le Mans Toyota and you could win your very own Gold Coast family holiday. With 2 great locations, you can book your service online now with Le Mans Toyota, West Footscray or Deer Park. Visit lemanstoyota.com.au and book today. Car buying and servicing made easy. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. MCT 001208 T's and C's apply. Visit lemanstoyota.com.au for details.
Fev here. AFL collectible coins have landed at Australia Post, featuring all your favourite teams, Carlton, Brisbane, and the other ones too. Bag them all today. Get the full set for just $45 at your local participating post office.
The earlier cancer is found, the better the chances of treating it. So if you or one of your loved ones are due for cancer screening, don't delay. If you notice any unexplained changes in your body or on your skin, make an appointment with a doctor, nurse or health professional as soon as possible. They want to see you. Early detection saves lives. To find out more, visit our website at earlydetection.org.au. This is a message brought to you by Cancer Council Victoria.
Did you know that HCF has won CanStar's Outstanding Value Health Insurer 7 years running? We should throw a party for that. Hey guys, we're throwing
No party, that's our members' money.
No, we're not throwing a party. No party. HCF, we put our money where our members are.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles' famous once-a-year May Mayhem is the biggest and best ever. Spend $1,000 and we'll only charge you $750. Or spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. That's right. Spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. Don't miss the biggest and best National Tiles May Mayhem event of all time. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
The cold and flu season has begun, so support your family and their immune system with Nature Bee Power Pollen. Power Pollen is potentiated pollen, helping your body to access amazing micronutrients fast. Right now, buy 2 months' supply for $79.90 and get another 1 month for free. That's 60 capsules of immunity-boosting Power Pollen for free. Power up your family's immune defences this winter with Nature Bee Power Pollen, and you'll get 10% off your first order. powerpollen.com.au.
Need a coffee? Enjoy a cup of 7-Eleven's freshly ground coffee. Perfectly poured at the touch of a button. Made with fair trade certified beans. Batch roasted in Melbourne. 7-Eleven. Wonderfully easier.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Quarter time, Marvel Stadium, and it's Collingwood 4-3-27 leading North Melbourne, just the 3 behind. So it was the Dacos boys who kicked the opening 2 goals, then Brody Mychek and Jack Ginnivan got in on the act. And there's a nice lead by 24 points, as we said. Two-man, some of the Red Z lending numbers from that first quarter.
Collingwood's pressure at 189, North at 152. They racked up 10 intercepts in the front half, Collingwood. The AFL average for an entire game is 22, and to go in number 1 ranked player with 10.
And a couple of them were off their pressure, coupled with just some unforced errors from North Melbourne. Of course, Ream Hot Water built tough for Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a Ream. Boys at the back, Stevie J, Daisy Thomas, what did you make of the first quarter?
Yeah, I just thought it was pretty much how Two-Man summed it up. Collingwood were too good at scoring off turnover. They punished them. At times, North Melbourne didn't handle the pressure, over-handballed, and that was the game there.
Courtesy of Channel 7, let's take a listen to Graham Wright.
300th game, so we were disappointing, but to get the job done without him. Thanks very much, mate. All the best.
There you go. That was Channel 7. The quick, short and sharp. Graham Wright talking about Steele's side bottom. We just missed on what the actual specific injury is, but Nat has told us a knee injury. He's subbed out of the game in game 300. That's the big news of this first quarter. We saw him hobbling to the bench. His right knee, almost like it buckled as he was sort of limping out on the field, rubbing the inside of the knee, which might be the medial ligament. So we'll keep an eye on that one. We're going to get down. Nat Yanidis, you got an update for us, Bob Jane T. Marts?
Yeah, Joey, confirmation. Collingwood saying that it is a medial ligament. So he does have ice on the inside of his right knee. Doesn't look to be in too bad a spirits back here on the bench at the moment as we head to the second term.
Bob Jane T. Marts have a great buy 3, get 1 free deal plus instant cash back. Call or order online today. T's and C's apply.
Sorry, guys.
As we get this second quarter underway, Collingwood leading by 24 points. It'll be a rebound. And here's Nathan Brown.
24-point lead to the Magpies. Did it nicely and officially in the first quarter. Crisp. Darcy Cameron was taken without the football. And now he's tackled onto the ground. We'll have a ball up.
Roll off. Thank you.
Secondary stoppage inside the centre circle.
Darcy, Todd.
Dry Simpkin, the last one to get to his feet. Cameron and Goldstein will do the ruck work. Goldstein, clever little handball, looking for Simpkin. Good pressure from De Goey. There's Phillips again. Clever little handball. Gets the 1-2 from Hall. Then screws it around the body to centre half forward. Zurhaar in front. Couldn't take it cleanly. Bodies fly. There's a sore Magpie down. We'll get to that in a minute. Quaynor. Handball to Crisp. Here goes the Magpies run. De Goey. Nick Dacos has players everywhere. Wasn't sure what to do. And in the end, he made a poor decision. You never see that from Nick Dacos. And it's a turnover at half back. And the Kangaroos will look to go. Although Maynard made up for it. Came off his man. Applied some pressure. And straight away, Collingwood will attack again. Hoskin Elliott, the sub for side bottom. Back to Maynard, point of the square, drives it into the pocket. Cox stands his ground. Who's at ground level? Just Zeeble, who kicks a torp outside the defensive 50, playing in front. Sheasel did it well. If Stevenson gets on his bike, he can run forward, but he didn't want to really go. He wanted the short one. Simpkin ran on and he'll get the free kick. Right on centre wing. Magpies get back in numbers though, so Simpkin has to hold it up, wait. And now go into the pocket, looking for Larkey. Zurhaar will also fly. Murphy at ground level. That's going to be intentional. He kicked it straight out of bounds.
That's 15-10.
The North Melbourne forwards need to get on the move here, cause a little bit of chaos, maybe force a handover, not allow Collingwood to get set and intercept this mark on the inside 50.
End zone.
So a quick kick back in by Scott to the top of the square. Murphy comes across the front. Darcy Moore couldn't take it. Dacos at ground level had a fumble. He laid the tackle. Getting up was Greenwood. Quick chain of handballs, and it ends up with Howe. High ball, Larkey. Can't mark it. Should have had 2 hands on it. And Joey's man, Hoskin Elliott, takes it out of bounds, and that was a certain mark drop by Larkey.
I think it was Coleman
Jones.
Todd,
apologies to Nick Larkey. Have a boundary throw-in.
Opportunity for Goldstein against Darcy Cameron. Collingwood got plenty of numbers back inside the defensive 50, and they wrap up Greenwood. Jono Simpkin already got 7 contested possessions, two-man.
Along with 3 clearances and 9 disposals.
He's had a great season, Simpkin. So consistent now. On the last couple of best and fairest for North Melbourne, you think he'll be leading again? They might get a free kick. They applied or appealed for holding the ball, but it'll be another stoppage. 30 out from the Kangaroos' goal, still looking for their first. Greenwood with strength, shoveled it out, did well, got it to Howe off one step. That's the goal they've been searching for. Good play, Hugh Greenwood. Nice finish, Daniel Howe. And the Kangas are on the board there, 1-3-9. Collingwood 4-3-27 this second quarter, brought to you by Triple M Titanium Caravan Scoreboard. Titanium Caravans built tough to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Some good reward for effort there for the Kangas. Got some field position, repeat, inside forward 50 entries, stoppages, fought, scrapped. Eventually got a look on the back of some good handy midfield craft in there from Greenwood and a nice finish. Just interesting looking on the Harvey Norman, just where North Melbourne are electing to take their +1 here, right in the centre of the ground. You wouldn't imagine Collingwood quick kicking it out and it going to that position on the ground. You think it would be sort of more true centre wing position. So just a structural thing that they've obviously trying to identify. But that was a nice finish.
Kangaroos get there first. Back in the middle. Goldstein won it. But Adams was the first one there. Dived on the football. Underneath him. Need to get this out. And he does. He paddles it out the back to DeGoey. Left foot to half forward. Ginnivan paddles with the one hand. Did well. Heard the voice. Got it to Hoskin Elliott. Hoskin Elliott left foot dribble around the corner. It goes to half forward. And Crisp got it out of bounds. So a boundary throw in at half forward. Harvey Norman replay seeing that handball over the top. Don't miss it. Harvey Norman car park sale for 4 days only. Huge savings store-wide. Hurry. It ends Sunday. Boundary throw-in. Goldstein up against Darcy Cameron. Goldstein won that one. Only as far as Nick Dacos, who flips it out to his brother Josh. Dacos heard the call from DeGoey. DeGoey, left foot, inside forward 50. A bouncing ball and low steps it across the boundary line. Of a boundary throw-in.
Brett Ratton in the coach's box. Of course, second week in charge. He's caretaker coach for North Melbourne. Goldstein and Darcy Cameron. Bailey Scott, who had a big day last week around the clearances as that winger just sitting off the back, got good purchase, got it out almost towards centre wing. And we'll have another boundary throw in. The numbers, two-man, Red Z Lending.
Yeah, Will Phillips, Joey, 10 disposals. So his PB is 19, well on track to eclipse that. And Jordan DeGoey getting busy with 13 touches, leading ball winner.
Getting some good opportunity now, Will Phillips. Starting to see it. Boy, he was a top draft pick. He's going to be a player. He'll do those little in and under things, Stevie, that you might not see, but important to any good midfield.
Yeah, that's right. North Melbourne, interesting, playing very high up the ground here. The stoppage is on the wing, and there's only 6 players ahead of the front half for them at the moment.
Another ball up. A lot of stoppages in this game. 60 out from the Collingwood goal. Collingwood have set their forwards really deep, which allows space for the midfielders like Taylor Adams to kick it to Cox. Pulled the kick to advantage. Too big for Ben Mackay. And Big Meso will have a shot from 20 metres out at a 45-degree angle. This is his bread and butter.
Bailey. Surely he can go back and kick this one. A nice big celebration too for Big Meso in game 100.
You reckon he's got something up his sleeve,
I
Daisy?
reckon he's going to put that finger right up to the sky.
What do you reckon, two-man?
He'll kick it for sure.
Daniel!
Game 100, two-man's never wrong. And it's a subdued celebration for Coxie. His mum and dad are here in the crowd. Great effort from Big Meso. They all get around him, except for Nathan Murphy, who stays in the back half. He can't be bothered. And Big Meso will run to the bench, but it's the first goal of the second term. They're 5-3-33. Kangaroos 1-3-9 as Meso gets a round of applause.
Some brilliance there on the Harvey Norman replay from Taylor Adams. He won the ball. He looked like he was going to give a handball back when he did get it out to a winger or someone wrapping around. Decided that wasn't the option. Turned, went himself and just pulled the kick beautifully just to a big pocket of space. Saw on the Harvey Norman there. Cox hadn't even led, just put the finger out, wanted it to his advantage, and the kick was absolutely sublime.
Final scores at the MCG. Choice Hotels around the grounds.
Port Adelaide 10-17-77 defeated Richmond by 10 points, 9-13-67.
We're back in the middle here. Collingwood by 24. Howe, good handball. Got it to Sheasel. Sheasel almost handballed over the top of Goldstein. That would have been a high one. And he got it back Sheasel. Forward handball. Kangaroos inside forward 50. Looking for, and they can't find Coleman Jones. Ball at the ground level. That'll be a free kick going to Quainer. Too high from Larkey.
Stand.
Quainer, 30 metres out from the goal. He's defending.
Play on.
He's going to go to the outer side. So he runs his full measure. Chips the football. Looking for Bobby Hill. Big mark over the back. Chips the ball quickly. They've got the run on. Out towards Jamie Elliott. Jamie Elliott on centre wing. DeGoey kept running hard. DeGoey turned around. Now he marked the football. Collingwood, this is their run and carry game. It's hard to stop. DeGoey sold some candy. Went from 55. High ball to the top of the square. Hoskin Elliott can't mark it. Goldstein spoiled the fun.
Paid the block.
Paid the block. Paid the block to Joey's man, Hoskin Elliott. And it's going to be a free kick directly in front for the Magpies. We'll have a look at the Harvey Norman replay.
By law, I reckon it was there, but I don't think he needed to do it.
Oh, he didn't need to do it, no. The unofficiating umpire, the third one in the centre of the ground, was the one who paid it too, so 2 others thought it wasn't there.
Hoskin Elliott, 20 out directly in front. Certain goal for the Pies, and he gets it. So Collingwood a 6-3-39. The Kangaroos are 1-3-9. It's a 30-point margin. Titanium Caravan scoreboard are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Just need a little bit of awareness there, Stevie, to your point. There was no need to go back and disrupt. You could disrupt the run with bodywork, but not getting in his way to the point of giving away a free kick. Goldstein was going to mark that 9 times out of 10, even if Hoskin Elliott did have a run and jump at it.
Yeah, all he needed to do was make him run around his body. Just that split second would have been enough for Goldstein to take that intercept mark. And I think he just sort of stuck the arm out a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of a bump by law, Joey. It's there, but unnecessary. Terrific mark on the wing there by Bobby Hill, though. Wasn't that exciting?
Very good indeed. He's had a nice start to this one. Two-man, who's having a big game today so far?
Jordan Ngoe, clearly the number 1 ranked player, 14 disposals. He has 73 ranking points. Next in line is Todd Goldstein with 46.
His power running stands out. Watching up here, Jordan Ngoe back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Secondary stoppage. Sheasel in at this bounce with Wardlaw and Hugh Greenwood. Goldstein doing the ruck work. Mitchell and Nick Dacos in there for the Kangas. For the Pies, I should say. Greenwood couldn't get it off the ground. Darcy Cameron handballed over his head. Josh Dacos first onto it. There's Wardlaw going in hard. Couldn't take possession. Goes in hard a second time, Wardlaw. Then tries to shrug the noble tackle. Then gave an underground handball. Lazaro back to Howe, the goal kicker. And that's a nice little squeezing 20-metre kick wide. And finds Nick Larkey in front of Darcy Moore, who was just sagging off. And Larkey will have a shot 45 metres out, 5 metres in from the boundary line. Wrong side for a right footer. But he's another one, Two-man, who's normally a dead eye.
20 goals for from set shots this year. His career is 74%, Joey.
Oh, you jinxed Jack Ginnivan earlier, and he's missed 2. Let's see if you've done the same to Larkey. You have. Can you please stop that, Chew? Doesn't even register a score. And it'll get rushed through for a behind. Kangaroos 1-4-10. The Magpies 6-3-39. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. We've played 11 and a half minutes in this second quarter.
Pendlebury to the kicking in. Chips the ball to Noble in the back pocket. Pendlebury, one of the rare players who didn't play on from the 10-metre square to get that extra stat. Not enough disposals in his career. Probably doesn't need those ones. Johnson, big mark. Couldn't take it. Kennedy off his head. McDonald, he had his arm pinned by a couple of players, and Johnson dives in on top, ball up.
Two-man, has Pendlebury got the record yet for the all-time stats, or is it still Robert Harvey? I saw something. It's either Robert Harvey or Pendlebury's got it.
Most disposals. Come back
ever.
To you.
Yeah, come back with that one.
Good chain of handballs comes out to Simpkin, who blasts it back inside forward 50, and a good mark almost taken down there in the pocket by Coleman Jones, who's been lively so far, but he couldn't complete the mark. And it's a 29-point lead to the Magpies almost halfway through this second term. Of a boundary throw in, 30 metres around from the Kangaroos' goal.
Throw in, Goldstein able to work Cameron out of the contest, grabbed it himself, couldn't get a kick away there. Spicer, Daisy's man, taking in a tackle. Markov wraps him up gently.
Yeah, Robert Harvey, Joey, still 134 disposals in front of Scott Pendlebury.
So Pendles will have that record coming in the next month or so, you would think.
Great pronunciation of Scott there too, Ash.
I know, I was very careful and very mindful, Daisy, for Red Z.
Another ball up. Nick Dacos. Not sure if that counted as a stat, but the quick kick from Maynard only as far as Wardlaw, who takes the mark 40 metres out. And he will go back to try and kick his first goal in AFL football.
Well, he had a set shot last week, and I heard through the week he was very nervous, and he absolutely stuffed the kick up, went out in the full, so he's got a second opportunity here. He's done some nice things today. I love the way he gets to a body around the stoppages and tries to take his opponent on.
So the future of North Melbourne. Try and peg back the 29-point margin from 45. Here goes Wardlaw. And he's 0 for 2 in his career for goal. 1 goal, 5 for North Melbourne, so just not giving themselves a chance here to peg back the margin. They're 11. Collingwood at 39. It's a 28-point margin midway through the second term.
Has a crack, Wardlaw. Seen him for a quarter and a half here live. His ability to put his head in the hole, throw what sort of frame he has, that'll obviously get bigger as he goes, but he has a red-hot crack.
Johnson went up high. there and came down hard. Forward ball, finds McCreary. Johnson's up. Did well, chips the ball. Now he's got DeGoey. DeGoey into the middle of the ground. Pendlebury, centre half forward. He's got a couple of players on. Elliott's one of them, but he has to go back over the mark now. And he goes wide looking for Murphy. Murphy handballed it off. Noble back to DeGoey. DeGoey the right foot inside forward 50 looking for Elliott. Mark not paid. Picked it up by Bobby Hill. Now the Kangaroos relieve the area, but intercepted, and they get it back to Magpies. Crisp, handball, DeGoey, he's under pressure. Got it back to Noble. Noble pumps one back inside the arc, looking for nobody down there because Logue drifted in and took a nice mark.
So Logue in the back pocket. Patient now, wide to McDonald.
Outside play on. Yours.
Luke McDonald, the skipper. Low, flat ball. Not a really good kick. Collingwood had the numbers. Picked off easily by Braden Maynard. Just forward of the wing, out of side Marvel Stadium.
15, play on.
Pies by 28. Comes inboard to Pendlebury. Has time to wheel on that left boot. There's another stat. Goes to about 30 out. Big pack of flyers. Ball up.
This is where Collingwood are really dangerous because they don't mind losing the forward stoppage here, but they set up so well behind the footy. If they quick kick it out, they are very dangerous at scoring on turnover.
Ginnivan lurking at ground level. Got the hands free. Shoveled the ball out. Who's going to attack it first? McCreary wanted it the most. Handball Hill. Mitchell. Pendlebury. Top of the 50. Pulls the kick because he saw some Magpies out wide. And there he is. Hoskin Elliott. The sub. Who's already kicked one this quarter. He's going to line up from about 35 out, 50-degree angle to kick his second. He was good vision from Pendles.
Luxury of having Pendles off half-back, Joey. I was just going to touch on that. His ability just to play that quarterback role when he gets there. Got the ball under some heat and just checked the kick with a banana at the last minute as he caught Hoskin Elliott.
Hoskin Elliott for 2. No, he can't do it. 3 for 1 behind.
Come on,
6-4-40 Collingwood. Kangaroos 1-5-11. 29-point margin. Still just under 10 minutes left in this second quarter. 2 goals to Collingwood for the Kangaroos, 1 in this second term.
So the Kangaroos bring the ball out. Darcy Moore intercepts. That's out of bounds.
Thank you, Cal.
I reckon there was a bit of care for the opposition there. I reckon he could have put a knee straight through Zerha's back if he wanted to.
It's always good to have some care. Boundary throw in. Mitchell turned around and got the ball out to Hoskin Elliott as he got purple patch. Handball to Pendlebury. Pendlebury left foot to the top of the square. Myercheck's got his name written all over this. Used his body beautifully and marked on his chest against Logue.
Left side, 10. Keep coming. No, both of you keep coming. Jack.
So he spun around, and on the Harvey Norman replay, he just played the perfect forwards game. Got out the back of his opponent, nudged him under the football. And 16 goals too this year. He's been a dead-eyed dick in front of the sticks. Myercheck from 20, kicks the goal for the Pies, just squeezed it in. Titanium Caravan scoreboard sees the Magpies 7-4-46. The Kangaroos are 1-5-11, 35 points the margin.
The Pies have just got all the big winners out on the ground there at the minute. Every 50-50 contest they're coming up with weight of numbers. Geordie DeGoey's ability to work contest to contest has been absolutely brilliant this afternoon. And then Scotty Pendlebury, who was and is having a spell off half-back, just been absolute class, as you would expect when he's getting the ball, shoulders out, kicking inside forward 50. On that occasion, it was just to a good space, some dangerous space, realising that Myercheck had his opponent done cold.
Collingwood number 1 for pressure and tackle differential this year, and the tackles are at +11, 30 v 19. Pressure, 201 to 165.
Just the hallmark of their game now, Collingwood. Pressure and outnumber. McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Cox in the ruck. Adams had it stripped away from him by Greenwood. Gave it back to Coleman Jones, who kicks it straight down the throat of Darcy Moore. I know Stevie J wants Toby Green captain of the All-Australian team, but I reckon he's going to have to get past this man, Darcy Moore. What a year he's having and what a kick that is into the corridor to Pendlebury. Just back of the centre circle, short to Mitchell. Chris makes some space, doesn't go the first time, now the second time.
Starting to look dangerous for the Kangaroos.
So Jack Chris just held up right on centre wing. Interchange sides, good kick inboard. Mitchell, they're doing it pretty easily now, the Pies. Got to hang in here, the Kangaroos. Johnson and Cox want it top of the square. Mitchell points to everyone where he's going to kick it. It's a three-quarter kick for Cox, and the kick just wasn't quite on the full. And then Cox throws it back in, but it was out of bounds first.
He genuinely threw that back in, didn't he? It's like a basketballer at the under the rim trying to throw it back into a teammate. He was lucky it was out of bounds.
So dangerous signs here for the Kangaroos. Collingwood just picking through with their skill level. Cox in the ruck, couldn't take it with him. The ball at ground level. Getting the ball out was Coleman Jones, but his handball was smothered under pressure. Elliott went through. He couldn't take it with him. And now he'll have a ball up. Well, pushing the back, so the free kick will go to the Kangaroos. Free kick to go to Zurhaar. So Zurhaar's at half-back. The side trails by 35 points. Half-back, looks to the wing. Coleman Jones. Cox from the side. Read it nicely.
It's not working for them, North Melbourne. They're going to try something different. They had two players behind the ball there, Collingwood. Mason Cox and also Darcy Moore. They've got to try and go around and take some risks through the middle of the ground because the long down the lines are just not working at all.
Cox tried to go to the point of the square like they do Collingwood, but it was picked off by Zeeble. Knew where that was going. So they'll reload from half-back here, North Melbourne. Can they work their way through this Magpies defence? He goes wide to Daniel Howe, who hugs the boundary line looking for Larky, but Nathan Murphy right up his backside. Got the fist in out of bounds.
Becoming a really good defender, Nathan Murphy. Very, very much reliable, ever reliable. Heart and soul. Certainly knows his capabilities in terms of when he has the ball and what to do with it. But brilliant one-on-one.
Yeah, starting to get his flowers this year, Murphy. There's the Kangaroos are going to lose this clearance. Pies are off to the races. Chain of handballs. Crisp involved a couple of times. Now through the corridor. Taylor Adams has a bounce. Jamie Elliott presents short. Kicks that up, and he couldn't quite take the mark. The kick just wasn't great from Adams. Well done, Griffin Lowe. Got the fist in and won the ball back. Now Phoenix Spicer. Here's a chance for North Melbourne. This is where you can get Collingwood on the counter-attack. They all rushed forward, so there's numbers out everywhere for North Melbourne. Eddie Ford's just got to think his way through. In the end, he pops it up to Larky, and they do it well, North Melbourne. That's how you can get him on the counter-punch. And Larky should think his way through, step out, and snap it around for the Kangaroos second. Takes his time. Umpire sets the mark. And he hits the post. Bad miss for North Melbourne. Bad miss for Larky. 1-6-12 now. Collingwood 7-4-46. 5.5 minutes left, second term. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
So Noble plays on and looks for the short pass to Darcy Moore. It was a 50-50 one at best. Darcy Moore tracked the ball towards the boundary line. Jaden Stevenson's there. He later tackled Darcy Moore, then tried to get the ball out to the boundary line, but then found a player in Hoskin Elliott. He was pushed as he kicked it, but he found Bobby Hill. Bobby Hill against the boundary line, sold some candy. Around one, around two, now darts the football. That's beautiful. That is unbelievable play by Bobby Hill, and the Pies kept running. Noble, who kicked it in, went to half forward. My check mark on his chest, got the ball moving quickly, and inside forward 50. That is brilliant play by the Pies, and they've found Elliott.
That is a pleasure to watch. That ball movement, hemmed in, and Bobby Hill take a bow. His ability to think his way through that and choose the right option. Bought himself some time by some nice foot candy, but then executed the skill. And just the picking of the right and correct option and executing that skill all the way up the wing was brilliant.
They got him with the Chinese Maya checkers, Daisy.
Oh, boy. We'll come back to that in a minute. We need further acknowledgement about that. And it's through for one behind. And that is 7-5-47 to 1-6-12. 35-point lead of the Magpies. Please explain.
Well, North Melbourne are a pressing defence. They just wanted to keep pressing up, and they just able to take one after another Chinese checkers, and my check was the last link in the chain.
Triple M Seabus Super special comment. Seabus Super making hard work pay off.
I like it, Stevie. It was clever and humorous. There's now Eddie Ford goes inside 50 for North Melbourne. Stevenson, good mark. I never guessed it was on Brownie. Quaynor.
He lost one.
He's lost a one-on-one. And it's to Jaden Stevenson. And he'll go back and have a shot 45 metres out, 45-degree angle.
It's a nice mark by Stevenson. Coming back with the flight. Ran a bit of an angle. Quaynor seemingly too worried about where Stevenson was rather than going for the ball.
So Mason Cox in game 100's kicked it at one end. Stevenson against his former side. He'd love to slot this one. Well done, Jaden. Good boy. Got the goal. North Melbourne have their second. They go to 2-6-18. Collingwood 7-5-47. Jaden. Good boy. Well done.
Well done, son.
There you go. And they needed that, North Melbourne, just to give them a little bit of hope. We're ticking at 24 minutes in this second term. Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
He can do some very good things. That was courageous going back with the flight for Jaden Stevenson. Went back, kicked the goal. He can do some very ordinary things as well. It's good to see that the good things are coming out of him today.
Incredible start to his career, obviously. Rising star, dominant for a quarter in a grand final. Kicked 4, I believe. 3 or 4. Yeah, he was going very, very nicely in that grand final, and then obviously went to the hub, traded across to North Melbourne. So well done. Game 100. Good effort to get there. Nice mark, nice finish.
How many goals he kicked this year, Ash?
16, so he's kicked the second most for North Melbourne behind Lark. He also leads the club for tackles inside 50.
The bounce in the middle. Kangaroos get their second. Good bounce it is too. Mitchell, he's beaten to it by Greenwood, who socketed out of mid-air down towards half forward. Trying to track the ball was Phillips. He couldn't take it with him. DeGoey with the bullock. Put the ball out wide. It's a bouncing one. It's going to be out of bounds on the outer side. Oh, no, because Bobby Hill, he loves that boundary line at the moment. He's able to pick the ball up and scoot through. He'll get it back here, Bobby Hill. Hemmed in on the boundary again. Wanted to get around Simpkin. Simpkin wasn't buying it. Eventually, Darcy Cameron to Tom Mitchell. The Kangaroos just working hard to hem them in. Now Tom Mitchell's found some space into the middle looking for DeGoey. It was a big 50-50 one-on-one ball. Goldstein got down and paddled it back. Now the Pies with numbers. They couldn't take it with them. The Kangaroos on the counter-attack. Handball forward. Can they get out of trouble here? Simpkin, Goldstein, tackled, got it out to Hall. Hall had a fumble, got it back. Handball to Greenwood. Greenwood had his head taken off and he got a free kick.
Good pressure by the Pies, but Kangaroos handled it. Good passage of play in the corridor. And they're almost out at Collingwood. I'll be happy to give away the free kick, I reckon, because Greenwood's going to be too far out to score and it allows Collingwood to get numbers back. So Greenwood's just going to pop it up to the top of the square. Coleman, Jones and Larky. Moore got the double fister away to it. Bailey Scott running away from his own goal. Handballs into the pocket looking for Larky. Collingwood have the numbers. There's Murphy. Sees it out of bounds safely, 30 metres around from the North Melbourne goal. 2 minutes 20 left in this second quarter. Collingwood hanging on to a 29-point lead after leading by 24 points at quarter time. 2 goal to 3 quarter in favour of the Pies. Throw in, inside 50. Greenwood again. Phillips having a bit of ball. Shovels out the handball. Simpkin. Handball made it difficult for Powell. It was a poor handball. Invited Collingwood pressure, and now they swarm. Markov would have been away, but he had a fumble. So an opportunity here for North Melbourne. Greenwood did it well. Handball to Hall, just outside 50. Drills a bullet. Nick Dacos couldn't take possession. Ball spills to Daniel Howe. Had another snap. That's his third, and that one just hits the post. Through for another behind for North Melbourne. They're 2 goals, 7-19. Collingwood 7-5-47. 28-point margin. Minute 53 left in the half.
So Nick Dacos to do the kicking in. A bit of attacking going through the Kangaroos at the moment. Minute 53 to go before half-time. Dacos runs his full measure. Looking for Darcy Cameron. Meyer checks at the back as well and fisted out of bounds by Goldstein.
Dusty.
So a boundary throw in. About 80 metres around from the Kangaroos' goal. Goldstein and Cameron. Cameron tried to work his way to the front. He did so and he got the tap out, but Simpkin was handball out towards Eddie Ford. Could he keep it in? He did. He crosses the 50, centres the football. Larky ducks back. Can't mark it. Hit the ground level. Noble was there. Trying to pick the football up was Zurha. Zurha couldn't keep his feet to get a free kick, no. The ball got one high.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look at the Harvey Norman here. I'm not sure if that was there, Daisy.
The second man coming in, I think it'll be against Johnson. Noble, first tackle.
Still don't know if it was there.
Pretty soft.
I'll make it to your right.
But nonetheless, some good momentum here for North Melbourne. And as you can see on the mark, crouching tiger, Mason Cox has gone down there.
So Zurha to finish off the second quarter. with back-to-back goals to the Kangaroos from 51. Kick on the way. He's going to go wide. Truthful one behind.
Mason's so happy with himself there.
Inside the last minute. 2-8-20. 27-point lead to the Magpies.
What are you doing?
Jumped over the mark? Jump forward on the mark?
He's not. He covered the mark. No, that should have been 50. He had to jump up, but not forward. That's what he did.
Boys are onto it here in the back row. Darcy Moore does the kick in. Point counts. And the big fist will see that go out of bounds. 33 seconds left in the half, Two-Man.
Hugh Greenwood, number one ranked player in this quarter. 11 disposals, 5 clearances, and also throw in 4 tackles.
And he's been good, just giving support to this young midfield. Phillips, Wardlaw, Sheasel. Phillips having a big half too, Chairman. Gave it to Sheasel, make it 18 for Phillips. And that's a clever kick just over the head of Zerha, who was in space inside 50. Still might have time. Twist and turns. Handballs to Coleman Jones. Around the body, just didn't screw it well enough. Didn't get enough purchase on it. Could have been the goal they needed before half-time. Instead, Quaynor takes the mark. And the Magpies should hold on to a 27-point half-time lead. The Kangaroos had a crack in the second quarter. They were able to even up the contest, but couldn't do any damage on the scoreboard. And after leading by 24 points at quarter time, the Magpies 7-5-47, North Melbourne 2-8-20. The big story, Steele's side bottom in game 300, subbed out with a knee injury. And you've got Brownie, Nat Yanides, Two-Man, Daisy, Stevie J, everyone's here. And we'll look at the first half after this from McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M rocks footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M rocks football.
For Geelong, the Irish Nick Dacos has been named for his debut, which is exciting. His name is Ocean Mullen.
Ocean Mullen, what a great name.
He joined in
Sounds
2022.
It's an ocean mullen. I've been eating my whole life. Never hurt me. I got stomach cancer, but that was separate.
I'll have the grilled ocean mullen, please.
Full ocean mullen.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Weekdays from 6 on Triple M. Get the podcast now from the Listener app.
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
Fev here. AFL collectible coins have landed at Australia Post, featuring all your favourite teams, Carlton, Brisbane, and the other ones too. Bag them all today. Get the full set for just $45 at your local participating post office.
For the hottest of hot body you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Only Ream offers a 27-litre continuous flow water heater with 6-star efficiency.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Ready to travel? Check. Passport's valid? Check. Travel insurance as ready as you are? There's one cover that does it all. One Cover Travel Insurance. With unlimited cover for your overseas medical expenses, including COVID-19, One Cover provides complete peace of mind. Check. onecover.com.au. The one thing you need when one thing goes wrong. One Cover is underwritten by certain underwriters at Lloyd's. Always read the PDS before purchasing. Available at onecover.com.au.
Australia, now is the best time to enjoy Aussie fresh fruit and veg.
And right now, 100% Aussie Hass avocados are in season. And just $1.50 each. Just $1.50.
This week at Coles.
Offer ends Tuesday.
Imagine having a compact SUV that fits in anywhere and stands out everywhere. And now, with a big tech upgrade, the 2023 Hyundai Venue Elite is as smart as it is stylish. Thanks to the innovative tech of Hyundai BlueLink at your fingertips, control your venue from your connected smartphone. For standout innovation that fits into your life, the 2023 Venue Elite. T's and C's apply. Visit Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Can Kennard's Hire make your job easy? Ken Oath. With an extensive range of equipment for every job or project and branches across Melbourne and Geelong, Kennard's Hire has you covered. Hire online or find your nearest branch at kennards.com.au.
Kennard's make your job easy.
Australia's constitution is 122 years old and still doesn't recognise Indigenous Australians. This year, we have a chance to fix that and give Indigenous Australians a real say in their future. To find out more, visit yes23.com.au. Join us.
Authorised by Dean Park and Australians for Indigenous Constitutional Recognition Limited, Sydney.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10 Trade.
Half-time, Marvel Stadium, and it's Collingwood in control, leading this one by 27 points, 7-5-47. North Melbourne inaccurate, 2-8-20. Brodie Mychek, the only multiple goal scorer on the ground with a couple. Mason Cox and Jaden Stevenson have kicked goals in their 100th game. I'm here with Ash Chua, Jay Clark and Stevie J. This is the half-time break for Mitre 10 Trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10 Trade. Before we get to the boys, Ash Stewart, what are some of the numbers telling us about the first half?
As we mentioned, Collingwood number one for pressure and tackle differential, and the pressure rating they're at 195 v 162. They're plus 10 in tackles, and look at the scores from turnovers. The Maggers have posted 4-3 to the Kangaroos at 2 behinds, and their ball movement, Joey, from D50 to inside 50, 16 chains for Collingwood, that is, from their defensive 50. They've popped it inside 50 on 7 occasions. That's 44%. The AFL average is at 21. Just for North, they had 6 out of the last 7 entries inside 50, so they started to win the territory, but kicked the 1 goal 3 only. And just some leading ball winners. De Goey, number 1 ranked player, 18 touches and 5 inside 50s. Mitchell's had 13. Nick Dacos 12 and a goal. And for North Melbourne, Phillips, he's had 18. His PB is 19, and Simpkins been busy with 14 as well.
Stevie J, what have you made of the first half?
Yeah, I think his two-man's really touched on it. I think they were just too effective from the turnover. We know that they're the number 1 pressure team in the competition, Collingwood, and North Melbourne's a young team trying to deal with that pressure, and on occasions they just weren't able to, and lacked a bit of weren't as clean as they needed to be at times, whereas Collingwood, on the other hand, they make the most of their opportunities and go back and hurt you and punish you on the scoreboard. So that was the big thing, I think, through that first half.
Bring in Jay Clark, who's come to join us at half-time. Jay-Z, what's the big news out of the first half?
Well, other than Steele Sidebottom, who was subbed out in the first quarter with a suspected, or in fact a confirmed medial ligament injury. If that's serious, it could be 4-6 weeks, potentially more. If it's on the lightest scale, it could be only a few weeks. You cross your fingers for Steele Sidebottom. It's his 300th game, as you said, Stevie. He'd have all his family and friends here. Would Brooke be wearing a couple of different jumpers to be able to auction them off for the club or to keep for his mum and that sort of stuff. So you feel for Steele Sidebottom. There's shots of him down on the bench throughout the second quarter. Looks absolutely shattered. But I wonder if the big story brewing here at Marvel Stadium today is Jordan De Goey. Because we've talked a lot about Nick Dacos today over this season, Joe. He was the equal Brownlow medal favourite there for a while, had an extraordinary start to the season. But if he's the one being tagged, Jordan De Goey's the main beneficiary, isn't he? And, gee, he impacts and hurts the other side. It's never been more obvious this season than today. He's having an absolute field day out there. And you think about Collingwood's best and fairest, Darcy Moore would be right up there. We know Nick would be right up there. Geez, could Jordan De Goey win his first best and fairest this season? Wouldn't surprise me.
I was thinking about it while watching De Goey out there, that I was wondering whether even Brownlow-wise he could actually poll more votes than Nick Dacos, who's the Brownlow favourite, because he has been so influential, Jordan De Goey, in so many of their games. It has probably slipped under the radar slightly because of all the hype around Nick Dacos.
Yeah, I think it's been his power running. We see what he does around the stoppages and releases guys with his handball on the outside. But on a number of occasions in that first half, I seen him absolutely power running into the front half, and at times wasn't getting used. So I could see him really hitting the scoreboard in this second half.
We talk about the best field kicks in the competition earlier today. He's certainly right up there. But you know what's brewing. You know what's coming up. It's the mid-season bye. So if you put your Graham Wright, your football manager hat on, are you letting him go to Bali? He likes to do his best work there. Are you giving him his visa back?
100% I'm trusting Jordan De Goey to do the right thing in the break.
What do you think, Stevie?
Well, you've got to have your trust in your players, don't you? You'd hope that he'd learned his lessons from the past and that he knows that something special is brewing at Collingwood. And There'd be no bigger club that you'd want to win a premiership at, would there?
How long were you banned for the Torquay Hotel for?
I didn't get banned for that one, just had a couple of broken ankles which I had to deal with.
Got to trust them. Got to trust the players, Jay-Z. Hey, Two-Man, Choice Hotels around the grounds. Whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed. So when you book direct at choicehotels.com, go ahead, book it. What happened earlier today, please?
Port Adelaide defeated Richmond by 10 points. Port Adelaide 10-17-77 to the Tigers 9-13-67. Zach Butters continues his good form with 32 disposals and a goal. And Tim Taranto, Joey, just a lazy 33 touches, 7 clearances and 4 goals. So on the live ladder, Port currently sitting second, 1 game behind Collingwood. Assume they win. However, they're only 4 points ahead of Brisbane. They've got a game in hand against Adelaide coming up shortly.
Yeah, that's the game next. Adelaide Oval about to start shortly. We'll keep an eye on that one between Adelaide and the Brisbane Lions. The Amy halftime clangers. Who covers clangers on and off the field? Amy does. No one gets away with anything. This time, Two-Man is in the gun. And Two-Man, he's normally a dead-eye dick, Jack Ginnivan.
Career set shots 33-11, Joey.
You're putting this one in the book?
I am.
He's about 40 metres out. 15 metres in from the boundary line. Two-Man, you've done it. Commentator's curse now goes to you. Larky will have a shot, but he's another one, Two-Man, who's normally a dead eye.
20 goals for from set shots this year. His career is 74%, Joey.
Well, you jinxed Jack Ginnivan earlier, and he's missed 2. Let's see if you've done the same to Larky. You have. Can you please stop that, Chew?
Very good, Chew.
We're not asking you anymore, Chew-Man.
I reckon the commentator's curse.
It's a real thing.
82% of the time I reckon it happens from red set. So whenever we want a player not to kick a goal, we'll highlight their set shot conversion rate if it's positive.
You guys called Jaden Stevenson that gutsy mark going back with the flight early, kicked a early goal as well from that. If you reckon if he was still at Collingwood, Stevie, would he be in Collingwood's best 22?
Hard to say. I think his potential is as good as some of those players that are running around in the front half at Collingwood, but the hunger wavers from week to week, I think, depending on how he's going. So
uncertain?
Uncertain, because you look at the Collingwood small forwards right at the moment, and they're having, career best seasons, the whole lot of them. So they don't really need him there at the moment.
No.
Half-time, it's Collingwood leading the Kangaroos by 27 points. We'll get Nathan Brown and Daisy Thomas in the chair after this. But for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy, it's now time for a news update with Big Bad Matty Leighton.
Thanks very much. A country town in Victoria's southwest is in mourning after 4 locals were killed in a crash. A 5th teen is clinging to life at the Alfred Hospital after a car struck a tree near Hamilton. A tentative deal has been reached in the US just days from a deadline to avoid a potentially catastrophic default. The agreement between President Joe Biden and the House Speaker raises the $48 trillion debt ceiling. However, support from the Democrats and Republicans is needed to win congressional approval next week. The Prime Minister is vowing to focus on fixing the nation's aged care, disability, veteran services and early childhood systems. A draft national strategy for the care and support economy lays bare the circumstances of low-paid workers in these sectors. Anthony Albanese says public consultation on the strategy is now open. And a small fire has broken out on a cruise ship balcony off the New South Wales coast. P&O says the Pacific Adventure blaze was quickly extinguished and there were no injuries.
McPhail's, another great reason to visit Wangaratta. McPhail's Furniture, worth the drive with delivery up to 1,000 kilometres for just $59. Search McPhail's Furniture.
Right now at Marvel Stadium, it's 13. At halftime, the Magpies carry a 27-point lead over the Kangaroos. Police reply quickly to texting drivers. A message from the TAC as Triple M rocks footy.
That halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10 Trade.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Hey, this is David from Berwick.
Hey, it's Romy from Caulfield South.
This is Sean from Chatham. And I know
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Those legends are all on Triple M's standby list for the 4th Ashes Test at Old Trafford. And you could join them if you know the Marty Sheargold Show.
Who did Marty say were the heavy drinkers on campus at uni?
Engineering.
Engineering, they were always the heavy drinkers on campus. Always at the bar, blind. You have done it.
You absolute ripper.
I mean, we're not saving lives here.
Just enjoy it, it's fun.
Listen carefully to Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show for breakfast. Then answer a question after 9. Your next crack tomorrow morning. You've just got to know.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Ready for the footy?
Yep, let's go.
Let's skip the lights and jump on CityLink.
Just like the footy, Transurban's Melbourne made, and we want fans to get to the game quickly and safely. Whether you're travelling to the G or Marvel, CityLink will help you get to the first bounce on time.
How about a kick before the game?
You bet. Transurban, operator of Linked.
Bev here. AFL collectible coins have landed at Australia Post, featuring all your favourite teams, Carlton, Brisbane, and the other ones too. Bag them all today. Get the full set for just $45 at your local participating post office.
It's time to hitch up and get out of town with Springvale Caravans, the Melbourne home of Snowy River Caravans. Forget about the 6 to 12 month wait for your new van. Springvale Caravans have plenty of Snowy River Caravans in stock, ready to go. Springvale Caravans, still doing great deals on new caravans after 40 years. See the full range at 723 Springvale Road, Keysborough, and online at springvalecaravans.com.au. Great range, great prices, and always great service.
Witness one of the world's biggest stars as a family man. Really?
Family is everything.
The Family Stallone, exclusive to Paramount Plus. I mean, this is a dream come true. There's no place like Stallone.
He's the last person that wanted to do this show yet. He sees the camera and he's like, am I in frame?
That's the truth. The Family Stallone, an all-new reality series. Now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
With even more NBN speed to more Australian homes, NBN is really made for more. More what, I hear you say? Well, more streaming. More gaming. And more working from home.
Bye.
Pretty cool, huh? To find out how you could enjoy a faster, more reliable NBN home connection, search NBN More Speed. Experiences may vary due to a range of factors.
Mouthwatering meals start with MasterChef quality ingredients from Coles, like CanStar award-winning South Store-free Coles Aussie boneless pork leg roast, dropped and locked to $9.50 a kilo. That's value the Australian way at Coles. Locked until July 4.
When you think of Dry July, we want you to start thinking about travel. Why?
Morning, Jenny. Bright and early appointment today.
Hey, Dave. Dry July is a foundation that supports people affected by cancer, from providing transport and accommodation for cancer patients and their families to the specialist cancer nurses that support patients during treatment. This is why we Dry July.
Hey, I signed myself up for Dry July last night.
Good on you, Dave. Go dry this July. Sign up today at dryjuly.com.
Rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
It's half time at Marvel Stadium. The Pies lead by 24 at quarter time. They lead by 27 at the half-time break, 7:5:47. The Kangaroos at 2:8:20 as I head to the back row. And Daisy Thomas, how did you see that first half? What do you expect for the second?
The first half was competitive enough from a North Melbourne point of view. Just a class in the sides is what's separating the two of them at the minute. North Melbourne forcing into handball by Collingwood setting up so well behind the footy, and then that pressure that's coming forward of centre for the Magpies, getting turnovers in really dangerous spots, going back, scoring. Last 10 minutes there of that second term for North Melbourne was a lot better. Got some territory. I think they had 6 of the last 7 inside forward 50s, kicked 1 or 2 goals in that time. So a bit of territory, a bit of momentum for them, and were able to keep the ball down there, which is positive for them. But as the game starts to go on, it was almost as if throughout that second quarter the Pies were doing as they pleased, chipping the ball around, 15, 20-metre kicks, building the ball up. I expect the longer this one goes, the Pies to be far more dominant.
Matt Yannides on the boundary line at half-time for Bob Jane team, Marts.
Yeah, Brownie just keeping an eye on Steele Sidebottom as he walks along the boundary line here, giving fans high fives. They're giving him a standing ovation. Obviously, he has been subbed out of his 300th game with a confirmed MCL injury. Of course, the Pies will probably have that scan tomorrow just to confirm, but looks like he's going to be spending at least a month on the sideline. I'm told that he's got some friends in the crowd who even tried to get him to go to the bar with them now that he's been subbed out of the game, but I can't imagine that would go down too well with the Collingwood fitness staff. Paul Curtis is the sub for North Melbourne. He has not been activated into this match. And boys, I just want to ask a question about Mason Cox's style of standing on the mark. It's a really, really odd one. That last one in the second term should have been penalised for 50 because he went forward anyway, but he crouches down, he comes up as a jack in the box. How is this allowed?
I think it's allowed because he isn't moving in terms of forward, laterally or backwards, or he's not meant to be. He's just going straight up and down, which you are allowed to do. But then on that occasion that's talking of, he actually launched forward of the mark, and you certainly aren't allowed to do that when you're standing on it. That should have been 50 for going over where the set mark was. But he certainly takes a lot of pride in to getting onto the mark and doing his little jack in the box, as BT loves to call it. And when that goal was missed from outside forward 50, he strutted off as if he just happy with himself. He just personally putting that down to a bit of Mason time, which is why we love the guy. Nice work down there, Nat. Still side bottom. It's a sad thing because I'm led to believe through the Collingwood Football Club that he had 4 jumpers ready to go today. He was going to wear them and then auction them off. So one for himself, one for his mum, the club auction, and then the last one for an archive, Stevie J. So
cost himself some money.
Good plans, but I'm still imagining he could probably do it, couldn't you?
You could roll around out there on the boundary line, mate, and say that they're game worn. I know I wore about 10 pairs of 2007 grand final boots.
Now we're back in the middle. We're about to start the second half. All players in positions. It's a 27-point lead to the Magpies. 47 plays, 20. Beacon Trade is here to partner your business to make every tradies job easier. Join Beacon Trade for exclusive great price on Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
So everyone's in position. We're just waiting for the host broadcast. Get the second half underway. Collingwood by 27 points. Of course, McDonald's, it's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's.
Oh, they're good.
For a winning kick after the siren, available after 10:30am, Daisy.
They've got McSpicy nuggets.
Limited time only. Here we go. Goldstein and Cameron will do their battle again. Phillips on board with Greenwood, who's had an excellent game. Wins this clearance beautifully and bursts out of the centre. Drives it long and deep. This will be a perfect start for the Roos. Larky at the back, he had it, but he lost it. Went through his legs, would have been a goal. And the Magpies clean up through Markov, short to Josh Dacos.
Bad fumble.
Bad fumble from Larky. Josh Dacos, his numbers two in the first half.
Triple M Red Z, 9 touches and a major.
Quiet for him. Almost got one wing sewn up, you would think, in the All-Australian side at the moment. He's kicked to a contest on centre wing. 47 plays 20 to start this third quarter. Nick
Dacos getting injured today. Still side bottom's probably got the other one sewn up.
Potentially. Hopefully not too long out for side bottom. As Darcy Cameron just squeezes it 15 metres forward. It's going to be paid insufficient attempt. Basically the last kick rule these days. Nick Dacos and Taylor Adams starting on the bench for Collingwood. Wardlaw on the bench for the Kangaroos as Zurha flies, went up one-handed, couldn't take the mark. Stevenson and a whole host of players at the bottom of this pack. We'll have a ball up 50 metres out from the North Melbourne goal. Kicking to the left of the broadcast. Larky at full forward in the goal square on Murphy, Coleman Jones and Darcy Moore. Mitchell trying to win the clearance. Simpkin just threw that out. And the umpire was right onto that one. Good call. Scotty Pendlebury will take the free kick.
Time, stand.
Game number 368 today for the all-time great. And he goes short to the best player on the ground in the first half in Jordan De Goey. And again short to Maynard.
It's okay. Stand.
In front of Jaden Stevenson, who just helped him to the ground. He took the mark, but no 50. So sedate start to this third quarter. He's going to kick this ball. Well, it's a three-quarter kick in the end. De Goey has to sit under it. Well done by Hugh Greenwood. Back in front of De Goey. Took the mark.
He handed off to Sheasel. Now they move the ball to Stevenson. He's got Scott running. Uses Scott now. He wants to get back onto his right foot, which he does. Inside forward 50, but straight back to the Magpies. Read well by Murphy.
Stand.
He's a bit of a slow start to this third term. Murphy, 30 metres out from the goal, he's defending. He's got a few players short now. He's going to look for Mason Cox on centre wing. Up against Mackay. McDonald and Elliott are there too. Cox brought it to ground. Bouncing ball. Stevenson came in and cleaned it up. The 180 and then kicked an awful little ball, but it landed in the hands of Zurha. And he pumped it back inside forward 50. Quainer taps it out to Darcy Moore, who fed it back to Quainer. Quainer on the left. Chips the football. Looking for Mitchell. Can't find him because in from the side and taking a nice mark is Hoskin Elliott.
Time, stand.
Came in as the sub for side bottom early in the first quarter.
Stand.
Game started. Two-man Adelaide Oval.
Certainly has. 5 minutes into the first term, 1 point to Brisbane. Crows yet to score.
Keep an eye on that one. Should be a good game there. Two exciting teams to watch play. So now Markov sends it from half back to half forward. Big pack. The mark's been paid to Toddy Goldstein. Game number 305 for him. Squares it up to Sheasel. It looks like he's gone back to the half-back flank in this second half. Ben Mackay, who's hardly been cited, his numbers.
One handball for the game.
Not sure what's happened to Ben Mackay this season. He was dominant when he played last year. One of the best intercept marks in the game. Goes wide to Bailey Scott, having another consistent season. His kick towards Larkey. He's had his hands full with Murphy and Darcy Moore. And that ball goes out of bounds.
First 4 minutes of this quarter will not go down in the archives, boys.
No. Stay with us, Stevie. Don't switch off just yet.
Any more Red Bull, Stevie?
Got the red eye in.
Yeah.
With an armour guard.
Big 4 days in Perth. Got to be careful on the way out. Everyone knows now he's got 12K sitting in his pocket. Greenwood wins this clearance, goes towards half forward. Maynard, too strong for Stevenson, takes the mark.
Maynard looking for Nick Dacos. And again, Greenwood chips in and takes the mark, the intercept. What are his numbers? Ashley's been quite good.
Certainly has. Disposal number 17 and 6 clearances.
What were you Googling then, Ash? You were Googling something.
What were you Googling, Ash?
I was just looking at the average DBA rating at Marvel Stadium for an AFL game, just seeing if it's lower than the average.
The what?
Yes, that's the sound level. Decibel rating.
Josh Dacos kicks it. Just bring up the
Were you
page,
really?
the page again. Ash.
That was, yeah.
That's real next level.
That's real
nerd.
nothing.
That's real nerd
Bring
stuff.
up the page,
Yeah,
you're
what
on.
is it?
The average DBA rating at Marvel, he was.
Yeah.
Is it higher or lower than other games?
I'm still researching the data. I'll come back to you.
Boy, oh boy. Is the game that bad?
Yeah, it is.
Bring up the DBA rating.
Oh, wow.
It's just
Stevie, what are you saying?
like 7-level nerd.
Below average, I would have thought.
Inside forward 50 and dropping the mark was Elliott.
They have been quiet though, the crowd.
Don't ask Stevie J what he's Googling.
There's 45,000 people here.
DBA level. Yeah.
This has derailed the call. Flattened it even more.
You're bored, yeah?
True for NZ.
Phillips. That's a good clearance by Will Phillips. That's been a shining light in this game.
It's his PB.
He's
20.
playing absolutely his best game as a Kangaroo. Oh, Simpkins in the corridor. Howe doesn't want to go there. So continues wide to Griffin Logue. So still the half-time score, 47-20. We've played 6 minutes in this term. Not much happening. That's why Two-Man's looking at the DBA levels at Marvel. Miller Bergman. Centre wing, outer side. Forced to go long down the line. Murphy and Moore in this contest. Darcy Moore just over the back, too big. Ripped it out of the hands of everyone else. And taken intercept mark number what, Chu?
Triple M Red Z, number 3.
By the way, we haven't discussed how flat you were when you found out that intercept mark was taken off him
I
last
couldn't
week.
believe it, Joey. I was flat.
Yeah. We thought he had a world record last week, 11 intercept marks, but one was taken off him. So he only had the 10 to equal 7 other players as the ball goes out of bounds on the wing. Taken with the Harvey Norman replay. Terrific mark.
So Collingwood are happy to play slow and not be scored against, knowing that when they get their chances to turn it over, that's where they'll capitalise. So it's very slow at the moment, but when they get a chance to force some turnovers, that's when they'll go at the opposition and play quick.
Mitchell shovels it out, but only as far as Phillips, who went to half forward. Quainer picked it up, went back the other way, and then handball to Nick Dacos. Another one to Pendlebury. Pendlebury, low darting ball, found Darcy Cameron. Now they move the pies. Darcy Cameron offered up a handball, but then thought better off it. Now the umpire's going to ask him to move it on. So going to turn it in with the ball, Darcy Cameron. A high up and under ball. Mason Cox sits underneath it. Out the back. Couldn't mark it by Johnson. Zeeble inched the ball only as far as Mitchell. Now the kick out towards the Collingwood defender, Collingwood attackers, and now Bobby Hill's got an opportunity. Right foot snap by Bobby Hill, just misses. 28-point lead to the Pies.
Finally get our first score of the third quarter. Took almost 8 minutes. Kick in's going to be turned over. Sheasel only as far as Quaynor. His kick, he kicked it into the back of the head of Nick Dacos. And now the Kangaroos will chain it out by hand. They've got to be careful here. Stevie J said this is where the Pies can try and get them. They've been able to control the ball. Logan, now McDonald. Good clearing kick too. Zurhaar in the box seat. Takes the mark. He's got forward running past and Powell, and he ignored them both. And then he's going to kick the ball straight back to Collingwood. Although the fist will come back, and now Bailey Scott. Here's a chance for the Kangaroos. Simpkin. Zurhaar just goes looking for contact. Gave the fend off to Murphy. Screws it around the body on the left boot. Lazaro touched it. Play on. Bailey Scott. Can someone please do something? And the mark's been taken by Larkey on the goal line. And somehow the Kangaroos are going to kick a goal. Larkey's got it. And they get their third. The most unconventional way you would like, but it doesn't matter. 3-8-26. Collingwood 7-6-48. Back to 22 points. It's manageable. The Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
I was critical of Zurhaar in that first half when he had an opportunity to square one up and he didn't do it. To Larkey on that occasion there, could have done the same thing, maybe gone for the miracle goal, but he squared it up and good things come to those who have the best interests of the team at heart.
I like that.
Yep. Profound. Very nice.
Deep.
Confucius C. Triple M Sebo Super special comments. Sebo Super making hard work pay off.
I thought there was a high chance you were going to absolutely butcher that.
I thought I was going to buff it.
It came out all right.
It was good, wasn't it?
That was beautiful. That was elegant.
So for McDonald's Room Hot Water, Triple M rocks football. The Kangaroos got the last couple. Bounce in the middle. Cameron and Goldstein. Goldstein won it. DeGoey tried to soccer it out of mid-air. Didn't get a good piece of it. Howe picked it up. Handball missed Cheezel. Cheezel goes back, tries to get. Now the ball comes out towards DeGoey. He's got some space. He just needs to sit. He picks it up. He's 30 metres out and he nails the goal. Collingwood go back to a 28-point lead. It's on the Beacon Trade scoreboard. Mistake by North Melbourne. Paid the price through DeGoey.
And a bit of class there from Geordie DeGoey. He had a sensational afternoon. As soon as he knew he was out in space then, realised that he could pick it up, exactly how much time and space he had. Didn't even have to look at the goals. Fired nicely off the instep, just a little left to right slider. He's been best of field by an absolute mile this afternoon for the Pies. He's been brilliant playing in that midfield role. His ability and pace to spread but then follow up has been a real standout sitting up here watching on.
Yeah, we spoke about his power running in the half-time break. And in that first half, he didn't quite get used when he was in good position, but on that occasion there, to pick it up in 2 steps and kick the ball through the goals like he did there takes a high level of skill.
Back to 28 points. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Taylor Adams trying to get the hands free, did it nicely. Nick Dacos in at the bounce. Took a bounce when he was under pressure. Even he could make it work. Here's DeGoey again. He takes a bounce under pressure. And this time they cough it up. Goldstein. Well done, Pendlebury. Did enough to affect the handball. Maynard. High ball. Hall has to go. Ash Johnson was coming the other way. Got the free kick. 55 out. He goes into the pocket. We're looking for Ginnivan. Daniel Howe dropped the mark. Now Ginnivan's kick partially smothered. And Griffin Logue will go looking for Eddie Forward. Over his head. Wardlaw been pretty quiet in game number 2. Cuts into the corridor. That's a good kick. Coleman Jones got some separation on Murphy. Hall running hard. No one inside 50, so he has to pull the kick. It's a good one to Stevenson, who should go back from 45. Almost straight in front. Try and kick his second.
Really good decision from Hall, running through the centre. Full head of steam. Realised there was space out the back. A lot of players would have opted just to boot it to grass and let a foot race take off from there, but he pulled the kick. Stevenson realised, good connection, came back onto it.
Kick one in the second quarter in game 100. And the former Magpie lets it fly from 50. Not good purchase, but hooked it in doing so. Through for another behind for North Melbourne. Their 3 goals, 9-27. Collingwood double their score, 8-6-54. Let's get down to the boundary line. Nat Yanidis.
Harry Sheasel's just gone down to the rooms, blood streaming from his face, so no doubt they're going to clean him up and hopefully he'll be back out here shortly.
A bullet kick out from Darcy Moore and it found Dacos, who got it to McCreery. McCreery at half forward, chips the football. Now they move again, the Pies. Elliott, still 2 kicks from home, slows it down a little bit, leads darting everywhere. DeGoey comes up at him, elects not to go there, now goes to DeGoey, offered up a second time. 55 out. Has he got the journey here to go? He's just telling everyone to settle down. I think he fancies himself from here, Stephen.
He'll have to run out and kick it to the side of the man on the mark here. So look for him to arc out really late here and try and hook it across his body.
22 disposals. He's been big. He does exactly that. He's not going to make the distance. You can't miraculously find 10 metres on your own kicking form, and the ball wrapped up 15 metres out. He's not a 60-metre kick.
No, there's nothing worse than a long point either. The ones that get punched through, you'd rather that go maybe 25 metres out from goal, have a hot spot kick and a key target maybe presenting for a contested mark.
Ball up, Adams, tackle to the ground. Did he get it out in time? He did. The umpire said play on. Now we're going to have another ball up 15 metres out from the Pies goal.
Pies pressing. Adams sharks the hit, snaps the goal from the top of the goal square. Nice play from Taylor Adams. And the Pies respond with 2 in a row. And they get back out to a nice 33-point lead. 9-6-60, North Melbourne 3-9-27. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Look forward to seeing this one on the Harvey Norman replay. Really good forward, craft and mid-craft. Love the way he just attacks the bodies in there, Taylor Adams. He's hard and he's tough, we know that, but he's first to make physical contact to get separation or to engage his opponent. Came through that one at speed, landed in his lap. Just some great work. Aaron Hall was his direct opponent. Pushed him right in the mush. Got half a yard of separation and good enough to finish.
Triple M Red Z. Collingwood #1 for scores from stoppages. Differential 4 out of their past 5 majors have come from stoppages.
Good work, Truman.
So back-to-back goals to the Magpies. Mason Cox in the ruck now. Won that one. Mitchell, he couldn't get there. Picked up by Simpkin. He dropped the football, went back, got it himself, did well. But then Adams got him with a big tackle. And Adams, he's a pretty big kick of the football. He's going to try and go back and kick back-to-back goals, Taylor.
Stay out now, stay out.
He had players running around everywhere. Elected not to go. Now he's just calling for someone to lead up at him. To go, he did just that. Now he settles on a chipping ball and he kicks it straight back to Lazaro.
Play on.
Not sure he thought that one through, Taylor, too well. Now Lazaro to the outer side. Looking for Eddie forward. Strong name, strong mark. Chips the ball to Stevenson. Had some good patches. Get a couple of boos from the Magpies fans. That's a good kick to Zurha, but fisted away from him, Nick Dacos. The 1-2. Smart. He loves to stat up. He didn't need to give the first one, but he did, and he got it back, and now Noble marks the ball at half back.
Free kick, be Johnny Noble. Chew, what do you reckon to the crowd? Good crowd here, Marvel.
Crowd, I reckon about 45,000, Joey.
Yep. Noble kicks it into the corridor when he goes long, as they do on the angle, but picked off by Luke McDonald. Back to Eddie Ford.
Truman, what's the DBA?
I'm still researching the data, Daisy. I will definitely come back to you shortly. I'll email you during the week.
If it gets to that point, don't worry about it.
Eddie Ford kicks it inside 50. Big pack of players coming through hard was Zurha. He thought he might have been taken high. Instead, he's been pinged holding the ball. Kangaroos fans don't like it. What do the boys reckon on the Triple M Harvey Norman replay?
He grabbed him by the back of the jumper. It was legal.
Tried to play for the free kick. I think that's where the umpire would have said that was your prize, son.
Don't miss it. Harvey Norman car park sale for 4 days only. Huge savings store-wide. Hurry in Sunday.
Nick Dacos goes the long one to the outer side. The ball popped out the back. Zeeble high up and under the ball. Didn't make very good contact. Mason Cox sits underneath it. He fisted away. Went through to Goey's legs. Zeeble got a second opportunity. Didn't even do that well. Now the ball pops out. The Kangaroos through Bergman. Nice touch to Hall. Hall called to play on. Chips the ball towards centre half forward. Spicer couldn't mark it. Joey's man Hoskin Elliott's been okay since coming on. And now the Pies through Oleg. Oleg chips the ball to Ian Hill. And Ian's got the ball at half back.
Locked his game, Bobby Hill. Or Ian. Is he his name? Birth name? Mitchell inboard. Pendlebury thought he had the mark. Umpire said play on. Zurha missed Wardlaw with the handball, so has to go and try and mop up his own work. This time handball to Ford. Back to Zurha on his left boot, drills a low ball. Again, it was unconventional, but it might work. And Larky's taken the mark 20 metres out. Tough angle. He can either kick a drop punt, though, or snap around the body, depending on what he wants to do.
He's a drop punt operator. Little pokey one, half post high.
I'm not going to ask Chu how he goes with set shots.
Put this one in the book, Joe.
He's kicked one already. Hang on, Stevie J. Caresses that home for his second. He's kicked 2 this quarter, North Melbourne, and they're just hanging around. 27-point margin, 4-9-33. Collingwood 9-6-60. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Yes, Stevie?
I was about to say, I think you'll kick this straight through the middle, Joey.
Oh, sorry, Steve.
And you were right. They are hanging around here, North Melbourne. They've caused a couple of turnovers in decent areas and been able to score and pick the right decision. Albeit that time Zurhar again on the left foot, good enough to execute. Fair case to mount that Pendlebury may have been paid the mark as we have a look there on the replay, Stevie, but not the case, so Luck's of fortune.
Just looking at your hairdo.
What's up?
Real cocky sort of setup.
What'd you call it?
Cocky. Bit of a cocky spread.
Two man, Choice Hotels around the grounds.
We've got Brisbane by 8 points over Adelaide, 2-4-16. Crows 1-2-8 deep into the first.
Pendlebury having a good chat to the umpire. Jose will be taking his number down. Ball up, back in the middle for McDonald's, Rem Hot Water, Triple M, rocks footy. Ball pushed forward by the Magpies and Chris picks it up and he's tackled to the ground. Little ball up. Don't mess with my man Pendles, Jay-Z says. It's not the greatest game of football at the moment. Ball up. Scrappy sort of game. North Melbourne working hard though. And a free kick goes to Wardlaw. I don't know what his nickname is with a name like that. Warlord?
Put it on. Play on.
Georgie, give us some thinking time, mate.
Oh, come back there. Big tackle in the middle of the ground by Adams. Turnover. Ball to Mitchell. Mitchell's got DeGoey running. Wants to get his left. Now he does. Looks out to McCreary. They won't catch him. He's the quickest man in the AFL just about. Gave it off to DeGoey. DeGoey goes for number 2. And he can't finish. 3 for 1 behind. Collingwood by 28 points. 9-7-61. North Melbourne 4-9-33. Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, Stevie J, you said at half-time the way that DeGoey was playing, you thought he'd hit the scoreboard in this second half. He wasn't getting used. He's had a couple of cracks this quarter. He's kicked one, and that one touched on the goal line. 28-point margin. Zeebles kicks a shocker, picked off by Josh Dacos.
Stand.
And he takes the mark 49 metres out. He's going to wheel and go. Launches from 50. Goes for home. Has it got the journey, you betcha? It's going to be a score review, but you can put it in the bank. It'll be second.
I believe it's a goal. I'm just checking the ball at the goal post. Score review.
They're checking to see if it hit the goal post. It does look actually pretty close on the replay.
You said put it in your book.
I did.
So I put it in my book.
I think you might need to rub it out.
They got Snicko here?
Yeah, go to edge.
I don't know why they go straight to edge.
Because the sponsors of the Arc then don't get enough airtime, Joey.
It's crypto.com. Branding, crypto.com.
I don't use them.
Don't use crypto.com.
I'm sure they're a great mob, though.
Are you still rolling through Binance?
How's your crypto going?
Review complete. Looking at these angles, there is no spike on edge as the ball passes the post.
There you go. So the
scoreboard.
goal's going to count. It'll be 2 to Josh Dacos. And Collingwood get the quick reply. And they get it back to 34 points the margin. 10-7-67. North Melbourne 4-9-33. 22 minutes played, third term. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade, let's make light work. Choice Hotels around the grounds.
Around the grounds, Joey, we've got the Lions by 14 points over the Crows. 3-4-22. Adelaide 1-2-8. 4.5 to go before quarter time.
So 3 goals to 2 in this quarter. The 2 goals for the Kangaroos have both come from Larky. Josh Dacos gets his second. 5 minutes to go before three-quarter time. Estimation on the crowd, Ash? You early 40s?
Yeah,
mid-40s?
Mid-40s, 45,000.
A quiet 45 though, yeah, Ash. That's where we're going.
Spot on, Daisy.
Just joined us. Ash has been checking the decibel levels here at Marvel Stadium and how they're recorded. He's lost interest in the game there for a while. Jaden Stevenson. As we look down to the boundary line and Bob Jane T-Mart's, we can see that Sheasel's just about to come back on. We'll get down there in a minute. And we might head down to Nat. Sheasel down there. Looks like he's patched up, ready to go.
Yeah, they're just changing his jumper. Obviously had a little bit of blood. Not too sure if he had a concussion test while he was down there, just waiting for confirmation.
Bob Jane T-Mart's, buy 3, get 1 free deals, plus instant cashback. Call or order online today. T's and C's apply.
Boundary throwing inside 50 for North Melbourne. Chris wins the clearance. Forward handball. McCreary in front of his opponent. Feeds it back to Josh Dacos along the boundary line towards centre wing. Ash Johnson couldn't take the mark. Collingwood have got the run. Pendlebury's clean. Handball from McCreary. Couldn't take it the first time. North Melbourne do well. Eddie Ford, strong tackle. Strong name, strong tackle.
He's a good name. Eddie Ford.
He's had not a bad score. Just take a look at the Harvey Norman replay too. What happened to Sheasel? He copped the back of the boot as he was diving to tackle McCreary. The bottom of McCreary's boot got him in the head. That happened to me once. Split my nose open. Had to have plastic surgery. Darcy Moore takes intercept mark. Handballs to Markov. Maynard. Chain of handballs through the corridor. Chris lowers the eyes. Again looking for Johnson. And again, Zeeble got the fist in. Collingwood's forward pressure though. They pick it off. Pendlebury to Nick Dacos this time for his second goal. Right to the goal line. Ginnivan takes the mark up against the goal post. He just needs to step out on his left. And he'll kick his second goal as well. And this might make it a game-high 40-point lead late in the third term.
Jack, 1 metre to your right.
So he's up against the point post. Man on the marks, up on the goal post.
6, whistle.
He's waiting for the clock to tick down to 3. And he's got it. Easy pickings for Jack. He's got a couple. Collingwood have kicked 4 goals in this quarter, and they are out to a game-high 40-point lead, 11-7-73. North Melbourne 4-9-33. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard late in the third.
A really nice exponent there, Stevie, of what we like the players to do when they are that close. Not to go back too far, only stay the 2 or 3 metres from the man who's on the mark. So then when you do step out, your angle is greater than if you do go backwards. Never going to miss that Ginnivan. Skilled player. Good mark, kept his eye on it the whole way through, but loved the finish. Thinks his way through it. Clear routine in and around that area. A lot better going the banana from 2 metres out rather than 48 like we saw him try in the first term.
Spot on. Trusted his execution, took his time, and kicked the goal straight through the middle.
Let's head down to the boundary. Nat Yanidis.
North Melbourne have activated their sub. Phoenix Spicer has been subbed out of the game.
And no chance now.
The Kangaroos get the ball in the middle. A chip ball and finds Powell. Powell right in the circle. Handball. Made it tough for Scott. Set him up. And Elliott mowed him down from behind and will have a ball up. Brett Ratton looked away in disgust. He couldn't believe it on the Harvey Norman replay.
Darcy,
the ball up at centre half forward. Darcy Cameron flipped it out to DeGoey. DeGoey to Hoskin Elliott. That's Joey's man. He put it out in the half forward. Cox, a bouncing ball, went away from him. McDonald picked it up first. Zeeble chips the football. Scott did some nice work on centre wing. Just to move the ball. He's looking inboard. Now looks for Goldstein. He can't mark it. He's up against 3. At ground level, Zurha was there. Darcy Cameron took it off him. High up and under ball to centre wing. Elliott can't mark it on his chest. He went to ground. Quick handball by Dacos was great. Maynard, Mitchell, another handball on. Ginnivan's got it again. Pick your pie. There's 2 of them there. One of them's Myercheck. He'll run in and kick a goal. Great teamwork by Collingwood. He's got 3. 79 plays 33. Collingwood in control.
Touch too easy in the end there. Brilliant piece of work from Nick Dacos in the middle there. His ability just to pick the ball up and give a handball with absolutely no time whatsoever. Pendlebury thought his way through it. North Melbourne, it was an interesting kick to try and go with the more aggressive, longer down the line option. High risk, high reward, but for the Pies, once they turn it over, they're so good on offence. Spreading the field, connecting the dots. Ginnivan there. His ability just to look up and sum up the fact that the man pressed out, who was the direct opponent of Myercheck, chipped it over the top. The easiest of goals that Myercheck's probably ever likely to kick. Smiling on the Harvey Norman as he kicked it.
They're having fun now, the Pies. They've put the Kangaroos away. and they can fill their boots in the next quarter and a bit. Nick Dacos, quick kick inside 50, Mychek. Dive, just couldn't quite reel it in. He might have hurt himself in the process. We'll have a ball up 45 out from the Magpies' goal.
Yeah, they've obviously got a philosophy that they want to press at the ball carrier, but there's still that decision in football where you got to say, no, I might make that bloke try and kick a goal from 35 rather than give him the Joe the Goose over the top.
De Goey again goes in and wins the footy. Tried to handball it out wide to Josh Dacos. Howe picked it up, but Collingwood pressure again. Turn it over. Quaynor, Ginnivan, back to Quaynor. 55 out, kicks it to the top of the square. Ash Johnson's got his name all over it. Spun Zeeble inside out. He's taken the mark 15 metres out in a slight angle. We're going to have a blood rule. I think it's Darcy Cameron who will come to the bench. While we wait for him, Shoeman, Choice Hotels around the grounds.
Thanks, Joey. We've got the Lions leading the Crows by a point. They're, in fact, 2 points now. They're 3-5-23. Adelaide 3-3-21 nearing quarter time.
Nat Yanidis, Bob Jane T-Marts, can you confirm what's going on with Darcy Cameron?
Yeah, so it looks like he's got a nick above his left eye, so the doctors are going to patch him up. Took his time getting off, though, obviously.
Bob Jane T-Marts have a great buy three, get one free deal, plus instant cashback. Caller order online today. T's and C's apply. As Ash Johnson lines up for a drop punt. 15 metres out, slight angle. Hasn't hit the scoreboard today. And he now joins in on the party. That's 4 in a row. And it's 7 goals for the quarter. And they can enjoy the fourth quarter here at Marvel because they have a comfortable lead now. They're 13-7-85. North Melbourne 4-9-33. Minute 20 left. Triple M Beacon trade scoreboard.
Yeah, interesting to see what the North Melbourne coaches box does here, Joey, because the way this is heading, it could end up being a 100-point loss to North Melbourne. Do you actually put a number behind the ball and maybe dry up some of this scoring and stay a little bit more competitive so it's not an absolute blowout where the players start to lose the belief in their own ability?
So put your coach's hat on, Steve. If you were the coach right now, would you want to stem the bleeding or would you rather let the Kangaroos just play?
Well, I think for their development, you'd love to see them take the game on, but this is starting to look ugly, so I'd probably put one behind the ball.
9 goal kickers for the Pies. You look down the list, De Goey's got 9 goals in 9 games. Elliott 10 in 10. Hill 13 from 10. McCreary 10 from 10. It's just even across the board. Johnson 10 from 8. Just an even list. Collingwood. One outlier there is Mychek, who's had a wonderful season. 25 for the year so far for Mychek going into today. How many did he kick today, Ash?
3 majors.
So he's up to 28. Pendlebury intercepts this one. The Pies want more. Crisp in the middle. Nick Dacos demanded the football, but then his handball was intercepted. The Kangaroos will win the ball back through Wardlaw. His handball was inventive, but put his team under pressure. And now Nick Dacos went with the outside of the boot. I think getting a little bit too cute. I thought the handball was onto a couple of teammates running past. He looked for his brother on centre wing. It was okay. He found Quaynor. Quaynor looking for Nick Dacos, but Powell came in and picked it up. And
football, increase disposal.
Free kick around to Collingwood.
Collingwood. Yeah, thank you.
Couldn't agree more there, Nath. I reckon he had multiple options with a simple handball and he decided to try and get it to his
Hollywood,
brother.
wasn't it?
It was a bit Hollywood.
Josh Dacos draws a low flat ball to Mychek. Too far from home. 20 seconds to go in the quarter. He knows that, so he wheels and goes with a bullet and finds Ash Johnson, who takes the mark on the lead. 30 metres out up against the boundary.
Well, I need to see what's happened here with the separation that he got from Ben Mackay. Ben Mackay was standing hands on hip at the top of the pocket. Oh, my goodness.
Come on, Benny.
Come on, Benny. He fell asleep.
Genuinely no body work, no awareness. Just allowed Johnson to lead up into a pocket of space.
Proper asleep. Someone had to set an alarm for him.
Yes.
So Ash Johnson with the siren gone, can't snap. He's been told by the umpire to hold his line. Big Mason Cox is running down to the goal square.
What's Mason doing? Siren's gone.
Johnson's going to kick this 40 metres out, just inside the boundary line. Never likely near side. So a dominant third quarter. A premiership quarter by the Magpies, 7 goals to 2, and they have a comfortable lead at three-quarter time. It's 53 points. They're 13-8-86. North Melbourne 4-9-33 for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
The footy's on Triple M.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
it's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's for a winning kick after the siren. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
It can be bloody hard dragging yourself out of bed some days. We agree. That's why Triple M has this guy revving things up from 6 for brekkie.
Get over here, will you? I've made fire.
The Marty Sheargold Show, starring Marty. He's your old school funny bastard.
Yoga's not for men, mate. Yoga's for ladies.
And he does not care who he offends.
Where are you from?
I'm from Donegal in Ireland.
What about the no foreigners, Matthew?
Kick your day in with a grin. The Marty Sheargold Show for breakfast.
Join the show full time if you like.
Weekdays from 6 to 9am on Melbourne's 105.1 Triple M.
When you're hungry for something different, book it. When your team is playing, book it. When the music has started, book it. Whatever your reason for travelling, Choice Hotels have over 170 locations across Australia and New Zealand ready and waiting. And you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com. So go ahead, book it with Choice Hotels. Terms and conditions apply.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robots got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robots got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robots got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Fev here. AFL collectible coins have landed at Australia Post, featuring all your favourite teams, Carlton, Brisbane, and the other ones too. Bag them all today. Get the full set for just $45 at your local participating post office.
I've just received a very interesting tip-off. Budget Direct customers in Victoria told us that they saved, on average, $272 when they switched their combined home and contents insurance online to Budget Direct. Isn't it time you switched to Budget Direct?
Insurance solved with Budget Direct.
Data provided by customers who told us they switched from a comparable policy between December 1, 2021 and May 31, 2022. Issuer Auto and General Insurance Company Limited. Read PDS and TMD at budgetdirect.com.au to decide if products suit you. Individual circumstances and policy terms may vary. Compare for yourself.
The Honda CR-V is now in run-out with 7-year extended warranty on non-commercial use vehicles, 7-year premium roadside assist and 5-year low price service on new vehicles only. Visit honda.com.au for T's and C's, only while stocks last. Honda Australia Pty Ltd, LMCT 4136.
Imagine a time, far from now, where all of the world's energy is generated from 100% renewable sources. Well, now that day isn't someday, it's today. Here at Pacific Blue, we generate 100% clean energy from renewable sources like the wind, and we have done for more than 30 years. Pacific Blue, generating 100% clean energy, now. Discover more at pacificblue.com.au.
We are gathered here today to mourn the passing of Instant Asset Write-Off. Yes, Instant Asset Write-Off was loved by tradies across the country, allowing them to immediately claim the tax back on work vehicles.
Hold the funeral! You've actually got till June 30 to take advantage of Instant Asset Write-Off. It's not dead yet.
And who are you?
Oh, I'm from Car Clarity. We're the experts in car finance and Instant Asset Write-Off. Head to Car Clarity to find out more.
Very good.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Three-quarter time, Marvel Stadium. Collingwood leading by 53 points. They're 13-8-86. North Melbourne 4-9-33. Brody Mychek's kick 3. Josh Dacos has got a couple. Jack Ginnivan's got a couple. Nick Larkey have got 2 as well. Stevie J, Daisy Thomas. Collingwood just did what we thought they would do in the third quarter.
Yeah, after about the first 5 minutes there, North Melbourne had a bit of the ball up there and were able to kick a couple of goals back-to-back, but every time they scored, or after that second goal, it just felt like the Pies did it as ease. They got in the ball in their forward line, and once they start to get this turnover game going that you've been big on all afternoon, Stevie, that run and gun, North Melbourne have no answers for it. poor decision-making coming forward and defence from North Melbourne, making it easy for Collingwood to identify who the next player in the chain is.
Yeah, it does make it hard to defend when you are defending off turnover and poor turnovers. So we know that that's what Collingwood are able to do, bring the heat and get turnovers in the middle of the ground and go back at a disorganised defence. So those players don't know whether to press up or hold back on their opponents, and they're just not getting it right at the moment.
Nat Yanidis for Bob Jane Team Art. Just recapping the big story of the day first.
Yeah, so still side bottom hurt his knee in that first quarter in a tackle with Cam Zerha. Came to the bench, looked really proppy. Collingwood have since confirmed that he's done his medial ligament in his knee, so he's certainly going to miss some footy in his 300. This is in his 300th game, of course. He is all smiles, though, on the bench, signing autographs. North Melbourne have also activated their sub. Phoenix Spicer is out of the game and Paul Curtis is in.
Thanks, Nat. Fourth quarter underway at Marvel Stadium. The Kangaroos trail the Collingwood Footy Club by 53 points, and out of the middle goes Simpkin. Lost the football. Fortuitously it landed in the lap of his teammate, and Scott chips the ball towards Larkey. Strong mark by Larkey. Really strong under enormous pressure. And his kick two will go back for 3.
You know, the other thing I've noticed about Jordan De Goey, we've spoken about his power running, but some of his pressure acts there, he probably should have tackled in the middle of the ground there. He knocked the ball free of the North Melbourne player that had the ball in the hand, but his defensive run is something I've seen massive improvement in as well.
So Larkey kicked 2 goals in the third term. The Kangaroos only scores for that quarter. 48, Larkey kick on the way. It's a beautiful kick of the football. And this one just fades wide, through for 1 behind. 52-point lead to the Magpies. Up after this, we'll head to Adelaide against Brisbane at the Adelaide Oval. Chris Dittmar, Mark Soderstrom, Dom Cassisi, Brett Biglands and Theo Dropoulos will take your call there for the last quarter.
What is the score there? Choice Hotels around the grounds, Stu?
Brisbane 3-6-24, leading the Crows by 2 points. 3-4-22 early into the second.
Kick went to the wing. Ash Johnson, clever little tap on to Mychek, who pulled the kick on his left boot brilliantly to Mason Cox, who then lost his footing. Has to wait for some support. There's Jordan De Goey. He just bobs up wherever the ball is. Tried to get it out to Elliott, but it was picked off by the Kangaroos. And Bailey Scott whisks it away, gets it to Stevenson, and then runs on and gets it back. Bailey Scott, his numbers. Ed?
19 on the back of 33 last week, which was a career high.
Well, that kick wasn't his best, though. Made it hard for Goldstein. He'll get it back. Bailey Scott disposal of number 20. Luke McDonald on the left boot. Kicks it to half forward along the boundary line. Chris floating across, taking the mark. And we'll just hold it up. Slowly, here's Bobby Hill. Kick into a little pocket of space. He's looked good today, Bobby. Had some exquisite moments by foot. And here he is up at half back. Oh, that's one of his worst kicks. Straight to Paul Curtis in the middle of the ground. And the Kangaroos are away here. The sub Curtis sees Larkey working the space. Can it get over the hand of Darcy Moore? It does. And then Bobby Hill puts his hand up to apologise. And Larkey, who's kicked 2 goals and a couple of behinds as well, should get his third.
That's one of those turnovers that you cannot defend. Clearly have the ball. Half-back flank, looking up everywhere. Not sure why. There was a little chip kick into the corridor. Fair miss hit, but the defence not set.
To kick 3 out of their 5 goals. He's done it again, Larkey. First goal of the fourth quarter. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. 5-10-40. Collingwood 13-8-86. Can I get his percentage of goals the last few weeks? I think he's been kicking 4 out of 6 and
very efficient.
4 out of 7. Yep. Whatever they've been kicking, he's kicking half their goals. He's got 3 goals too this afternoon, and they get it back to 46 points. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Bobby Hill certainly sliced that ball. I don't think the option was ever on. I think he looked early and then he looked late, and the option still wasn't there. He tried to make something up, and as Daisy said, you can't defend turnovers like that through the middle of the ground.
Real tough Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a ream on days like this, nice and cold outside and wet. That's when the ream comes in handy. Bounce in the middle to Goey. Couldn't take the ball with him. Picking the football up was Wardlaw. To half forward and Stevenson. Been okay. Handballed it off to Scott. Scott, not a good football. He gives it straight back to Maynard. Stand. So Maynard at half back. He looks in the middle. Crisp offers up a lead at centre half back. Would have been a dangerous kick, so he settles on one down the line. It's a good kick too, Darcy. Cameron up high.
1 metre, stand.
Marks the football. So Cameron at the half-back. Very impressed with how Isaac Quainer looked a couple of weeks ago. He went to half-forward and Johnson couldn't complete the mark. Pendlebury picked the footy up. Left foot, floating ball inside forward 50. Mason needs to make up some ground, and he does. Stuck one hand out like the Statue of Liberty, and it's stuck.
That's brilliant. Completely out of position. No body work. Just awkwardly put a hand up. And
it's pulling a cherry off the tree, wasn't it? Just put the hand up. Daisy, you're looking at me a bit.
Yeah,
I haven't pulled plucked cherries before?
No, I haven't.
Statue of Liberty was good there.
Yeah.
Mason Cox, 48 out, hits it sweet. In his 100th, he goes to the crowd and he says, have a look at me. And he is bums on seats, this man. Mason Cox gets his second, and it's a 52-point lead to the Magpies.
Well, there's the celebration we're expecting after the first. And here he comes again, straight to the bench.
He loves coming to the bench after a goal, doesn't he?
Shoulders back. Listen to the applause. This is why.
Go, Mason.
Look at the decibels.
Go, Mason.
Do we get a reading there, two-man?
There's a spike.
We're actually building the software to get the DBA rating through Champion Data, so...
Well, that'll cost them.
We'll put that into the budget. But that would be an all-time high for this afternoon, I guess, for Red Z Daisy.
Brilliant. It was a nice finish, though. A decent enough mark, too. Parents in the crowd appreciated that one.
So back in the middle. Goldstein on the tap down. Powell, Phillips. He's had a career high day. She's off half-back. Simpkin. He's got those little twinkle feet. Look at him. Just steps around a couple of Magpies. Twinkle toes towards half-forward. Zerha. Strong mark, centre half-forward. He might have the journey from here if he wheels and goes. He wanted to, but Maynard was onto it. So he stepped around him. Ran to 45. Drills a low bullet for goal. Nice finish. That's what he's capable of. He's got the goal. 6:10:46. Collingwood 14:8:92. Still plenty of time in this fourth quarter. Good finish, Zerha.
8-7 a shot, Zerha.
Two-man asked about Larky. How many goals has he kicked?
Past 4 rounds. He's kicked about 36% of North Melbourne's goals as Larky. He's kicked 3 out of their 6 majors today.
More than a third.
Yeah.
Two-man, just the stat you just passed me there.
North fans, it's good to see a lot of energy after that Zerha goal. I thought we'll play at the old footy park against the Adelaide Crows back in 1998.
You're trying to be funny, Asher.
Yeah, I was.
You've written North fans go wild and passed it to Daisy.
I appreciated it too.
You had to stand on your own 2 feet and come out with that, Ash.
He was passing on the special comment.
That's right.
Nick Dacos intercepted the football and got the handball to Pendlebury, another one to DeGoey. Mitchell running shotgun, DeGoey elected kick. Out the back, was it a free kick? It wasn't, and the ball went to the boundary line. I thought DeGoey could have ran a little bit further then and had a crack at goal, but elected the pass and the ball's out of bounds.
100%. He should have gone straight through the 50, balanced 40 metres out and just slotted that straight through.
So Pies an attack. Boundary throw in. Looking comfortably at the moment, Collingwood. Goldstein took it out of the ruck. Handballed it back to Howe. Sheasel, another handball. Under pressure everywhere at the moment, the Kangaroos, and the ball eventually goes out of bounds. On the 50 of a boundary throw in early stages of this last quarter. They lead by 46 points. Choice Hotels around the grounds.
Thanks, Brownie. We've got the Crows by 5 points over Brisbane early into the second quarter.
Adelaide having a shot through the big Texan.
Boundary throw in. Nick Dacos starting to rack up some big numbers now in this one. We'll get them in a minute from Two-Man. Handballs to Noble. Kick towards the top of the square. Loads hits under the footy. Takes the intercept mark.
Nick Dacos 28, Joey, in a major.
I wonder if he'll feature in the Triple MVP votes that Dale Thomas will give post-game. I think he's already got his 3 sewn up. Kick wide, mark taken by Coleman Jones. The 2 and the 1 will be interesting in the votes. Coleman Jones long down the line. Zerha flies. Big fist from Murphy. Gets that ball out of bounds. 46-92. Still 14 minutes left in this game. Who's impressed you today, Stevie J? Just to keep you involved in this one.
That red eye is starting to take it out of me, Joey.
Yeah, the red eye was what did it.
Yeah. Not the 1,000 beers over the last 4 days. Right, who's impressed you from North Melbourne today?
I've seen glimpses from Wardlaw. I think he's going to be a terrific player. Obviously, a lot of speed and power, and a bit of nous with the footy in hand. He'll gradually get more and more of the footy as time goes on. Tough day today, though.
Yeah, Dacos was clever again, shoveling out the handball to Crisp, and there's Ben Mackay. His numbers, Chew.
3 disposals, 2 marks.
Well, he's struggling as well a bit at the moment, Ben Mackay. Kicking board. Free kick against Zeeble, but he went to Sheasel anyway. And now the Kangaroos will switch the play. Out of side. Logue, forward, back to Logue. So a lot of possession here for North Melbourne. Chips it over to Aaron Hall, now on the wing. It's an open forward line if he wants to get it moving. Instead he goes slow. So Murphy can drop back into the space where Larkey wants it. Coleman Jones is calling for it more central. In the end, the kick tried to go towards Larkey. He wasn't ready for it. Wardlaw had a chance, went through his hands, and then Quain all mops it up. And a clever kick around the corner to Markov.
Oleg at halfback. Nice pick up for the Pies.
Play on.
Played some good footy at halfback and off the wing. A busy player. Looks to centre wing. Griffin Logue, read it best. Takes the mark on centre wing in a step. Choice Hotels around the grounds, Ash.
Crows by 11 points over Brisbane, almost halfway into the second.
Aaron Hall's got a player wide, elects not to go there. Chips the ball up the middle to Sheasel. Sheasel leapt, took it, and then faked the handball. He's in the middle of Marvel Stadium. Only 2 players behind him, and they're both Kangaroos players. Get a really good piece of it. Went inside forward 50. Darcy Moore fisted away. Stevenson on the end of it. He was tackled by Elliott. Handball looking for Noble. Noble taken across the boundary line. And a boundary throw in. 12 minutes 19 to go in this game. Collingwood lead by 46 points.
Will Phillips has been a real winner for North Melbourne today. Up to the 27 disposals. Career high. True.
Yeah, spot on. Previously it was 19.
Boundary throwing inside 50 for North Melbourne. Powell, there is Phillips again. Couldn't get disposal, 28. Taken down in a tackle by a couple of Magpies. Chew, what do the next few weeks look like for these two teams? We're going to start to head down that path now with 12 minutes left in this one.
Yeah, Magpies have got West Coast at Optus Stadium, followed by Melbourne Queen's Birthday, obviously at the G. Then the bye, and then they play the Crows at the MCG. So Melbourne and the Crows, a couple of intriguing games.
And West Coast next week.
Yep.
Dale Thomas thinks that they can win this game and next week by potentially 200 points. This one's only a... What's the margin at the moment, Stu?
46.
46. That's going to have to be a big win against West Coast.
Watching behind.
And North Melbourne, who have they got?
Kangaroos play Essendon at Marvel next week, followed by the Giants down at Hobart, then the Bulldogs at Marvel, and then they have the bye.
And all this is happening while there's been 3 stoppages inside 50 for North Melbourne. 11 minutes 40. Mychek's kicked the 3. Cox, Dacos and Ginnivan. That's Josh Dacos have all kicked 2. Larkey with the 3 for North Melbourne. He's lurking around this footy. There he is, picks it up. Taken in another tackle, so Collingwood giving nothing.
Hands off now, hands off. Arms down, arms down. Arms down, let's go.
Bit of a push and shove out there with Elliott involved. Stepping through traffic was Pendlebury. Quain lays a big tackle and will have a ball up. It's about the 5th ball up in a row in the same spot.
Darcy Todd.
Last man to get up is Stevenson. Umpire evades the ball pretty quickly. Inching the ball forward, and it's a good kick too, and marked out in front by Larkey. So Larkey going back for number 4. And we're still waiting for that stat that Joey asked for about 30 minutes ago about how many goals he kicks per North Melbourne goals. Ash will get there soon.
I think we need to go to the audio.
Gave it to us about 5 minutes ago, Brent.
Did he? Oh, I didn't hear it. Larkey's kicked 4 out of 7. That's a very good return It's a 40-point margin in favour of the Magpies, 14-8-92. North Melbourne 7-10-52. I apologise, Ashley.
You're right, Nathan.
Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
He's nearly kicked 40% of their goals in the last month.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
Yeah, that's the stat.
Larky last 4 rounds, 36% of North's goals.
Equal fourth on the Coleman as we speak.
Yeah,
29 majors.
It's a good effort. Is he equal with Oscar Allen?
Oscar Allen,
Pretty good effort for Oscar Allen and Nick Larky to be top 5 in the Coleman.
I really like Larky's routine as well. He doesn't go back and blast the ball through, and for some people that's what they have to do. They have to try and kick it the same if they're 15 out or 50 out, but he's obviously worked through a routine that he can go back, steady himself and just poke it through. It only goes through about ever half post height, and that works, so good on him.
So back to 40 points. It was 53 at three-quarter time. So 3-1 fourth quarter, North Melbourne. They're not giving up the fight, even though this one's out of their grasp. Coleman Jones, Phillips, another handball. Here's the youngsters, Scott and Powell on the left boot. That's a beautiful kick inside 50 to Stevenson. They're the little green shoots that these North Melbourne fans, Two-Man that are here, want to see. And Stevenson goes around the body, kicks his second in game 100. And they've kicked 4 out of 5. Daisy Thomas likes the green shoots.
So did Brendan Bolton.
You just got to keep sprinkling them.
That's it. Keep watering the green shoots, Bran. You got to keep watering them.
I'm going to start rocking in the back row if you start talking like that, Joey. It's knocked years off my life. We don't need to go back through that.
Stevenson's got his second, and they're back to 36 points. 34 points, I should say.
So those green shoots end up.
That's on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Titanium Caravans built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
I thank the AFLPA for their constant and ongoing support with going to see psychologists.
4 of the 5 goals.
Psychologists.
4 of the 5 goals in this last quarter going to the Kangaroos. Bounce in the middle at Marvel Stadium. Coleman, Jones and Cox. Cox picked the footy up, couldn't take it with him. DeGoey was in there as well. Cox went back in, tried to get it. And now Crisp feeds the ball out to DeGoey. Found some space, chips the ball inside forward 50. Beautiful kick to Johnson. DeGoey's been a class above today.
Thank you. That's me in a second.
And that is a beautiful kick, and Johnson just outside the boundary line. I think he's very best. He'll probably kick from about 40, just inside the paint.
Two-Man, for Red Z, can you find out if Mason Cox has ever had a bounce?
Yeah, I can. Come back to you shortly.
Thank you.
He has.
On purpose? Or did he just drop it?
No, I believe he did it on purpose. I think last year he had a big game where he got 3 votes in a game, and that was one of them. Kick on the way, coming back, not far enough, hit the post. 14-9-93, the Kangaroos are 8-10-58.
While we wait for Two-Man, Kangaroos chip the ball in. Zeeble tried to get a 50-metre penalty, but instead he goes long to Zurhaar. Good penetrating kick. Zurhaar got the fly, couldn't bring it down. Tom Mitchell, handball to Darcy Moore. Hasn't needed to be as prolific as he has been in the last 6 weeks. Darcy Moore, but a good handball in board. Kristen Maynard drives it deep. My check will fly. Kangaroos everywhere. Plenty of numbers back there. Coleman Jones doing the crumbing. The handball made it hard for Lazaro. Worked off it by Bobby Hill. Now Ginnivan tries to be creative. Wasn't a good option. And it picked up by Mackay. Handballs to Griffin Logan. They get the relieving mark wide to Simpkin.
Stand!
Two-Man got that stat yet?
The report's building, Joey. Won't be long.
No worries.
Move it on. Play on.
Jai Simpkin at half-back. In board to Will Phillips. Coming up for disposal. Almost number 30.
Sell the green shoots.
Luke McDonald got Zurhaar, long lead. Can they get another one here, North Melbourne? Zurhaar can wheel and go. Unselfishly goes to Larky. Good fist from Cox. Paul Curtis gets the crumb, gives the fend off. Eddie Ford's got to beat a couple. Well done, Bobby Hill. Long way back supporting his defence. Won a contested ball, swept it out to Josh Dacos, who hits his brother Nick.
Nick Dacos got the run of it. 39,467 in the house today. Ash, you're off by about 6,000.
That's unusual for you, Ash.
Yep. Mitchell.
Still not at your best.
It's all been since the gather round.
How's that finger?
He went out with Barry Jenner.
It's getting worse.
What did you tell your wife you did? Slammed it at the door?
To be confirmed. I'm still working on trying to construct my story, Brownie. That's why things have been a little bit frosty over the past 5 or 6 weeks. But Mason Cox, 4 running bounces coming into today's game.
Play on, inside, play on.
Choice Hotels around the grounds.
And Crows by 16 points over the Lions. 8 to go before half-time.
Intercepted almost by Hoskin. Went back with courage and almost hurt himself at the end.
Straight up, straight up.
Howe took the mark. In the back pocket. He's got a lead up by Lazaro.
Oscar Elliott's numbers, Chew.
He's had 11 disposals, kicked 1 goal, 1.
Looking for Eddie Ford. And Eddie Ford takes a nice mark.
Outside 5.
Bobby Hill went for the specky, but couldn't quite get there. Eddie Ford chips the ball sideways to Aaron Hall. It's been North Melbourne's best period in the game. Greenwood chips the ball sideways to Zeeble. Zeeble to the outer side. Looking for Scott. Coming in was Johnson. They both went to ground. Scott got up quicker. Handball back to McDonald. Another handball to Logue, who did sort of like a goose step before he ran away and give it out to Bergman. Bergman inside forward 50. Lucky! This is for number 5. 4, 5.
He's presented well all afternoon. The entries haven't been great, but that's just good craft. Had Murphy right in his back pocket. Just enough body work to find some separation. Extended the jukes. And just too big and tall in the end.
Noticed a lot more players push the ball from either end that Jeremy Cameron does. Larkey just did it. Ginnivan did it earlier on today. Larkey for number 5. Chips the ball and chips it well. Well done. Good effort by Larkey today in a losing side. And the Kangaroos, who played some good football this last quarter, looked like being a blowout when Cox kicked the goal to put them 52 points up. But since then, they've kicked 4 in a row to Zurhaar, Larkey, Stevenson, and now Larkey again for a bag of 5.
Yeah, I think the modern players think that because the balls get interchanged so much that they stay pointy. That's the theory behind trying to push the ends of the ball in.
There has been some theories about the yellow balls this year, though. The players do think that it's different. They are different this year. They're a bit slipperier and a bit pointier.
And you can actually see which end is pointier / the other end that maybe you touch more around, Stevie. So if you want one to spin a bit more.
Not made of kangaroo leather anymore either.
Are they? They were never made of kangaroo leather though, Brownie, we found out. I went down this path with BT.
What they
do the factory?
It was just a kangaroo brand. Cow hide.
Cow hide. Always been cow hide?
Always cow hide.
Back in the middle, Kangaroos. Although Sheasel's handball, we're looking for Powell. To go, he might finish off what's been an amazing game. He doesn't go for home. He pops it over to Checkers, who couldn't quite bring it down top of the square. Well done, North. Now Miller Bergman. Zeeble try to squeeze a kick.
Okay.
That's a poor one. And Josh Dacos will take the free kick on the junction of the 50-metre line of the boundary line. If there's one bloke that can finish from here, it's this man.
What do you reckon, Daisy? Will he kick it?
He'll run out and kick it.
I'll have 50 on it with you.
All right, we're on.
I'll take the no then.
Here we go. Josh Dacos runs out and he lets it fly. There's 50 in my pocket. You're guilty. Stevie J's only got 1,150 to take home. 11,050, I should say. Josh Dacos has got his third. We're not allowed to gamble. We're not allowed to gamble. And anyway, Collingwood 15-9-99. North Melbourne 9-10-64. 35-point margin. Josh Dacos has kicked 3 to go with how many, Chew?
To go with his 18 disposals, and that's an equal PB in terms of goals for him as well with 3.
Right on. 3 goals to Josh Dacos.
North Melbourne players shouldn't have allowed him to run out that far, Joey.
He lacks checking at best, Stevie. That's why.
It went from about a 4 out of 10 kick
by the time
to a 7 out of 10.
Would have been odds on to kick it by the time that he ran to 35.
66 starting position warning against North Melbourne. We're throwing up. Reset. Yeah.
3 goals to Dacos, a personal best for him. Ball up in the middle. Greenwood runs after the football and he's going to be mowed down by Pendlebury. Affected the kick. Oleg come out hard. Couldn't take it with him. Simpkin, handball. Coleman Jones out to Scott. Scott stands and delivers with a nice kick. And they get one back for the Kangaroos. Impressive last quarter. And the margin back to 29 points. 99 plays 70.
Yeah, terrific finish there. I don't mind what you just went with there, Brownie. You went with Jacos in terms of Josh Dacos.
Yeah.
Instead of having to say their first names all the time, we could say Nakos and Jacos.
They're going to trademark it.
No.
Triple M Sebo Super special comments. Sebo Super making hard work pay off. With Stevie J, Dale Thomas, Ashes on the Triple M Red Z lenders. Jay's got his shoes off in the back row for some reason. I don't know why.
So fourth quarters, Collingwood second for scoring differential, coming into today's game at plus 142, and they only concede 13 points in final terms. Well, North have actually posted 6-1-37 in this fourth quarter, opposed to Collingwood at only 2-1.
A real positive for the Kangaroos. 6 goals this quarter. And they're going to win another centre clearance. Bailey Scott to Powell. Back to Bailey Scott. Surrounded by Magpies, so he's forced to kick under pressure. Curtis and Larkey. He worked Maynard under the footy, then couldn't take the mark. Now he's in trouble, Maynard. Somehow got rid of that, did it well. And then Chris kicks it to grass on the wing. Foot race. Lowe's got the speed in front of Mychek. Tried to tap it in the path of Hall. Ginnivan. Handball goes out of bounds. Centre wing, Stevie.
You'd have to be happy if you're a North Melbourne supporter. I mean, at three-quarter time, we're saying this could really blow out. What did they actually try and do? But what you're seeing is maximum effort. They're just a team that's not ready to take on one of the big dogs of the competition just yet. But given what we're seeing from this young team, there's a lot to be proud of in this performance.
Best quarter of the season, this one, for North Melbourne. 6 goals, 1. As Chris bursts away from the stoppage, takes a bounce, goes on the right boot, top of the square. Well done, Mackay. Got the fist in. Mason Cox was lurking. He'd love one more in his 100th. Luke McDonald picks it up. High ball, back to where it came from. Goldstein in front. Good pressure from Darcy Cameron. Pendlebury handball. Tom Mitchell. This time he's going to go to the pocket. Hoskin Elliott in the box seat. Couldn't take the mark.
Oh, Collingwood.
But he's going to get a free kick. A block.
He's engaged him and then hasn't got him contest.
He's engaged him and then...
Engaged him too early.
No. Hoskin Elliott was the one that engaged him to begin with.
That's a bit silly.
Yeah, not sure about that call. I'm not sure the umpire knew what he was calling.
Luke.
Anyway, it's a free kick to Hoskin Elliott, who should step around and kick his second. He's got it.
I believe he's engaged early.
All clear, Jamie. James.
So the Kangaroos players are disputing the decision.
I'll explain it later.
The Pies and the umpire's not sure. He says, I'll explain it later. And then they get 105. Kangaroos 70. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard, 3.5 minutes left.
That's an incorrect decision. That is incorrect. Bergman going back. Hoskin Elliott's the one trying to protect the space, so he's come and engaged with Bergman to stop where he's trying to get to. Front on contact, if they paid that, I could probably cop it. But in saying that, that's just a footballing contest. Hoskin Elliott dropped it cold. He did everything right in protecting the drop zone. Incorrect decision. A stinker late in this one.
That's how every defender goes into a one-on-one contest against the forward.
Choice of tails around the grounds.
Brownie, we've got the Crows by 24 points over Brisbane. 3 to go before half-time.
Adelaide doing well. We'll be crossing to that game after this one. Chris Dittmar, Mark Soderstrom, Dom Cassisi, the big man Rhett Bigland's got a lot of rings on his fingers, and Theo Dropoulos. Have you ever seen Rhett Bigland's? Got about 3 rings. What for? I'm not sure. Lots of rings. So DeGoey out of the middle. Chips the ball wide. Bobby Hill been good. He's owned that outer wing. Chips the ball to Tom Mitchell. Mitchell marks it on his chest. Nick Dacos made space. Couldn't go there. Leading up was Adams. He ignored him too. Now Dacos is going to settle on a long one. Mason Cox is the target. Works his way to the front. Holds the pack up. And the ball at the back. Picked up by Howe with a boundary ball up. Sheasel hands it back to the umpire. Umpire just directing traffic. Goldstein called to play on. Elliott tried to work his way through, so too to Greenwood, and the umpire ball it up again.
Both Josh Dacos, Taylor Adams, all off the back of this stoppage. Expect one of those to go flying through.
Plenty of players around this footies. We've still got 2 minutes 40 left on the clock. There's Bobby Hill. There's DeGoey on the left boot. It's going to be a high ball, top of the square. Mychek might have his name on it. Slipped over at the last minute. Ginnivan lurking. Trying to get the handball free to Hoskin Elliott. Couldn't. And now kick goes towards the wing. Kangaroos, Coleman Jones, heard the voice of Stevenson. Collingwood just continue to outnumber. And Noble flicks it inboard. Pendlebury, wide to Maynard. Pendlebury's numbers, Stu?
He's at 23. DeGoey, 34. His PB's 35, Joey.
35 PB.
Yep.
We'll keep an eye on that one for us. Still 2 minutes 10 left for him to... He probably deserves his PB for possessions today. As Cox flew, that could have been his chance. Couldn't bring it down. Nick Dacos again gets a 1-2 from Mitchell. So does Mitchell now off Noble. Wanted to go inboard, then backwards, then inboard, then the boundary line, then screws it. Clever play, Tom Mitchell. Who's lurking? It's Bobby Hill. Hoskin Elliott. Good tackle from Luke McDonald, ran him down. And he'll get the free kick inside his defensive 50. Minute 44 on the clock. 35-point lead to the Magpies. It'll be still a game clear on top, Stu.
Yeah, they will indeed. One game clear, possibly two if Brisbane were to be defeated by the Crows.
Wow.
The Warlord from half-back chipped it to Goldstein. Goldstein to Stevenson. Stevenson stretched up and got it. Larkey's got 5. Has he got 6 in him? He's going to Larkey now. Offers up the lead and goes to the barrel and kicks it straight back to Collingwood.
Yes.
Not
enduring
going for goal from 80 metres.
I love it. You can say what you want. It'll be said in the review, Stevie, that it's undisciplined. But you're 40 points down. Have a go, Steve-O. It's your game 100th. Oh, boy.
Noble.
100th game.
Inside the back pocket and inside the last minute. Looks for Cox. He's got Griffin Logue. Logue moved him under the football. Simpkin tried to burst his way through and Cox and McCreery just rammed him into the turf and let the ball up.
Actually, one game clear of Port Adelaide, sorry.
Mason, let's go.
Port 9-2.
Oh, Mason's having a bit of a punch on down here, boys.
Bit of push and shove with Griffin Logue. DeGoey, there's 35. Handball knocked out of bounds. Equal PB for Jordan DeGoey today.
Spot on for Red Z.
What about his other numbers? Contested ball clearance?
15 contested ball, which is the most for Collingwood. And along with 5 clearances, 10 inside 50s as well, Joey.
Oh.
Darcy Cameron picks it up. Quick kick. Only as far as Zeeble.
Mason's buggered back there. He spent the last 30 seconds wrestling.
He'll be pleased to get the winning game 100. Of course, side bottom subbed out in the first quarter in game 300. So as Daisy very quickly alluded to, interesting to see what happens with his function post-game with his mates. As the Kangaroos might get one more chance, it's going to go towards Larkey again over the fingertips. Coleman Jones couldn't take possession. That'll see us out. Magpies will get the job done again. And they continue to roll in season 2023. They win this by 35 points.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
They set the win up in the first quarter, 4-0 held on to that lead at half-time by 27 points, and then a 6-2 third quarter blew the game open to 53 points. Nice fight back by the Kangaroos, but it wasn't enough, and the Magpies will remain on top of the ladder as they continue to roll into the season. Daisy Thomas, pretty clinical performance.
It was good enough. It'd be interesting to see how they do review that, because expectations, really, I would have expected them to come into this one and 35 points, probably 50 plus to be all honest, and when you are a good side you do review games differently. Yes, you're happy to get the win, but there's different types and different levels in winning when you become and you want to become and continue to elevate yourself as the best team. So it will be interesting, but I'm sure they're happy to just keep the ball rolling and that winning form continues.
Yeah, I agree. I think, when you're in the game like you are and dominating the game like you are, you need to become a ruthless team if you want to be a premiership team. So I think they'll review it strongly.
Well, let's go down, courtesy of Channel 7. Take a listen to Darcy Moore and Mason Cox.
No chance in hell. It was funny you say that, because I kicked the goal in the corner. Craig said, Hurst had a good teacher. He's definitely keeping it, reminding me, I guess, that he's the one that taught me. So it's credit goes to him.
Now, we've got some vision of your parents there in the crowd after you kicked that goal. It was absolutely fantastic. They were cheering up. How's this make you feel?
Well, Dad's mic'd up, so it's going to be a hell of an audio clip there. But no, it's good. It's amazing how family come from the US. So, like the support they've given me over the years is incredible, and to have them all here for special occasions like this is pretty special.
And you've obviously a good relationship here, not a bad relationship. And did you ever think that a guy that come from the other side of the world was going to get to 100 games?
Oh, I'd be lying if I said yes. I definitely didn't think he'd play as many seasons as he has and have the success at AFL that he has. But what I did see early days was someone who is just so resilient, refuses to give up, and really willing to learn, which it can be really overwhelming trying to learn this game. There's so many quirks to it, and it's such a difficult game. And, straight away there was a guy who was so hard-working and so committed to learning from mistakes and willing to make mistakes, which takes courage in front of, thousands of people and millions of people at home. So I think it's a credit to him that he's made it this far.
Well, congratulations, boys. Enjoy the win.
Thanks, mate.
Still on 300, brother. We got to mention you because it's a hell of an accomplishment. So, congrats to Steel Side Bottom and his family. I think all of Shepparton's here. So, to all the best.
Chrissy Johnson just trying to wind down the interview and makes them wanted the microphone back.
It's strange to congratulate Steele considering he plays with him and sees him every second of the day.
A little bit of Jay-Z about that. Come in at half-time. I don't think he was on the books during the game, was he?
No, he wasn't. But Steel Side Bottom out there, obviously subbed out very early in the first, I think it was the first 5 or 6 minutes. Steel Side Bottom started the game really well too in the first part of that game. 300 games. Had planned to auction off 4 of his jumpers. And still a wonderful effort for 300 games, and he's going to be celebrated the champion he is. And we see the North Melbourne Football Club forming a guard of honour for Steel Side Bottom. It's always interesting to see what players are the ones that want to get in the photo and lift up Steel Side Bottom from underneath. So
it'll be Pendles and the Braz, I reckon. That's my 2.
So, okay, who do you think, Stevie?
I'll go with Taylor Adams and Pendlebury.
Yeah, I like that combination.
I'm wondering whether Mason Cox gets chaired off as well. Or do they just make it about Steele?
Oh, look at this. Scotty Pendlebury and Taylor Adams cheering off Steel Side Bottom, and Mason just wandering around, wondering when he's going to be picked up, but he's not. And well done to Steel Side Bottom. 300 games. He's been a class performer, premiership player. Unfortunate he went out early today, but the Collingwood fans have turned up in their thousands, almost 40,000 here to celebrate a true champion of the game. It's a high five from Jack Siebel as they put him down, and the Kangaroos players say thank you very much, and they're off to their sheds and put up a pretty good performance in the last quarter, kicked 6 goals. So Brett Ratt would have to be happy with the way they finished off the game, and now Collingwood players all milling around to get a football and sign that, put it out into the crowd. But 16,905 to 10,1070. Triple M Red Z lending stats. Ash, let's go through a really detailed process.
Well, the scores from turnover, Brownie. Collingwood posted 10-6-66 to North Melbourne at 4-3-27. But for the Kangaroos, they posted their best quarter of the season in that final term against a team that's ranked second in defence with 6-1-37, outscoring the Magpies by 18 points. And just individually, Jordan Goey, number 1 ranked player on the ground, equal PB in terms of disposals with 35, along with 5 clearances, 10 entries inside 50 in a major. Nick Dacos, a lazy 32, coupled with a goal. Tom Mitchell had 29. And Josh Dacos, he chipped in with 3 majors along with 18 disposals, and Mychik kicked 3 goals. And for North Melbourne, Bailey Scott in the back of 33 last week, picked up 30 and kicked a goal. And Will Phillips, career high for him with 29. And Hugh Greenwood, 25 disposals, but you can throw in 10 clearances and 11 tackles, and Nick Larkey kicked 5 majors for the game.
Just a word on the Kangaroos, boys, while we wait for the Magpies to head down towards the rooms. Do they give out the footies? Anything into Kangaroos?
Yeah, I think they should be really proud of their performance. Obviously coming up against the class team, getting beaten convincingly throughout the game, but not giving in and giving maximum effort right till the finish. That's what their supporters want to see. That's what they want to build on. And they've got the shoots coming through, Brownie, so just got to keep watering them and good things will happen.
What about you, Daisy?
Yeah, very much the same. I think last week, obviously, a real step forward, taking it right up to the Sydney Swans in a game they should have won, albeit for an interchange infringement. Outclassed today, but certainly hung in there made the most of their opportunity. He played some good football, especially in that last quarter too. So he's still just lacking a little bit of the class and the polish of the better sides. But if you bring that intensity, that want to compete, the effort in and around, you can run close.
Triple M Amy review. Macca's I'm loving it moment tonight. I'm loving it moment happened in the last quarter at the 5-minute mark, and here's how we called it on Triple M. Pendlebury picked the footy up. Left foot, floating ball inside forward 50. Mason needs to make up some ground, and he does. Stuck one hand out like the Statue of Liberty, and it stuck.
That's brilliant. Completely out of position. No body work, just awkwardly put a hand up. And
it's pulling a cherry off the tree, wasn't it? Just put the hand up. Daisy, you're looking at me a bit.
Yeah,
I haven't pulled plucked cherries before?
No, I haven't.
Statue of Liberty was good there.
Yeah.
Mason Cox, 48 out, hits it sweet. In his 100th, he goes to the crowd and he says, have a look at me.
And here he comes again, straight to the bench.
He loves coming to the bench after a goal, doesn't he?
Shoulders back, listen to the applause, this is why.
Go, Mason!
Look at the decibels!
Go, Mason! Thanks to the Macca's I'm loving it moment, couple in a row.
I must have upset Leroy now. You're getting the Macca's moments
he
now.
sent me that text last week about you. The Triple MVP award for Case IH. Case IH into financial year. Tractor deals are on now. Visit a dealership today. Who's got the votes?
D. Thomas has the votes, and it was a tough day to give votes. A lot of good players on both sides, and especially for North Melbourne, who tried rather well. But one vote I'm going to give to Jacos. He had the 3 goals to go with his 18 disposals. I thought he was brilliant in everything he did in and around the footy. Stevie loves Jacos for sure. 2 votes to Nick Larkey, 5 goals in a losing side when your team only kicks the 10 is a fantastic effort, and no surprises that 3 votes will go to Jordan De Goey, number 1 ranked player, as Two-Man said, 35 disposals, 5 clearances, 10 inside 50s, and a snag roll to go with that. Did it all. Best player on the ground, and will be right up there in the Brownlow.
Let's head down to Nat Unides, who's down in the Collingwood rooms.
I tell you what, the Collingwood rooms are a good place to be at the moment. Brownie, everyone is smiling, everyone's happy. We're getting ready for the song, obviously celebrating Steel Sidebottom's 300th game. He's a part of the circle, as you would imagine. Mason Cox is also down here. His jumper looks ripped. I'm not 100% sure when that happened. But, of course, family and friends of all the players down here. We've got a girl with a USA T-shirt, so no doubt Mason Cox's family are down here as well, as we stand by for the song for 7 in a row for the Magpies. No, we're waiting for somebody. We're still waiting for someone to come in and join us. Steele's just walked over. Oh, he's got some family as well, so we're going to get the song underway now.
We know how to play the game. Side by side we stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. Oh my, see the Americans are shouting as old barricades should. Hey! Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Yeah, so a passionate song from the Magpies. Boys there, Steel Sidebottom in the circle with his little daughter Matilda. So while it wasn't the way he wanted his 300th game to end, it's still an amazing milestone, and it doesn't detract from what he's achieved during his career.
Nice work down there, Nat. I believe we're going to have the Jacos join us in a moment. We'll ask him how he went today. Went pretty well. Kicked 3 goals, Ash, yep.
He did, along with his 18 touches.
And Choice Hotels around the grounds. The other game is at half-time.
It is, Brownie, and it's the Crows by 11 points over Brisbane. 7-7-49 Adelaide. The Lions are 5-8-38.
So Collingwood getting the job done again today. Scotty Pendlebury had a wonderful day again, like 24-odd disposals, I believe.
23.
Pendlebury, 23 at 87% efficiency.
It's nice, a really nice option, obviously, in the back part of his career. But as he said, he's enjoying his football, but he has the ability to be used through the midfield. They can throw him to half back at the minute with the improved development of other players. He's not reliant on going through that midfield and being the bull that he once was. So I'm sure he'll be loving the flexibility in which his role is now taken. And when he's just playing that quarterback role, the big bull's in there, De Goey feeding the ball out to him. Mitchell as well, who's been absolutely brilliant in coming across. We probably overlooked that a little bit As we can see, is that Jay-Z on the screen, Brownie? Is that
Jay-Z's made his way down there.
Inserting.
He didn't need to be down there. We've got Nat down there doing the job, but Jay-Z's managed to walk his way down there.
He did have his socks off, his shoes off for a large portion of the last quarter, just sitting in here.
He did.
For Red Z.
Live ladder, Chu, you able to give us a live ladder while we wait for the interview? What's the situation there?
Yeah, so Collingwood, one game clear on top of the table with 10 wins, and we've got Port Adelaide. They're currently sitting outright second, 4 points in front of Brisbane, so 4 behind Collingwood, 4 in front of Brisbane. Of course, Brisbane trailing the Crows at half-time by 11 at the moment. Then in fourth position, we have a couple of teams on 28 points. It's Melbourne, followed by St Kilda. And then rounding out the 8, Western Bulldogs, also with 7 wins, followed by the Crows and the Bombers with 6 wins each. Fremantle currently outside of the 8 on percentage, also with 6 wins.
A really costly loss that to St Kilda yesterday. So they should be 8-3. They should be third on the ladder, or equal third with Brisbane at the moment. They dropped one to the Hawks, which they clearly should have won. That might come back to haunt them at the end of the year, Lehman.
Yes, it can. Certainly can. The buys come at a good time for St Kilda. They need to regroup. There are some teams, too, just below and outside that are making a charge. Essendon and Fremantle in particular. Gold Coast, you wonder what they can do with that win. And then you've got the 2 grand finalists from last year, Sydney and Geelong, decimated by injury, who potentially the back end of the season after the bye can regain some troops and maybe make a charge.
It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's for a winning kick after the siren, available at 10:30am for a limited time. The ground is full of supporters out there at the moment at Marvel Stadium. This is great that you get to go out on the field where your heroes play and kick the kick. So there's a lot of black and white out there at the moment.
A lot of Falcons too, Brownie, which is bringing some great enjoyment.
Stadium. There certainly is. Nick Dacos had another big game. Do you think he would get votes from the umpires today?
I think he might possibly just miss out on the cusp. He had 32 touches. He had kicked a major.
So he might poll a vote.
He missed out from
me. Poll a vote.
Missed out from
Daisy.
From Daisy. Scott was very good. Phillips, Greenwood, a big bag of 5 from Nick Larkey. But Collingwood had winners all across the field today. I thought Hugh Greenwood, I think that's his best game he's played for North Melbourne just about. His clearance work was outstanding. He was rough and tough in the middle of the ground. He laid some tackles. He used the football well. He was one of those players who really got the ball out. Wardlaw in his second game, you can see that he's going to be a good player. Steve Johnson didn't get a lot of the football, only had the 12 disposals, but from what he did when he gets the football, you can tell he's just got some class.
Yeah, you could see him around the stoppages too. He wasn't afraid to go to the best players from the opposition. He went to go his body. He put an arm across him at the stoppage. You can see that he's made of the right stuff. He's going to be an accountable player. You can see he ran both ways. Yes, he didn't find a lot of the footy today, but that can happen when your team's not getting their hands on the footy as much as others.
Going to head down to the Collingwood rooms again for Nat, and he's got a very special guest who kicked 3 goals today.
Yeah, an incredible game for Josh Dacos today. Josh, congratulations on the win. 7 in a row for the Pies. Just how special is it, given it's a big milestone for Steele and also for Mason Cox?
Yeah, like you said, huge milestone games for the boys, and unbelievable what they've been able to do. Sidey with his consistency over 15 years, and Coxie, coming over from another country, picking up a game that he's never heard of, killing it. So it was a bummer about Sidey. Our thoughts are with him, and he'll be back pretty quick, hopefully.
Obviously not the way he wanted to spend his 300th game. Have you had a chance to speak to him? How's he going?
He's always in good spirits. He's a glue guy on our team, and he's always smiling. So, I had a quick chat to him on the bench, and he said, it's not too bad, which is great, and he's pretty optimistic about coming back quite soon.
Congratulations on the win today, Josh, and your own form, mate. You are flying. What was the plan coming into the game today? What was Craig McRae's message? Because I thought your first half was very, very good.
Yeah, it was great. It was pretty simple, like all weeks. Obviously, we spent a lot of time celebrating the boys, and we had a few special guests come in this week. Sam Pang, one of them, he's a funny man, so he got the boys up and about. But it was pretty simple for us, play the way we have been. I think it's 7 in a row now, so we've got quite the momentum.
Josh, how do you think you guys will review that game? Obviously, 35 points, it's a good win. Do you expect a little bit more against opposition such as North?
Not really, to be honest. I think we're quite happy. We take the win. Obviously, they're not having the year they'd like, but for us, more importantly, whether win by 1 point or 10 goals, a win's a win. Obviously, probably had a few plays where would have liked to have done better, but Sidey going out early definitely cost us a little bit. Obviously, star of our team, so we'll take the win.
And Josh, I'm wondering what gets said around the dinner table at home when you go to the parents' place, because I reckon your old man must be telling you whenever one of you gets the ball, you got to look for your brother first. Is there that much waxing going on, I've noticed?
He's never actually spoken about it. Nick and I have never played together, but it's definitely something where we know where each other are. And I'll tell you what, if I don't give it to Nick, he'll let me know about it later that night. So I've learned just to give it to him, and he usually makes pretty good decisions with the ball in hand.
We had the ball in the middle of the ground. I think it was the third quarter, and he burnt 5 teammates to kick a banana to you out in the wing. So he was looking after you. And we spoke to your old man on the Sunday Footy Show this morning. He was sitting by the pool over in Thailand enjoying a beer. Hey, can you go away in the football season? He could have waited till the end of the year, couldn't he?
I know, mate. He's pretty happy with how we're going. I'm sure he would have had 50 beers while watching us play. He'd be having the time of his life over in Thailand right now. Definitely wouldn't have missed the game, though.
Hey, just a quick one, Josh. You might be challenging your brother for the Brownlow medal lead at the moment, but Jordan De Goey, we couldn't have spoken higher about him today. Thought he was unbelievable again. He's just playing some super footy.
He is. He's definitely had a really consistent year, and he's, like with Nick, one of our star players that Fly and all the coaching staff do a really good job of maximising their talent, and he was everywhere today. He was feeling really good going in the game, and you could see he was up and about, such a damaging player for us, so it's awesome to see him full of confidence.
Josh, multiple times this year, I've said you're the best kicker in the competition, so keep up the good work.
You're a good man, Brownie.
Josh Dacos, 3 goals today, did a fantastic job, as did his brother. Collingwood were flying. Well done, everybody.
Well done,
you were
Brownie.
great.
Yeah.
Stevie J.
Well done, Stevie.
Thank you, boys. Getting the red eye back with 12.5K. Daisy Thomas kicked 5 yesterday. Ash with us. To everyone on the back row, even Leroy. Keep those texts coming through. Back from wherever you do that sort of stuff from, Leroy. But Collingwood today won by 35 points, 16-9, 105 to 10-10-7. We're going to head to Adelaide and Brisbane. Chris Dittmar, Mark Soderstrom are going to call that game, and a brilliant second half coming up for Adelaide and Brisbane. Here, we're off at Marvel Stadium. The Pies by 35. McDonald's Room Hot Water. Triple M. Rocks Footy.
That quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M Rocks Footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
7 songs, $10,000. 1 winner.
The Marty Sheargold Show's 10K Spinner DJ.
Sue is in Croydon North. Are you ready for it?
Straight Line by Silverchair.
Yeah!
Oh my God!
You've won $10,000.
Oh my God, Marty, thank you so much, Triple M.
Marty Sheargold Show's 10K Spinner DJ. Another shot at starting your day with 10K tomorrow morning at 7. Only on Melbourne's 105.1.
Ready for the footy?
Yep, let's go.
Let's skip the lights and jump on CityLink.
Just like the footy, Transurban's Melbourne made, and we want fans to get to the game quickly and safely. Whether you're travelling to the G or Marvel, CityLink will help you get to the first bounce on time.
How about a kick before the game?
You bet.
Transurban, operator of Linked.
Find thousands of restaurants, convenience items and groceries on DoorDash for under $1 delivery fee. From feeding the family to lunchtime delivery. From favourite treats to pantry top-ups. Explore a wide range of meals, snacks and everyday essentials with simple ordering delivered fast. Haven't tried DoorDash? Try DoorDash today and get 30% off your first 3 orders. Get more to your door for less than you think. T's and C's apply. Go to DoorDash.com or download the DoorDash app for more.
How was your day, son?
Oh, tiring. Spent all day getting this erection up.
How's it looking?
Yeah, I'm actually really happy. Here's a shot I took of it.
That could be your best one yet. How long will it stay up for?
A good 3 months, I think.
Oh, reminds me of the good old days.
If you need scaffolding, Precision Scaffolding will come to your worksite and put up a quality erection that meets all building regulations and safety standards. They do it on budget, fully insured, and it's guaranteed on time or it's free. T's and C's apply. PrecisionScaffolding.com.au.
This year, Australia has a chance to give Indigenous Australians a real say in their future. Join us. Visit yes23.com.au.
Authorised by Dean Park and Australians for Indigenous Constitutional Recognition Limited, Sydney.
Oh, that's far.
Yeah, so much forgiveness.
Yeah, it's... What? Did you say forgiveness?
Yeah, forgiveness.
It's forgiveness.
That's what I said. Forgiveness.
For?
Far.
Far. Introducing the Stealth 2 by TaylorMade. More carbon, more forgiveness. F-O-F-A. Available now from your authorised TaylorMade stockist.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles' famous once-a-year May Mayhem is the biggest and best ever. Spend $1,000 and will only charge you $750. Or spend $2,000 and will only charge you $1,450. That's right. Spend $2,000 and will only charge you $1,450. Don't miss the biggest and best National Tiles May Mayhem event of all time. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Can't wait for your Canter? You don't have to. They're in the lot, ready to do the lot. See your Fuso dealer today. Job done. Subject to availability and conditions of sale. Find out more at fuso.com.au.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
All over here at Marvel Stadium, the Pies win by 35 points. Time to head to Adelaide Oval, where the Crows are taking on the Brisbane Lions.
Siba Super special comments on Triple M. Sean Burgoyne and Rhett Biglan's here on Triple M. Throw in left forward pocket for Brisbane, who trail by 11 points. Big Oscar McInerney in front of O'Brien. They share it. O'Brien in the end plucked it out of the air and got the clearing kick away. But the mark taken by Starcevic at half forward. Chance to send them deep into attack. Just chips this one high to centre half forward. Big pack of players, no mark taken off hands. Ashcroft can't get the handball away. Well tackled. Saligo it was. Rayner off hands. He's tackled now by Laird. And the umpire to come in and ball it up. About 30 out from the Brisbane goal.
That is the big upside for Brisbane's midfield, in that Ashcroft is down on numbers, just 5 disposals, had 30 last week. And Dunkley, not his huge numbers. Lockie Neal down also.
Off hands, Ashcroft, handball to Rayner, kick smothered, picking it up, Zorko. He has a ping at the goals, and he's offline. Minor score, first score of this third term, and Brisbane go to 5-9-39. The margin 10 points. Adelaide 7-7-49. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
We spoke in the pre-game how dangerous McCluggage is for the Lions, and he hasn't really gone inside forward 50 with any sort of venom so far tonight either. Just the 8 disposals, a couple of entries in there, and that's the upside. If Brisbane can get their prime movers back into this match, and they will, that's where it's going to really come down to the wire in the second half.
Long kick out from Murray up to half forwards, taken out of bounds, so chance to reset as O'Brien tries to get his way from McInerney. Terrible throw in from the umpire. O'Brien had to quickly just lean forward and go for a little slap, and Neal, little handball is okay, but Dunkley's kick smothered. Miller comes in, Berry under pressure, couldn't get a kick. Neal again, so he's getting right amongst it after a slow start to the game. The Brownlow medalist Zorko goes forward. Here's a chance for McCluggage, works his way in and out of trouble around the corner. Oh, that is magnificent from McCluggage. What a brilliant goal for Brisbane to start this second half, and they are suddenly now getting really, really close to Adelaide. It is Adelaide 7-7-49, Brisbane 6-9-45, 4 points the difference. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, that's just class then, isn't it?
Gee, was it?
Right at the front of the pack, perfect textbook crumb, Scholl right alongside of him. We talked about McCluggage needing to get in the game, sits 10th in the AFL for goal assists, and that was a ground ball get that he just cleanly picked up. Goal last week in the Q Clash, and the first of the second half today.
And Zorko had a shot on goal, and then he kicks that one inside 50, so he's getting a few touches at the start of this quarter.
He is. Beacon Trade here to partner with your business to make every tradie's job easier. Join Beacon Trade for exclusive trade prices on Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade, let's make light work of it. Back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Brisbane will get the clearance again from the middle. Quick kick. Miller plays in front for Adelaide. Took the mark. Told to play on. Dawson's kick, not that good. Puts his teammate Saligo right under the pump. Berry pushed him under the footy and won it. Kicks for 50. Goes all the way to the goal square. Oh, did Danaher? No mark taken. In fact, Cameron it was with his hands all over it. And Danaher was there assisting. Through for the minor score. Brisbane are doing the attacking in the early part of this third term. 6-10-46 they are. Adelaide 7-7-49. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
I didn't see Dawson make too many mistakes, but that was a horrendous kick out of the centre of the ground, which almost cost them a goal.
Clearing kick from defence. The tackle by Laird. Oh, he's been penalised for slinging Zorko onto the deck. So Zorko's 55, perhaps 60 out from where he's going to kick from. Lockie Neal, rather. And goes up to the top of the square. Danaher with a big stretch. Can't get it. Murray. Quick, hurried kick. Oh, here's a chance now for Leicester. He couldn't take it. Hands and knees was Neal. As a little handball comes to Ashcroft. Haven't seen a lot of him. Goes high with his left and through from behind. Oh, Brisbane are coming. And it's back to a 2-point ball game. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
They're running a mark in this third term. Double the amount of possessions. Adelaide yet to have an inside forward 50. Triple M Red Z lending stats. And the Lions have had 5.
Yep, 5.5 minutes gone in this third term. Worrell, it is for Adelaide, goes to the outer side. Murphy, the smallest player out there, tried to go up to the mark in front. Off hands Andrews to Rich from a standing start. Belts it inside 50. Or McCarthy almost a mark. Didn't bring it down in the end. Worrell was good. His hands to Murray. Then Michael Annie to the outer side. Starcevic in front of Rankin. It's a good contest. Did he mark it? I think he did. Yeah, he juggled it. Paid the mark. So Starcevic descended back inside 50. Huge pack of players. No mark taken. Loose ball. Gee, oh, is that kicking in danger? It is. O'Brien, the ruckman, just put his big hoof right through it. And Ashcroft was on the receiving end of it. How do you see that one, boys?
Ashcroft went down to smother it. Riley O'Brien sort of came through after the mark and trying to boot it out of there.
Kicking in danger when the ball's on the ground.
Yeah.
If you get when the ball's in the air and you go to kick it in the air and someone smothers it, isn't that just play on?
Yep. Good call. Seabus super special comment. Sean Burgo and Rhett Biglands. Ashcroft on his way in from 30 metres out, and he's pushed it right. So they're inching their way back towards Adelaide. The margin is 1 point. 6-12-48 Brisbane. Adelaide 7-7-49. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
6.5 minutes gone in this third term. We'll get Red Bigland, Sean Burgo, and the check the inside 50s for this term because it's been all Brisbane as Rory Sloane sends the ball up towards Thilthorpe. He's going to get a free kick, is he? Again, being held by Starcevic. So Thilthorpe at half forward, kicked a couple of goals in time on in the first quarter. You get Adelaide right back in it. Oh, the big fly. Mark couldn't be taken by Dawson. Free kick is going to go to Fogarty. It's going against McCluggage. So Adelaide with a chance to reply to that McCluggage goal that got things going for Brisbane in this turn. The free kick was there, boys.
The raging ball in Fogarty went full noise at the footy on the ground, and
from this angle, no.
It was amazing, wasn't it? But it wasn't there.
I don't think it was there. This is their first inside 50 for the quarter. But on that angle on the Harvey Norman replay, it wasn't a free kick.
Front on angle, there's a little love tap on the breast of Fogarty. That's about it.
The big fog from point blank, 15 out, and he pings one back for Adelaide. So they go out by 7 points now. Brisbane 6-12-48, Adelaide 8-7-55. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Pretty lucky there. Certainly, I love the way in which Dawson tried to make up for his error, though. He was the one who was flying for it, so he pushed hard as a mid for that long ball to the hot spot. And Luggage was doing pretty good to get back there. McLuggage to get back for his defensive coverage as well, but the repeat stoppages is really going to trouble Adelaide, because you can see in this third term, Brisbane have gone up a notch. 4-1 at clearances in that department. Triple M Red Z lending stats.
If you see the Harvey Norman replay, he does chop him across the sort of throat area.
If you throw your arms out high enough and scream loud enough, you'll generally draw a free kick.
Don't miss it. Harvey Norman car park sale for 4 days only. Huge savings store-wide. Hurry end Sunday. Back in the middle. Ball up. Crows a chance to come out of the middle. Players diving on it from all directions. Can't come out. Neal's in there. Sloane as well. Holding the ball, says the umpire. It gets Rory Sloane. And Lockie Neal gets the free kick in the middle of the ground. Brisbane a chance to go inside 50 again. Plays on Neal. Kicks long. Towards half forward. Danaher 3 deep. Couldn't get a real good run at it. Ball heads towards the boundary line. Dunkley happy to take it over. And they'll throw it in right half forward for Brisbane.
That holding the ball decision is so tough on Rory Sloane. He picks the ball up on the ground, tackled instantly.
Getting a fair bit of midfield time though, Sloaney, and just the 6 disposals. And now they're moving up, of course, with Lockie Neal the most possessions on the park for Brisbane with 17.
Oscar McInerney in front, brings it down for Bailey, whose kick is smothered. Sloan ripped off the ball. You can hear the crowd. Keys picked it up. He was tackled immediately. Can't go anywhere. Umpire says, I'll ball it up. Right half forward flank for Brisbane. Members side of the Adelaide Oval. 60 out from goal. Oscar McInerney got rid of O'Brien, but then missed the tap. Lockie Neal, another handball quickly through to McCarthy. His quick kick will go all the way to the goal square. If it bounces the right way, it's a goal, but it doesn't. It wobbled its way towards the behinds and through for a minor score. So Brisbane 6-13-49, trail Adelaide 8-7-55. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
We thought Lockie Neal was having a quiet game in the first half. He's the number one clearance player in the AFL this year. Just a couple of clearances, but 18 disposals so far now, so just building into it.
Oh, Dawson was clever. He's able to trap the ball, then flick it over his head to Soligo. McHenry's got Murphy. Handball was too hot for him. Comes back to McKenna for Brisbane, and then they go forward via McCluggage. He's going to take them into the attacking 50 again. Danaher's the target, and Murray, who has worn him beautifully all night, just thumps the ball out of bounds. He has been terrific. Danaher really not getting a lot of effective ball.
Oscar Riley.
So McInerney and also Riley O'Brien right on the paint of 50. See, the umpire again, I reckon this bloke's had some issues tonight. That's the second time he couldn't make the distance.
He's on work experience, I think, that lad. This is his first week on the job, because he's struggling to get it over the white line on the boundary.
Okay, they've had it recalled, so take two.
Put your back into it, son.
He's got some real pressure and nerves. You could see he was struggling a little bit then.
It's not much better.
Brian go out of good hands from Dunkley. Here's a little chance. Oh, crucial fumble at the important moment from Bailey. Comes back now to Ashcroft under pressure. Blazes away a goal and puts it out of bounds on the full.
Give him a hot tip. If you're struggling to make the distance on the throw-in, just come in 5 metres or 6 metres.
Yeah.
Don't have to stand on the bench and on down.
Good advice from Sean Burgoyne. Umpiring advice.
Protect your back.
Seabuss Cooper special comments. Adelaide lead by 6 points. 11 gone in the third term. Tex Walker moved everyone under the footy but didn't take the mark at centre wing. Standing tackle Starcevic on Rochelle. The umpire says, I'll ball it up.
Is it the same bloke who called the out before where the ball landed on the fake grass?
Might be.
And he called it in play?
You'd want to hope not.
Might be.
Might be having a week off, the young fella.
Now, tap came the way of Ashcroft, but he was tackled Duday. Handball under pressure to Keys. Touch, says the umpire. Coleman picks it up nicely. Handball to McCluggage. Clever evasive skills. Ashcroft back to McCluggage. And again, he's too classy, McCluggage. That was brilliant. Kicks high to the front of the square. Big mark taken in front by Hipwood. We've rarely cited this man tonight, but that was a good contested mark.
Coming for his third possession of the night, so he's been the quietest of the quietest players tonight.
Yep.
And that's where we rated McCluggage with his inside forward 50 work. He's so good, and it more often than not ends up with a target. It's retained in their attacking 50. He just went through heavy traffic and put it to a really dangerous spot.
He's done two very clever things in this term, McCluggage. Hipwood, the left footer, will kick from 35 out. The kick on its way, he's pushed it right. Or has he? Yes. Hit the post. They're kicking behinds at the moment. So they go to 6-14-50. Trail by 5 points. Adelaide 8-7-55. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
That was Heatwood's first kick for the night. Andrews. Oh, Fogarty over the back had a chance to run away with it, but just slipped out of the fingers at the crucial time at half back. So out of bounds, right in front of the commentary position.
So 11-2, Triple M Red Z landing stats. That's marks off opposition. So Coleman's done a great job of intercepting. Starcevic and McKenna have been terrific, but just 2 marks off the opposition of Adelaide setting up behind the play.
Crows by 5 points, 14 gone in this third term. And just had a couple of goals, one from McCluggage, one from Fogarty since half-time. So it was Brisbane by 2 points at quarter time, Adelaide 11 at half-time. Umpire found a free kick, so it's going to go high to Soligo against Zorko.
So Soligo at half-back.
No, it was Zorko. Sorry, Dids.
You're right. Soligo at half-back. Kicks along centre wing. It's going to fall short. Fogarty in front. Didn't take the mark. Good pressure, Andrews. And the ball goes out of play off hands. throw in by the interchange bench.
We had a look on the Harvey Norman replay of the Zorko footage on Pedler, where it was a still frame, looks like an eye gouge, but in real motion there's not a lot to account for. It's definitely not an eye gouge, it's just a slight hand that moves up awkwardly.
Seabus Super comments, Red Bigland. Miller runs himself into trouble and under pressure, handball to the opposition, Bailey. He's away, the speedster, handball to Rayner, who wasn't quite ready for it. Bailey then soccers forward on the end of it again, Bailey. This could be a magnificent goal, but it doesn't. He went for the Dacos-style dribble along the ground, the Peter Dacos, that is, and it just didn't turn for him and went straight through for a minor score. And another behind, 6-15-51. 8-7-55 Adelaide. It's 4 points the margin. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, those ones normally don't spin in the wet. They don't grip, so they just slide in a straight line.
Play on.
He's a nice little hit out from Hipwood to him as well. Couldn't quite get through though. Kick from deep in defence. Thilthorpe was the target at half-back. Gardner with just his second possession. And it works fortuitously. So it falls into the hands of McCarthy. Looking for, and the kick going over the top of his big defender in Hipwood. Zorko under pressure from Michael Annie. Geez, he's got some wonderful composure, Michael Annie. A lot of confidence for a first-year player.
It's amazing. He's like an old man on a young man's body. He's so strong to be able to stay in the moment on gun players all the time. We've seen it throughout this year. It's remarkable. Manchild.
Throw in left forward pocket for Brisbane.
Brent
They
Guerra.
sit on top of the ball. Eventually comes out. Brisbane a chance. McCluggage had a left foot ping at the goals. It's across the face. Another behind, would you believe? They've gone to 6-16-52. Adelaide at 8-7-55. Brisbane really are peppering the goals. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Shout out to Brent Guerra too. Surely one of your former teammates twice, wasn't he?
Yep.
Great player.
Comes back to Gardner. Hurries a kick back into 50. Chase Jones is going to be first back onto it, and as a consummate backman.
And they shared a special moment.
What was his nickname?
Final.
What was his nickname, Brent Guerra? Did he have a funny nickname?
Oh, Goo.
Gooey.
Let's go.
Gooey.
Adelaide Rock.
Anyway,
Adelaide Rock.
we digress.
No Adelaide Rock. No Adelaide Rock. No Adelaide Rock.
So Thilthorpe, you can hear the umpire. Thilthorpe's come from a long way to ruck against McInerney. He just slaps a big 25-metre punch and goes nowhere. And the Crows players are asking for deliberate. They're not going to get it. So the ball will be thrown in next to the point post at the Brisbane end.
Gee, that's a rotten rule. Just because you don't declare as 5 minutes before the umpire wants you to, you can't even compete. And McInerney just spiked it.
So again, deep into attack for Brisbane. Left foot snap at goal. In fact, goes off the side of the boot. I reckon it was Zorko and dribbles out of play again. Another throw-in. I'm going to come back to that ruck rule with you, Rhett Bigness, in just a moment. You're a ruckman. I just want to ask your opinion on it. We have the throw-in.
Stinks.
Left forward pocket for Brisbane. Thilthorpe. Big O belts it forward to the goal square again. Duday sees the ball out of play. Hits the behind post. Another throw-in. Why don't they just let anyone go up? And if two go up from one team, it's a free kick.
Oh, it came about because they were hating the third man up and people were getting injured. So
if two jump up, you've broken the rule, haven't you?
Yeah.
You don't need to declare who it is.
I'm trying to prevent injuries, but it just looks terrible.
Crazy. Crows trying to defend. They soccer it clear, but it comes to Coleman. Picks it up at 48 metres. Runs, goes back goalward, but it's going to be over to the forward pocket. Doesn't go anywhere near the goals in the end. And it's a bit of an untidy 3 or 4 minutes here at the moment about the fifth throw-in in a row in this left forward pocket.
And that's the other one. They're trying to prevent repeat stoppages to avoid the congestion, but when you have another bloke who comes over the top, it gets the ball moving.
Yep, it does. So Thilthorpe caught behind. McInerney in front. Crows should be able to clear this one through Shoal. Quick kick, just banged it onto the boot. Tex Walker in front of Gardner. Didn't take the mark. Gardner gets back first. Handball to Coleman. And it comes off both of those players and goes out of play. Throw in on the outer side. It's the Crows by 3 points.
Look at a mirror image of the first term. So forward 50 entries for the Lions, 14. Adelaide just the one. Triple M Red Z leading stats.
So Thilthorpe in position to do the ruck this time. Over the back. Laird, Scott Miller up. Just farms out a handball to him. He nicely gets his way around and gives it to McHenry. He's got some support. Laird goes again on the right into attack. Walker in a great position. 2-on-1 in front of Gardner. And Darcy Fogarty takes it out over the line in front of the old scoreboard.
Red Z Lending loans for the self-employed REDZED.
How good from Jared Berry, the air assist. That's the third time tonight he's left his man, read the fly to the ball and come over the top and just spoiled. Taylor Walker would have taken that mark without him.
Comments from Rhett Biglan's throw in right forward pocket for Adelaide. Walker doing the ruck work. Oscar McInerney comes away with the footy though and kicks it out towards centre wing. Just gets it out of there. Murray playing behind but takes a very good contested mark. So it's coming straight back inside 50 for Adelaide. He delivers it there. Tex Walker up high in the middle of the pack, but no mark. Off hands, Keys fumbled at the critical moment, wrapped up by Lockie Neal. The umpire says, I'll have it.
Just that kick, if he gets the mark, try to come in broad 15, change the angle, then go in. Just keep going back and forth in the same angle. Lions defenders like that.
Sean Burgoyne with the Seabus Super comments. Umpire letting this one go. Ashcroft the tackler. Somehow Adelaide come out with it, but good tackling at not allowing it to come out. Again, Sloan goes in. He does bring it out. Gee, the umpire let it go forever. Soligo then wrapped up in a tackle. Umpire finally blows his whistle. I thought he'd lost it. It's a ball up, centre half forward for Adelaide.
Taylor, let's go.
Adelaide by 3 points. McInerney gets a little clearance out of the ruck. The high ball coming out to centre wing. Michael Annie leads the race for the ball. Oh, he does well too. Geez, we've been singing his praises, and no wonder. Cool and calm and collected as Duday goes to Butts. Hurried kick falls fortuitously for Soligo on centre wing. He's got a little lead up from Laird. He's had a bit of it again tonight, as we've come to expect. Laird puts Adelaide back into attacking 50. Fogarty at the front, couldn't take it. Keys comes down. Here's Murphy with just a little kick looking for was Shelley, and he wants a free kick. The umpire said no, so it'll be a throw in, 20 out from the Adelaide goal.
Often gets stuck into Ben Keys, but big moments, he doesn't get his hands free and he's pretty clean with the footy. There was one there where he just took on the tackler, fired off the handball, and Murphy got going with it. It's been top 5 in the last 3 BNFs, and big moments, Keysy stands up.
21 minutes gone on the third term. Adelaide in attack. Rankin picks it up around the corner. Had a ping at the goals. He misses. It's all points at the moment. 8-8-56. Pros by 4. Brisbane a 6-16-52. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Stoppages are a concern at the moment. Both sides getting a little lazy inside their attacking 50. You can see what Adelaide are trying to do up there and create some space and get the wraparound.
That kick from Coleman just inside the boundary line, taken by Leicester. Gives it to Ashcroft, who's starting to get a bit more of the footy. Oh, Murray jumps up over the back, tries to pluck it out of Thilthorpe's hands. Sloan on hands and knees under enormous pressure, but the free kick is going to go to Rayner for holding the ball.
If you're 3 deep and jumping, just spoil the ball.
Seabus Super Specials from Sean Burgoyne. The Adelaide crowd didn't like the free kick as Brisbane go forward. Here's a chance now for Butts under pressure, and it stacks on. Somehow Berry extracted it, gives it across to McCarthy. High ball, and that is some nice work by Scholl, and he is going to win it out for Adelaide. So he has it deep in defence, and it was a nice mark under pressure.
It certainly was. Wilmot was all over him. Came out with the footy. He's going to bring it Members side. Long kick. Clears the defensive 50. O'Brien and Thilthorpe, the tall targets. Thilthorpe, and in fact O'Brien comes away with it. Handball to Rochelle under pressure was good. Another one, Soligo. Now to Dawson. Dawson's long left foot kick. Walker can run backwards onto this one. Oh, he nearly took the mark in opposition to Gardner. Roving it beautifully, Rankin. No one at home from either side. Rankin dribbles a left foot kick. And now the cavalry comes from all direction, and Brisbane should be able to defend and clear it out of there.
Is he having a shot there, Rankin, or what is he trying to do?
I think he's having a shot. It's very silly. If he stops props, comes back inside, he'll find an easy teammate.
So Wilmot goes to the outer centre wing. No mark taken. Goes over the back and will dribble out of play. So 24 minutes gone almost in this third term, and it's Adelaide by 4 points.
Joe, Riley.
Just the 2 goals kicked this term. McCluggage at the 3-minute mark, and then Fogarty had the reply at 8 minutes. So we've had a real spell in front of the sticks. Adelaide by 4 points. Still time. Dawson, was he held? The crowd wanted a free kick, didn't get it. And Brisbane just slap it out through Gardner. So we'll have a throw in.
Joe,
scoreboard traditional old scoreboard side of the ground, around about 65 out from the Adelaide goal. Danaher up doing the ruck work, giving McInerney a chop out. Picked up by Zorko. Wilmot from just on 50, defensive 50, goes forward, looking for Gunston. Murray in front of him, and he's done a really good job, Nick Murray, the farm boy.
Murray still kept him to the 2 disposals.
McDonald's, it's a new season for McSpicy Range at Macca's for a winning kick after the siren, available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time. Throw in, centre wing, outer side. Danaher into the ruck, as he tends to do for Brisbane. Crows come away through Laird. His handball went straight to Bailey, though. Tackled by Sloane. Sloane back in after it. Murphy hovering for Adelaide. Brisbane comes through Leicester. He lost it in the tackle. Murphy pounced on it. Handball to Dawson. He lost it in the tackle, but got it out to Laird. Now Gardner has a dribble or wobbler of a kick through the middle. They just sock it off the ground. Brisbane to gain some meterage. Getting it to half forward. Zorko's hands on the upward. Good. The kick on the run. McCarthy, no one at home. Ball dribbles its way through for a minor score. Gee, how's the kicking in this term? They've gone to 6-17-53 now. Trail by 3 points. Adelaide 8-8-56. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, McCarthy's rolling on his opposite foot. He's got Hipwood right next to him. Who's the left footer? Give the handball to Hipwood. He has an easier shot on 50 on the run.
Yeah, 1 goal 9, Ditch. You're spot on with that kicking.
1-9.
Free kick's going to go Brisbane's way for the shepherding.
Tunnel.
Come on, Sam.
That's Oscar acting there. That's the Academy Award.
Berry with it. The crowd doesn't like it. Oh, Zorko, a little kick goes straight through the hands, and then he just turns around and just sockers it out of the air. Mark Kirby taking a couple of bites at it from Gunston.
Gee, I thought that was a mark.
No, O'Brien just got the fist in it.
Hipwood wants it.
Yeah. Hipwood with first hands. O'Brien got the ball to go across him. It was a fist. It was a spoil.
O'Brien takes it out of the air. Crows should defend. He handballed wide to McHenry. Kicks out to Rankin at centre wing. Off hands, reading it beautifully. Pedler has a bounce. He's away. Second bounce. The speed's to the left footer, running hard. 2 bounces, chips over the top. Philthorpe. Good, exciting football, Adelaide. Philthorpe turns and delivers. Tex Walker's got 2 to beat. In the box seat. Couldn't take the mark. How did the umpire see it? He's given away the free kick. Hands in the air. And he says, what are you talking about? Earlier in the season, that'd be 50 metres. But the umpire says to Gardner, go back and take your kick. Crowd don't like it. Unbelievable.
So it was a 2-on-1. It was a dangerous kick to Walker anyway, but Gardner took his eyes off the footy. Went back and really lined up Tex. Tex tried to milk the free. Umpire turned it the other way.
I've scrapped that descent rule too, Ditz.
Crows lead by 3 points. It comes to Worrell. The left footer bangs it back inside 50 for Adelaide. No mark. McHenry at ground level working hard. They're still trying to claim it. Pedler dragged off the footy without it. Can you believe it? Umpire says play on.
Well, Lockie Neal takes it out of half-back, goes forward looking for Hipwood. He couldn't take the mark. Here's Gunston, and can't get it. Riley O'Brien just gives him a little push over the line, gives away a free kick. So Gunston's got it. It now comes to Ashcroft via Rayner. He gives it to Berry under pressure from McHenry. Great tackle. Ball goes loose, and we're going to have a ball up. Gee, the real intensity is lifted in this game as we get close to three-quarter time. 3 points the difference.
Harvey Norman replay. Gunston fell over the line. That milked a free kick again. They're going to rip the seats out of the stands here in a minute, the supporters.
So ball up at halfback for Adelaide. Comes out to Worrell. Oh, his handball was covered by Wilmot nicely. He smothered it. Goes through the legs of Laird. Ball just still bobbling around. The umpire not keen to get involved until now. So we've got the ball just inside the centre square, Brisbane side of the centre.
Crowd really getting into this game now. Will they influence the umpires? Crows force it forward in the middle. High tackle goes to Adelaide, and the crowd finally, they say. Rochelle picks it out in the centre wing on the outer side. Crows just take their time and steady things for the moment. Scholl goes very short with the pass to Murphy. Murphy with the footy. Now plays on. He's going to kick that long left foot kick inside 50. Tex Walker, Philthorpe fly, no mark taken. Leicester fumbled at the wrong moment. Fogarty picks up, chips it around the corner to the goal square. McHenry's got it. He's going to kick a goal. Brisbane make a terrible mistake in front of goal. And McHenry gets That's a very handy goal for Adelaide. Boy, they needed that. The steady for the moment. 9-8-62 they are. Brisbane are 6-17-53. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
He got the wrong one, didn't he? It was bouncing along and it bounced the other way in the wet. And McHenry gets the easiest of goals.
Thilthorpe's done a great job of just providing a bit of aerial power. Fogarty again keeping his feet. The ball gets it around the corner. McHenry with a shuffle step. But there's been some balls which have been in dispute where big players stand up and you've got to keep your feet. Slippery conditions out there today, and Fogarty did just that.
Triple M C-Bus Super special comments. C-Bus Super making hard work pay off. Sean Burgoyne. Red Bigland's doing it beautifully, just like Ned McHenry did, who was the late inclusion for Brodie Smith, who missed with a back. So Adelaide, after, well, we didn't have a goal from the 8-minute mark to 29 minutes. 21 minutes without any action, and here they go again. The skipper Dawson goes forward. There's still time. Oh, the mark couldn't be completed by Connor McKenna. He went down cricket style on the one leg, looking like he was fielding. Comes back to Dawson. His kick, though, straight on the chest of Rich inside 50.
So Brisbane just need to steady for the moment. Boy, they've had some chances in this term. Brisbane 1 goal 9, Mark Soderstrom pointed out earlier. What a turn from them. They've had many, many chances. The ball with Berry at half-back. Just over a minute remaining in this third term. The kick gets there on the bounce. Puts his teammate right under the pump. Gee, terrible kick coming out of defence. The umpire says held to him. Shocking mistake.
Lockie Neal getting busy in this third term. 9 touches. Will Ashcroft also getting the memo. He's had 8 touches. Rory Laird with 10 and Dawson for 7. The LA Crows, Triple M Red Z lending.
Crows into attack. Millerer on the defensive side of that clearance. Ended up with the footy. Kicked it inside 50. Loose ball off hands. Rankin. Handballs through. Chance on the run. That's an incredible goal. When do you see the celebration here? It's Rochelle. Oh, a check side on the run from the boundary line. Fed it through. The crowd on their feet at the Adelaide Oval. Miraculous goal, amazing stuff for Shelley. He does enjoy a goal, there's no doubt about it. 10-8-68 to 6-17-53. Big goal for Adelaide.
That's what you're talking about, Sean. Rankin learned from his mistakes. Rather than trying to kick the miraculous, he gives off a handball from the front and centre crumb, and then Rochelle hard up against the fence. That's a ridiculous snap. He's got some talent.
But Rankin's handball, he holds it for a second longer to draw McKenna to him, then to give it to Rochelle to give him the time. It's a special goal.
Oh, checking that on Triple M Harvey Norman replay. Don't miss it. Harvey Norman car park sale for 4 days only. Huge savings store-wide. Hurricanes this Sunday. That was just pure composure from both Rankin and Rochelle. And those 2 goals back-to-back for Adelaide in a matter of minutes takes them out by 15 points. They go forward again. Murphy couldn't take it. Going through there, trying to milk another free kick there was Rochelle. The umpire still letting it go. It's now bobbled out a little bit further. Kick off the deck. Goes to Lockie Neal. He's got some really fast hands to Rayner. Gets his way through and past Jones. Suddenly now, Brisbane get a chance. It's 1-on-1. Defensively, great work by Adelaide. Big punch from Duday. And there is the siren. So Adelaide, a couple of late goals in time on, has been able to get them out by 15 points at three-quarter time.
Oh, let's quickly go around the grounds for Choice Hotels. It was Port Adelaide by 10 points over Richmond. It was Collingwood by 35 over North Melbourne. What a final term we've got coming up for you at the Adelaide Oval. It's Adelaide 10-8-68, Brisbane 6-17-53 for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business with Australia's biggest range of downlights. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
it's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's for a winning kick after the siren. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Today is gonna be the day that you gotta know the show to go. By now you should have realised that you gotta know the show to go.
Old Trafford, the 4th Ashes Test. You've just got to know Triple M's Marty Sheargold show to go.
We don't believe that anybody knows the show the way you do.
Listen closely, 6 to 9 tomorrow morning, so you can answer a question about the show and get on the standby list.
Marty is going to be the one to send you.
105.1
Triple M. Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robots got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge...
Robots got it.
Next-day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robots got it.
Over 70 years experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Mouthwatering meals start with MasterChef quality ingredients from Coles, like CanStar award-winning South Store-free Coles Aussie boneless pork leg roast, dropped and locked to $9.50 a kilo. That's value the Australian way at Coles. Locked until July 4.
Ripe Coward Spec Bathers, you get 50-cent Old Spice funny lemon tins. What? Right now at Sunbathers, you'll get 50 cents off many Lent onions. That can't be right. Oh, right now at Specsavers, you'll get 50% off the price of all lens options, including clarity-enhancing lenses, light reactive lenses, reflection-reducing lenses, and more. Limited time only. Should have gone to Specsavers. Conditions apply.
It's time to hitch up and get out of town with Springvale Caravans, the Melbourne home of Snowy River Caravans. Forget about the 6 to 12 month wait for your new van. Springvale Caravans have plenty of Snowy River Caravans in stock, ready to go. Springvale Caravans, still doing great deals on new caravans after 40 years. See the full range at 723 Springvale Road, Keysborough, and online at springvalecaravans.com.au. Great range, great prices, and always great service.
Do you know an awesome father or father figure? Say thank you by nominating them for an Australian Fathering Award. Run by the Fathering Project, these awards celebrate those special role models that make the world a better place for kids. At home, in the community, on the sports field, or in the workplace. Give your favourite dad the recognition they deserve. Nominations are now open. Go to australianfatheringawards.org.au to find out more.
The Australian Boomers are back and they're ready to take on the world. From Giddy to Green, Mills and Thibault, Rod Laver Arena will be booming with Australia's best basketballers this August as they prepare for the 2023 FIBA World Cup. Lighting up the court in green and gold, the team will face off against Brazil, Venezuela and South Sudan over 3 huge nights. Don't miss the chance to catch your Aussie stars in action. See all the games, tickets and info at ticketek.com.au.
Millions of kilometres covered, tons of boats towed, a whole load of work sites and trips with workmates. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Three-quarter time at the Adelaide Oval. Crows by 15 points, trying to make their way into the top 8. Brisbane want to regain second spot. Let's hear what's been happening in the first 3 terms. Sean Burgoyne and Rhett Biglands.
We'll have a look at that third term first of all, just to jump into that one, because that was a ridiculous quarter for Brisbane with the amount of inside forward 50 they had to not be able to convert. At one stage, it was 14-1 halfway through that third term, and they only had 1 goal, 9 on the board. And when we're looking into the players who aren't contributing for the Lions, it's mainly been their forward line. They've had a stack of looks at it. And with Gunston just having 5 and Danaher 6 disposals, Eric Hipwood unsighted with 3, you can't really say that they're putting their best foot forward. It's certainly been the defence of Adelaide which have held firm, and Rochelli's goal was off the back of the first inside forward 50 entry Adelaide had in that term, and well, extended the margin to 15 points.
Oh yeah, I thought Adelaide's backline were outstanding defending those amount of inside 50s, because you can get quite frustrated as a defender as well. You can grab a Guernsey here, you can slip a high tackle, but they did it and they kept their composure, and then they were able to go forward, and they were able to kick a couple of goals towards the end. The special goal from Rochelli just topped it off, but just Brisbane very wasteful.
It saps your midfield from confidence too, doesn't it? Brisbane's midfield, if they're doing all that work, Neil got 10 possessions that quarter, Ashcroft 8. If you're pumping it in there and then it's coming back out again, you start to really lose your confidence, don't you? Come on forwards, lift your game.
Let's go to Theodoropoulos on the boundary.
It's pretty dewy conditions after a bit of rain all night, but it's going to be dry in the final term, so good news. If you've got some clean skills, you could run away with this game. The subs unused, Parnell and Madden still on the bench.
Good on you, Theo. For Bob Jane team, Archie Okola, Mark Soderstrom.
So 15 points for Adelaide after a couple of late goals from McHenry and also Rochelle have put them in a really good position as they look to jump across a team that's sitting third on the ladder. Going forward was McCarthy, and he shrugged the tackle and got through. Free kick is going to go the way of Adelaide. And it's Michael Lanny again who continues to impress, this time against Rayner, and he's got it deep in defence.
Yeah, definite free kick. Gee, ripped off the footy around the throat. Clearing kick comes out towards centre wing. Brisbane push it back forward towards their 50. McLuggage a chance. Couldn't pick it up. Shoal was good for Adelaide. And Lachie Neale happy to see the ball out of play. Just on the 50 for Brisbane.
Josh Worrell with just his first game of the year has been a big inclusion for Adelaide. Had a couple of big moments we spoke about. Michael Laney continues to just amaze us with his big moments on star players.
Siva Suva special comments. Red Biglands, the ball thrown in on the member side of the ground. Adelaide a chance. Keys went to ground at the critical moment, and Zorko couldn't keep the ball in play. So another throw in. As Theo Dropoulos mentioned, pretty wet and slippery out there at the moment.
If you're Brisbane, do you sub one of the three tall forwards off and get a runner on?
It's a good call. Good question.
They don't need many to hurt you, though. You know that Hipwood's going to bob up at some stage.
The only thing is, they did kick 1-9. It's not like they're not getting their chances or peppering the goals, is it? So they're doing something right. They're doing plenty right. They just didn't convert. Umpire throws it up, centre wing. O'Brien got the better of the ruckman, down to Keys. He was tackled by two Brisbane players. Can't break the tackle. Lachie Neale, Dane Zorko. Umpire throws it up quickly. O'Brien another tap. Dawson paddles it forward. McLuggage got in his way, allowed Rich to pick it up. Rich, very quick kick, goes forward towards the 50. Danaher in front, no mark. Well played, Murray. Long clearing kick. Gains about 50 or 60, and a free kick will go which way? It'll go Brisbane's way. Harris Andrews.
Yeah, he's been held by Darcy Fogarty. Goes into the centre of the ground, gets things moving quickly with Bailey, has plenty of time to pump it forward. Murray sitting under it again has done well. And free kick's going to go to Dunkley. And he was just got his little handball, and looks like I think Murray fell over the top of him into his back. Check that in the Harvey Norman replay, yep.
And that's probably Murray's first blemish. He's been brilliant with his attack in defence, that is. Going hard at the footy, but a little overzealous there on Dunkley.
Well, Dunkley from 50, right on the boundary line, gets a lead from Danaher, and he's able to get a little bit of space and separation from Worrell and has taken the mark. So he's 20 out, pretty tight angle from Danaher.
And because Murray was up at the contest infringing, that meant that Danaher ended up on Michael Lanny. Ran a lot of space and they couldn't get organised, and then Danaher just let up and lining up.
Just the two behinds tonight. He's kicked 28 goals for the season. Well, Brisbane needing this. And the kick is very, very good indeed. He threads the needle with a little bit of drift. So Brisbane draw first blood in this final term. Adelaide's lead whittled back down to 9 points, 10-8-68. Brisbane 7-17, 59. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
With the amount of time that Dunkley took to get off the ground, pull back off the mark, there would have been 30 seconds. Adelaide had enough time to get a player in the hole there and fill that space. They didn't, and Joe exploited that. Just a bit sloppy in defence there. They have been really good all night, Adelaide Crows. That's just one they'd like to have back.
It was good from Zorko, wasn't it? He popped the 40 metres out, which spooked Murray, who ran up to him, and that allowed the space in behind Murray.
Siva Super special comments. Siva Super making hard work pay off. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Umpire to bounce it in the middle. Early in this final term, Crows by 9 points. Brisbane a chance at ground level, can't get it out. They soccer it off the ground through Rich. He soccers it out to centre wing. Charlie Cameron leads in the race for the ball. Hard one to pick up. It's wet and slippery, but he did so. Upended by Michael Annis. He got the kick away. Defending Duday. Offhands Danaher. Danaher caught in against the boundary line. He's lost the ball. He tried to dodge and get around a couple, and he's dropped the footy. Good pressure, Adelaide, and Worrell gets the free kick, and he has played a real good game. Blood rule, he'll get sent off for this.
He thought
Joe, for a spell.
Joe got the ball and he thought, I'll have a shot, and then he thought, I'll do the team thing.
Yep.
That's why he came back and got caught holding the ball.
Yeah.
I think he's entitled to have a shot there.
He was in two minds, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was trying to do the team thing, which made him caught him undone.
Oh, he tried to sell a little bit of candy too.
To come back in.
Yeah, and then confused himself.
So sold the candy with a wet, greasy ball and dropped it in the end. So Worrell comes off with a blood rule. So the Crows from the last line of defence. Murray, long kick out towards Fogarty, no mark, or just dribbles out of play. And a throw in by the interchange gate.
Brisbane last week had 10 individual goal kickers, had 7 so far tonight. They really do get an even contribution. When you think about Danaher with just the 1 goal, and Cameron's been lucky to get his 2, there's plenty of upside there.
5.5 minutes gone in this last term. Adelaide by 9 points. Throw-in comes down. Dawson tries to flick one through. Lockie Neal trying to break away, and so too Starcevic. No free kick. Ball up on centre wing. Just checking, Worrell has had a bit of patchwork done on the nose, so he looks like he'll be coming back soon. Free kick's been plucked out. It's going to go the way of Lockie Neal. He wants to get things moving quickly and does. Little kick inside using the corridor to Bailey. He's been held up though and just waiting for something up forward. Decides to come across to Rich. Centre wing, right in front of the interchange gates. Let's fly with that big booming left foot that he has. All fly, no one can mark it. Comes back down. Oh, Danaher on Dawson puts him under enormous pressure. Adelaide's defence holding up. Oh, the tackle from Laird. Looked like it was a little high, but no, the umpire said that's okay. And he's going to ball it up. Just thought for a quick moment throwing their head back was McCarthy. He might have got a free kick, but no.
Oh, gee, just saw the Harvey Norman replay. I think it was a Brisbane free kick, Soda, but not paid. And we'll have another ball up. Centre half forward for Brisbane, who continue to do the attacking. They're just not scoring. Loose footy at half forward. Crows trying to defend. Quick kick out of the half-back region. Ends up with Keys. Ben Keys onto the boot. Rankin sits under it. Takes a good mark. Running the wrong way with the flight of the ball. Handball on the running Murphy. Murphy can kick over the top to the advantage of his forwards. Fogarty over the back. Didn't take the mark. Rochelle keeps it alive. An unselfish left foot kick. Back in play and finds Soligo. Great option. He was only a couple of metres out, but he had a Brisbane player hemming him in against the behind line. So he thought, rather than do something miraculous, I'll concede about 20 metres. And he hits Soligo right on the chest. So Soligo almost straight out in front. Only a very, very slight angle to speak of. Runs in 30 metres, 25 metres out, straight through the middle. Big goal for Adelaide. At the 7-minute mark of the final term, Adelaide go to 11.874. Lead Brisbane 7:17.59. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
First time in transition where Adelaide have exposed them over the back. It's their first inside forward 50 of this quarter as well. Clever work there from Murphy on the wraparound. Rankin was good enough to take it. If they didn't take that mark, the ball was in dispute and Brisbane would have pumped it back in, but
it was the kick to Rankin, wasn't over the back to break the lines, and then the handball to Murphy to get it to Fogarty.
So 15 points right now, and that answers back the goal that Danaher got early in this final term. Brisbane averaging 100 points a game right now, sitting on 59. They've been inaccurate. 7-17 they have kicked. Miller coming off half-back, couldn't take it with him. Berry couldn't. Little fumble going forward. Dunkley. There's a chance for Zorko. Loses his footing under pressure from McHenry. Coleman, who's been good tonight, flicks out. The hands come Berry's way. Going forward, going back was Rayner with the mark. Couldn't take it. And the ball just eludes Chase Jones. And we'll have a throw-in. 45 out from the Brisbane goal.
Love that from Butts. He doesn't get a lot of the footy, but he knows when to kill it. And he went high and straight through the middle of the pack and brought it to ground. It was a big one to spoil.
Crowd tonight, 33,188, which was pouring rain at the start of it, so not a bad crowd. Offhand, Soligo, the goal kicker, just boots it out of there. Goes to a vacant centre square where Rich, in the end, runs onto it. Gets it out to Wilmot. Wilmot goes with the right foot kick inside 50 and playing in front. The Adelaide Crows. And that's a good mark, Wilmot. Off moments ago, sorry, Wilmot, what am I saying? Worrell, the W's. Worrell for Adelaide. from defence. Goes out to centre wing on the outer side. No mark taken and wrapped up in a tackle. The umpire to come in and ball it up.
So that's impressive from Josh Worrell. Come across and back himself on a slippery night. Long ball in defensive 50. He'd be getting pretty nervous as a defender, and he backs himself in.
Offhand Sloan. Quick kick forward for Adelaide. Brisbane just soccer it back to where it came from. On the end of it, Dunkley can't pick it up. Good pressure, Adelaide. Butts just couldn't pick up the wet ball. Wilmot came in hard. Butts goes back in, comes out with the footy, and tackled by Hipwood. And the umpire says another ball up.
So looking at this final term, Daniel Rich, first game back from a calf, getting busy, 4 touches. Dunkley with 3, and Murray and Dawson have a couple apiece on the Triple M Red Z Link stat sheet.
Saligo with the clearance and a big jump from Fogarty on the outer wing. Nice set of hands from the Fog. Thilthorpe was his target. Harris Andrews used the body really nicely in front of Thilthorpe. He slapped it back in, Riley, and Andrews has to go back in, and now he's been held up. The umpire said no, he didn't have any opportunity to get rid of it, so it'll be a throw-in. 20 around from the Adelaide goal. River end. 11 gone, and Adelaide are 15 points up. They've lost 3 of their last 4, Adelaide. They're looking to take a big scalp here. Comes out the Keys. Around on his right foot. Rich just punches it through for a behind in the square. So Brisbane 7-17-59. Adelaide out by 16 points, 11-9-75. That's on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Rich does the kicking in. He's messed a couple up tonight. This one's not his best either. He's got a one-on-one in the middle of the ground. Rankin with the footy. Handle over the top. Pedler. Pedler goes goalward. And he goes bang. Big goal, Adelaide. He's got 2. Crows out by 22. What a lead at this point of the game. 12-9-81. Brisbane 7-17-59. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Richard's made a few mistakes coming out of defensive 50. When he's been a bit further out from goal, there's still a lot of time left in this last quarter. You don't need to take the most riskiest kick at this stage of the game, do you, Biggles? Kick out from fullback, straight up the middle to a 1v1 contested situation.
I'm not sure who Rich was actually targeting, because it was Colwyn with 2-on-1 at the centre of the ground that he was trying to fire off a dart to. He's got one of the best kicks in the comp, but I'm not sure if he was trying to get it to Coleman, but I know he's missed a week with a calf, but still Pedler capitalises. He's vastly improved again now, sits 5th on the goal-kicking tally for the Adelaide Footy Club. And he's got 2 tonight.
Yeah, you're right, Biggles. He's got 14 goals for the season. This is game number 10 for him. The umpire throws it up. O'Brien, beautiful deft touch. Gives it to Dawson, has a bounce and goes forward. Oh, that is a good mark. One out, Harris Andrews against Riley Thilthorpe with the build-up from Adelaide was superb. And then Andrews just spoils the party. Coming through was Sloan when the kick was returned by Brisbane. Dunkley, he's in a bit of trouble from Chase Jones. Little handball over the top and corralled by Sloan. You love the crowd. They're right into this. Let's head down to Theo Deropoulos for Bob Jane T-Marts. Geez, they're up and about, Theo.
So this is unbelievable atmosphere. The Crows going beautifully. Brisbane's been forced into their sub. Jack Gunston is out of the game. James Madden about to come on.
Good on you for Bob Jane T-Marts. They've got buy 3, get 1 free deals, plus instant cashback. Call or order online today. T's and C's apply.
You should be a coach, Sean Burgoyne. Just called, sub off one of your forwards and bring on Madden.
Yep, that's right. Murray edges McCarthy under the footy. Great running work from Miller on the end of a quick handball. The kick didn't find a teammate. Dribbles out of play. Left half forward on the outer side of the ground. Adelaide in control by 22 points. We've played 14 minutes of this final term.
How's that book going, Shawnee? Football 101, that right?
Well, 101, if you're not getting a touch, you're getting sub.
It's simple.
I'll buy a copy.
It's a one-page book, is it? These are my rules. The Crows at half forward. Oh, gee, a chance for a Shelley. Ran in and out of trouble. Got himself into trouble in the end. Tex Walker fights for it. McCluggage at ground level as well. He applies the tackle. Umpire says we'll ball it up. Half forward for Adelaide. Crowd applaud the effort of the Crows forward line. Laird was at the bottom of the pack too.
Taylor and Joe.
So Walker to do the ruck work. Danaher Walker plucks it out of the air, tries to get a kick away, left foot kick, gets smothered. Phil Thorpe tried to belt it forward, working hard in defence. Starcevic kicks it out to the boundary line on the outer side. Is that deliberate? Yes, it is. How do you pick them?
They love that, don't they? They love the action of paying the free kick.
Miller
The strut.
runs around Zorko, gets around him, delivers inside 50, no mark, taken off hands Murphy. Handball's out towards Dawson, keeps it alive, gives to Rankin. Rankin's handball didn't find Saligo. It's out of play, left half forward for Adelaide.
At the stoppage here, we saw Taylor Walker trying to find Pedder on the loop round. They got Pedder in all sorts of space from a block, but now they're going to try and get Rankin loose. And he is super dangerous at these stoppages.
15.5 minutes gone, final term, Adelaide by 22. Riley O'Brien gets the ruck uncontested, gives it to Sloan, hurries his kick. Here goes Dawson on his left, swings the ball to the top of the square, but Gardner had a little bit of space on Walker, able to take the mark and just sends it out to Coleman, who's dropped what he should have taken. Here's Thilthorpe. Oh, he pinches it, Big Riley. Goes back with his kick, not effective though. Harris Andrews spins around. McHenry like a terrier. Thilthorpe takes it again. Here's a chance for Lockie Murphy. Gets around on his left into the square. And, defensively, who was that? That was Starcevic. Just got a hand to it. Rushed through for a behind. So Brisbane 7-17-59. Adelaide 12-10-82. 23-point margin. It's starting to look very, very dangerous for Brisbane on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
The crazy round of upsets in round 11. Ridiculous.
McKenna this time with the kick in. Gets it inside the centre square. Chase Jones for Adelaide. Kicks it back inside 50. Playing in front. Tex Walker. And there's some push and shove. Tex goes to ground. He wants 50. Time back on. Umpire says not having it.
He went straight at Harris Andrews after he marked it and gave him a little jumper punch. Andrews goes back at him and drops Tex, who plays for it. Wasn't there, umpire didn't bite.
B grade, C grade or F grade acting?
Yeah, no, anywhere near that, would it was just vomit.
Tex Walker will kick from 35 metres out. Straight out in front. Has two. He's got three. Punches the air with both fists. Oh, the Crows have kicked right away from Brisbane now. 29 points the margin. 17 gone final term. 13-10-88. Brisbane 7-17-59. Three big goals. The Tex Walker Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
The Biggles, he's number 3 today, so it takes him up to 26 for the season. Is he going around again next year?
No doubt he'll go again. If you look at the way in which Tom Hawkins is performing, he's the most targeted player inside, attacking 50 for the Adelaide Crows. He just draws the ball. Has a massive presence when he's out there, but more importantly, he's ranked 13th in the comp for forward 50 ground ball gets. So he's getting off after it when it hits the deck, and they need that in the air, on the ground, lock it in.
Triple M Red Z Lending's loans for the self-employed, REDZED.com.
Oh, Taylor Walker with a double bicep pose after that goal too. He'd be super happy, and why not? He's kicked 3, and here goes Rory Laird. A little slip as he went for the clearance. Advantage, the free kick goes. McCarthy hurries into the forward line. Danaher and Murray goes over both of their heads. Oh, Butts leads Hipwood a merry dance. He's going to get a big round of applause. Coughs the ball up though with the kick. Sloan comes in to provide some assistance. Ashcroft looking for a free kick. Farms a handball out. Rory Laird off the deck has done well to get some meterage. Tex has come up to the centre wing. Out of side, then he just wobbles a kick forward. Rory Laird in slips, just dives and takes an absolute cracker.
Oh, Harvey Norman replay controlled it too.
Laird plays on from centre wing. Kicks inside 50. Harris Andrews takes the mark this time. Harvey Norman replay. Don't miss it. Harvey Norman car park sale for 4 days only. Huge savings store-wide. Hurry in Sunday. Andrews from deep in defence goes to centre wing. No mark taken. Umpire found a free. Arm chop.
This is where Brisbane have to take risks now. Time's getting away from them. If they get scored out going the other way, that's fine. But they've got to try and start winning to win the game.
Seabus Super comments with Sean Burgoyne. Short pass from Dunkley to Coleman. Coleman, who's been a good player tonight, goes to half forward. McCluggage got 2 to beat off hands. He forced the mistake to bring it to ground. He did well, McCluggage. And then he hangs on to Keys. Didn't give away a free kick, but nearly did. Handball came to O'Brien, the ruckman. His kick back out towards centre wing. No mark. Off hands Bailey. Shows a bit of toe as always. Kicks to the goal square. And Charlie Cameron marks. 15 metres out, and boy, do they need this one. Good play from Bailey. And it was good from McCluggage as well, who's done some clever things tonight. And so Charlie Cameron has 2 goals. Chance to kick his third from straight out in front. On his way in. 15 metres and kicks goal number 3. And Brisbane really need that. Have they got enough time? Just over 7 minutes remain in this final term. Brisbane go to 8:17.65. Trail Adelaide 13:10.88. Let's go to Theo on the boundary.
Ditz Adelaide's made it sub. Paddy Parnell is about to come on. Josh Worrell was the man coming off in a bit of discomfort. He looked like he had a bit of a lower leg injury. We're relieved to find out it's just severe cramp, so he's out of the game. Parnell about to come on.
Theo down there for Bob Jane. T-Mart's margin back to 23 points.
Bailey's smart with the footy, running full tilt. He still put that ball to advantage side, and now up to 22 disposals. Had a pretty good game. If he had converted his 2 gettable shots on goal, he'd be right up there for our triple MVP, but he missed those 2 shots. He's still pretty good though.
Well, when the other forwards can't find it, he's finding it at ease, isn't he?
Yeah.
Back in the centre for Ream, hot water built tough for Aussie conditions when it comes to water heating. Ask your plumber to install a Ream. Clearance comes Brisbane's way. That was via Bailey, who's had a couple of nice little moments late. Handball over the top was McCarthy, and very high ball. Charlie Cameron couldn't take it. Michael Lanny, who's done pretty well tonight despite Cameron popping up and getting his 3 goals. Tackle, you can hear the crowd loving the work of Tom Duday. That is right in front of the old scoreboard.
Oscar Riley.
They're beautifully, just some wonderful work there, wrapping up McCarthy from that ruck ball up. They didn't get anywhere, so the umpire's going to have another crack at it. Over the back was McInerney, and Rory Laird, very clever to ensure that Neil goes over the boundary line.
Throw it in front of the old scoreboard.
Oscar Riley.
Crows by 23 points. Big Oscar and Riley O'Brien. O'Brien got it down, but only as far as Berry of Brisbane. His right foot kick up against the boundary line, smothered out over the line by Keys. Crowd giving huge applause.
And Lachie Neale coming off the back of his 35 touches in the Q Clash. He's sitting 20th for disposal in the AFL. He's had 26 tonight. For easy conditions, a lot of attention paid to him by Keys, and Dunkley just under him with 24 for the Lions.
Red Z lending stats. Berry again off hands.
Rory Sloane.
Rory Sloane to get a free kick out of that ruck contest. So inside defensive 50. Will get the clearing kick away. Goes along that outer side, centre wing. Playing in front, Walker. Oh, nearly pulled it in. Off hands play on McKenna. Head over the ball. Picks it up, then tackled immediately. Umpire says, I'll have it. Phil Thorpe, a little sore behind play. Eventually picks himself up. He's okay.
Oscar, trainer out.
Trainer's in the way. Umpire directing traffic. Big Oscar with a tap. Meant for Neil, but it went to the boundary line, out of play.
I'd probably suggest, Shawnee, that Isaac Rankin may have broken the duck against Starcevic, who's really owned him in those last 5 occasions we talked about in Q Clash, where he's just kicked 1. He's got the 1 goal 3 tonight, with 20 disposals. And Starcevic's such a good player. He's really worked hard, hasn't he, Rankin?
There he is. He's worked really hard tonight. It starts with, they call him the babysitter. He normally puts him to sleep. Rankin's been good tonight, very influential.
Well, Lachie Neale with the clearance. It's taken mark by the skipper in Dawson at half-back. Just takes his time. Goes up towards Walker and Fogarty. Here's Rochelle. Little fumble at the crucial moment. Opened the door for Rich to get involved. Paddle from Keys. Knocks it forward to Rankin. He's trying to draw a player in Tex from 45. Goes around the corner. McCluggage just spills it through 4 behind, so Adelaide out by 4 goals now. They are ticking along beautifully on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Titanium Caravans built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
Brisbane continue to take risks as they bring this ball back into play. Gee, they've fumbled, they've stumbled, and eventually McKenna takes a mark at half-back. Kicks to the middle of the ground. O'Brien's the only player that went up for it for Adelaide. He didn't take the mark, but goes in after it. Gets the handball out wide. Did well, the ruckman. Coming through hard keys. Brisbane a chance, but Sloan gets in there before Berry. Now Ashcroft for Brisbane. Picks it up, tackled immediately. Can't get it out. McHenry was the tackler for Adelaide.
As much as Riley O'Brien's been impressive tonight, I don't like to see a donut on the stat sheet. And of his 8 kicks, not one has hit the target. He's running at 0% efficiency, the big man.
Walker at half forward gets the handball away to Laird. Laird's handball goes astray. Walker tries to sock a forward. Still in there working hard. Tex came out, but somehow
Brisbane.
Oh, gee, Tex can't believe it. He got the handball away under pressure, but there was some hanging on. It'll be a Brisbane free kick.
He was there. So Tex took a while to build into the game, but now with his 3 goals, with pretty good opposition to Harris Andrews, as we see ball fumbled over the line from McInerney.
The crowd are loving this, Biggles. McInerney just had the easiest of marks on the outer wing, went straight through the mids. And the Adelaide faithful, all 33,188 of them are up and about, loving this. The Crows have dropped the 10th before this game, and they'll get a 6-5 record the way they're going now. 4 goals up. Right into time on now. Sloan thumps the ball forward, gains about 15 metres. Tex just pushes Gardner out of the way, comes down the keys. He's had a really nice game. Goes on the left foot. Phil Thorpe had it smashed away by Leicester. Here's Rankin, gets around on the right. Oh boy! Hasn't he got some tricks? He brings the crowd to his feet, and Isaac Rankin has put through another goal. Adelaide are out by 30 points. 14-11-95, 8-17-65. That's 2 for Isaac. He's been outstanding. So that lead, again, 30 points, Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
When the ball came in, Rankin had McKenna right behind him. The ball went to the left. McKenna just let Rankin run for the ball and didn't worry about chasing him. And he just picks it up and has an easy snap.
It's great crumbing, though, isn't it? I mean, particularly if you follow the flight of the ball over your shoulder. Rankin does that without even thinking and turns back on. He was the only one who wanted that ground ball get. Everyone was standing off him. He's had...
Even the defender didn't want it either.
8 score involvements for his 2-goal 3 and 22 disposals.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. This is a big win for Adelaide over a very, very good side in Brisbane. Adelaide's form continues, except for last week's blip against the Western Bulldogs. Rayner fell over at the critical moment in the middle, working hard McCarthy, but the Crows have beaten him to the punch. They've got the ball first. Umpire says, I'll ball it up.
Thanks, behind you.
Saligo was the player with the footy.
Separate a metre, please. Riley, separate.
Dawson now up to 29 touches. Lairdy 27. And clearance work going in favour of Laird with 4 of those.
So Brisbane just built it inside 50 off hands. Loose footy. A lot of players around it. Wilmot comes in late. Trying to help out is Madden, the sub, who came on earlier in this term. Wilmot comes out with a well played. Gets a right foot snap towards the goal. Won't get there. Charlie Cameron up high. Couldn't take the mark. He now steals it. How did he do that? And kicks an incredible goal. Gee, that was good. He won't get any applause for it, but that was just an unbelievable goal from Charlie Cameron. Sean Burgoyne.
That was outstanding, wasn't it? Jumped in the air, did the splits, sold some dummy, and then did a snap. He and originally flew for the mark to spoil Dawson.
Incredible goal. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. Adelaide 14-11-95. Brisbane 9-17-71. Adelaide lead by 24 points.
Max Michelini, he was shaking his head how that ball ended up with Rankin. He'll never know because he had hold of it after Cameron flew in the air, and somehow at full speed Charlie's just stolen it, got it on his boot.
For the second time in 2 years, Charlie Cameron kicks 4 goals against Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval, but last year it was a 6-goal win. Right now, Brisbane staring at a 4-goal loss. Tapped out off the deck was Dunkley. couple of little bites at it, and the mark has been taken by Bailey.
Stand, please. Stand.
Dunkley's been awesome. 26 disposals of those, 16 contested.
Oh, McInerney's just got to go off the deck. Rayner couldn't take it, and Adelaide just went off him and decided to hold him up. So the umpire will throw it up, centre half forward, Brisbane end.
The most impressive part about this final term, I mean, Brisbane destroyed the line in the Q Clash. They destroyed the Suns with a 6-goal final term to really 6 goals straight. So the way in which Adelaide have held up in this final term, they knew the lines were going to come.
Just Zorko tries to hack it out and only goes as high as Rankin. So he's sitting at half back, really slowing things down. Decides just to chip it across to Miller, and Adelaide have got this game well within them. It's going to be a huge win.
Yeah, great win at home against a top 4 side. Beaten St Kilda here as well in recent weeks. Just lost to Collingwood. As McInerney from centre wing delivers inside 50, high. Didn't really give his forwards a chance. Bailey off hands was good. Danaher, great body work. He'll run into an open goal. Another one for the Lions. So they're rallying, they're trying late in this game, but it's going to be too late for them. And they get their 10th goal, 10-17, 77. The margin back to 18 points. Adelaide 14-11-95. And that's on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Well, they're trying to fight back, Brisbane. Adelaide are trying to drop a spare behind the play, but Brisbane are going down to equalising. And somehow the spare player gets sucked up and leaves Joe in a 1v1 close to goal. So I'm not sure where that spare player went to, but Joe made the most of the one-on-one contest.
How good was Bailey with his timing just to get around the congestion? He hits it at speed, gets it going forward. And the smarts of Joe Danaher just to outbody Murray, who looks tired out there after battling pretty well. Almost had Murray in the votes until that point, Shawnee, but I'll leave that up to you.
4 goals apiece in this last quarter. Free kick's been given to Riley O'Brien, so he'll get the clearance. Adelaide by 3 goals. McInerney roves it off the pack. Little kick around the corner. Jordan Dawson's had another big game. This will be possession number 30 for the skipper. What a career he's having since he's made the switch from Sydney back home here in South Australia. Michael Lanny has been good again, even though Cameron's popped up with his 4 goals. Certainly hasn't been disgraced at all, the youngster. O'Brien just sets things up to go half forward. Fogarty's the target. Oh, good strong mark taken by McInerney at half back.
Big Oscar wants to get on with it. The Crows have manned up. He goes with the torque, didn't quite get hold of it. And his opposition ruckman sits under it and takes a good chest mark.
Kick the kick.
O'Brien. It is the 2 ruckmen are waxing here at the Adelaide Oval. Have you seen this battle, Biggles? You're the ruckman here.
I still think, even though O'Brien's ball use around the ground hasn't been up to the level, I think he's taken the victory in this one. He's contested work around the ground and sitting back at what we saw then. He's really good. He's 3rd in the AFL for hit-outs to advantage, and I just think they've got more value from O'Brien at stoppage than what the Lions have got out of McInerney first-hand around the ball-ups.
Seabus Super Special comments this afternoon has been Sean Burgoyne and Rhett Biglands bringing you all the action. The ruckman, it comes down to Keys. Ben Keys, who's had a pretty good game. His handball just goes astray, goes out of play. And deliberate, says the umpire. Well, you scratch your head, don't you?
I think he was looking for Rory Laird, wasn't he? It was just the bounce as Wilmot brings it in, goes to half forward. The target was Hitwood, couldn't take it. Zorko takes off the back of the pack, goes for the kick. Cameron running in with Michael Lanny, but the points beat them and it dribbles out over the line. So Brisbane get within 17 points on the Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard. 33, nearly 34 minutes gone in this final term.
So long kick in. On the members' side, centre wing, off hands. Brisbane claim it, stolen by Fogarty. Oh, gee, handball in tight, put his teammate right under the pump in Murray. He had an area, it ends up with Wilmot. Wilmot, and under the pump, kicks it very quickly and skews off the inside of his boot, out on the full. And the errors continue to come under this Adelaide pressure. 17 points in front. It's going to be a massive win at the Adelaide Oval for the Crows. Relieving kick from defence. Michael Lanny, O'Brien under it. Went through his fingertips. Harris Andrews off hands. He's immediately tackled. Umpire to ball it up.
We'd love to how the Lions coaching staff would evaluate their waste opportunities in the third term for that 1 goal 9, 14 inside forward 50 entries.
Ball comes out towards Zorko. Keys, big tackle on Dunkley. Will not taken. There's the siren. That is a huge win for the Adelaide Football Club at home. 17 points over third place Brisbane. And they beat the Lions for the first time since 2018.
It's a big win for Adelaide. Unbelievable against Brisbane. 17 points. Take nothing away from Adelaide. This is a huge win. But Brisbane, you can't kick 1 goal 9 in a quarter when they absolutely dominated every possession, every area. They're not going to win doing that, are they?
No, they're not. They're very wasted.
All right, hang on. Let's go to Mark Rasciuto. Sorry, with Isaac Rankin, Josh Richelli.
I think I have to say myself, yeah.
Well, you're certainly the best celebration, but Isaac, what about that one in Sir Doug Nicholls' round? That would have been a real exciting one for you personally.
Yeah, obviously a round I look forward to playing in, and to kick a goal like that is just pretty special. My family's up in the crowd, so it gave me a little point, and good we got the win.
Rash, you've had some big celebrations this year. The Rocky Balboa one, I think everyone likes. What was that one today?
Yeah, so that wasn't Mbappe, the soccer player who plays at PSG. I promised a few guys I was going to whip that out, so I did that.
Great response from last week. Last week was totally unlike what's been happening all year, but you bounced back brilliantly today as a side.
Yeah, obviously disappointed last week. We knew we had to bounce back. Brisbane, I did contest the side, love to get it forward, but I think we beat them by the end, and glad we got the win.
Bit lucky they kicked a bit inaccurately for a while, Rush.
Yeah, we're very lucky on a few occasions, but we just backed our system in all day, and the boys executed, which is well deserved.
Well done, boys. Great win.
Cheers, Drew.
There you go, Mark Rasciuto on Fox down there with the two boys who kicked miraculous goals, Richelli and Rankin. They were pretty special, Sean, weren't they?
They were. They must do some talking in the change room about what celebration they're going to do, because they've got them down pat, haven't they?
Pre-planned.
Yeah,
He was going in with the Mbappe, knowing that you're going to kick a snag.
We might as well tell the people out there who Mbappe is.
He's a star. He's the highest paid player at PSG now that Messi's going to leave, and of course Neymar's going to leave too, so he's going to get plenty of coin.
So the Crows will come into the 8 tonight on percentage, which is massive for them. It really is. We'll go back down. Special presentation happening down on the field in just a moment. But right now, though, that is, Biggles, that is a huge win for the Adelaide Footy Club.
Well, I'm not sure. A lot of people might call that an upset because Brisbane have been playing such a good brand of footy, 9 on the trot, and I think a lot of Adelaide players knew that they weren't at the level last week against the Bulldogs. Different style of play in which Brisbane played compared with the Bulldogs. But going in, they still had to perform, and yeah, were lucky with those missed shots in the third term, but had to bring the pressure and still had enough ball winners around the midfield to win that department as well.
Sean, the defence of Adelaide thrashed the tools of Brisbane, didn't they?
They did. Yeah, well, you got subbed out. Gunston got subbed out. Hip wouldn't have influence, and Danaher kicked a goal with about a minute to go. So they virtually had no influence over the whole game.
Yep.
And you can't have that many inside 50s and your three tools have no influence. So the Adelaide defenders, they got the job done as a group, a back six.
Midfield battle, of course. We looked at it before the game, and there were some big guns, obviously, Dunkley and Neale and Ashcroft and so forth. In the end, Dunkley's had 29, Neale's had 26, but certainly they were limited earlier on in the game when Adelaide got a little bit of momentum.
It wasn't a definite shutdown. We thought Keys was going to do that role, so at centre bounce, he tried to sit on Lachie Neale, then he'd float to Dunkley, but it was all hands on deck. Dawson stood up. We know Lairdy's always accountable for his man, so it was pretty good, and even with the low numbers from Sloane, he was accountable when he went in there because you know how dangerous the Lions mids can be. So you'd actually take that as a victory for Adelaide, and Lachie Neale way down on his normal numbers and output, so still had 11 clearances though, which is incredible.
Yeah. The small brigade of Adelaide are really, really having a good season. Players that they've found like Chase Jones, but McHenry's doing well. The two younger boys, Soligo and Richelli as well. They've really found some players, haven't they?
Yeah, they are. And Murphy's coming up on board.
Yeah,
he rushes through, and Rankin does that role. And Richelli's actually starting in centre bounce as well. So they're developing not only just for their forward craft, but their midfield craft as well. And they're getting wins, they're getting shots on goal, and they're getting confidence and belief.
That's a good pick-up, Dits, on Chase Jones. So you called it as well. He's having his best year, and in the pre-game, Matty Nix told us that he's going to be providing a little bit of defensive coverage off that wing. But the biggest improvement in Adelaide this year are those young players you spoke about on the wings. Scholl and also Chase Jones, not only defending, but getting up and down the ground with work rate and mixing it with the best, because they're up against McLuggage tonight, and they did a really good job. The McLuggage didn't have his influence with going inside a forward 50.
People have been very critical in this town of Adelaide and their recruiting and their drafting, particularly because Port Adelaide did so well a couple of years ago. But some of those guys you've talked about who have taken their time, like Jones was taken at pick number 9, we're really starting to see these guys develop. So that patience from the work of Hamish Ogilvie and co has been well rewarded now.
And you throw Pedler in there as well. How good was he tonight? He's a tough in and under player as well. So they've got a number of them coming through. It's just they've got to keep the group together and continue that belief. And then if you throw in Sloaney and Walker and a couple of other senior players, Brodie Smith, to nurture these guys and mentor them, they should have a bright future.
Yeah, Chase Jones was in that top 10, you're right, so that 2018 Super Draft, and that concussion put him back almost a couple of years because it was severe. And now he believes he belongs. He's consistently getting mid-20s disposals, but hitting his targets more importantly. He was big early tonight, ended up with 17 touches and 3 inside forward 50s.
So new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's for a winning kick after the siren, available. It's after 10:30 for a limited time only. The young boy up forward as well, Phil Thorpe, will get better and better and better, won't he?
Yeah, so his aerial power is his strength. It's remarkable to think that he sits in the top 15 for contested marks in the AFL at 22 years of age, playing as a key forward. Now, he does pinch hit in the ruck, but even with his 2 goals when the game was on the line, that was the big one. He was just strong in the air. He wasn't flimsy. He wasn't really getting knocked over by Harris Andrews. He went at the footy hard.
Well, like you said about Jones, he now believes he belongs in the team. Not only up forward, but he thinks he belongs in the ruck as well, and that hybrid role. And he's taking contested marks, and he's getting physical. So, yeah, he's one that should be in the, like I said, I think a few weeks ago when we did a Crows game, he has to play every game.
We touched on Max Michaeloni again because he has been really, really good. But, I mean, we know how dangerous Charlie Cameron can be and how, high quality as a player. He didn't get a lot of opportunities, but he still bobbed up with 4. It'd be a nightmare to stand him because Michaeloni did well for so much of the night.
Well, for Michaeloni, I have trouble pronouncing his name. Unfortunately, that's the role he's going to play. So next week, he'll get the best small forward again. And then the week after, he'll get the best small forward. So his attention to detail has to be spot on. And we spoke to Nixie before the game, and he said that's what he does. He's a professional at 18 years old. So it's a great challenge for him because he'll go home and learn and go through the tape. And he'll know that if I give Charlie 1 metre or I have the ball in my hand like in that last goal and I fumble it, Charlie will pick it up, kick a goal. So he's getting the best learning out of all the young guys.
And we can talk into it if you want.
All right, in a moment, in fact, let's go down to the Crows boys now as they belt out the song, and I reckon they're going to enjoy this one. What a win by 17 points over the Brisbane Lions. Just taking their time to rev up and get into full voice. But it's coming, we promise. There we go.
A couple of the Indigenous stars down in the change rooms in Shane Tongery and Troy Bond down there.
Stevie Johncock.
Graham Johncock, what a star. Ricky O'Loughlin taking front and centre.
Right up South Australia, where the mighty LA goes. We're greater, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation and determination. We're right up South Australia, where the mighty LA goes.
There you go, the Crows home by 17 points. We're hoping that the captain, Jordan Dawson, will join us shortly. What about we run through some of those Red Z stats? Who had the most of the footy tonight, Phil?
He's the man for Adelaide and the most on the park, Jordan Dawson with 32. Keezy just dropped out late. He was leading Adelaide. He had 28 and a goal. It's going to be tough in the votes. Laddie continues to get plenty of the footy, 27 touches for him, 4 centre bounce clearances. And for the Lions, Dunkley, 29, Neil, 26, and Bailey, surely he's got to be in the votes, Shawnee, for 25 touches as a hybrid half forward.
And the other for Adelaide Crows is Wayne Malera. He's had a few weeks now where he's putting some consistent footy together off half-back. And the first half of the first quarter when the heat was on, he was dodging left, right and centre and setting him up.
He's so cool and calm, isn't he?
He is, yes.
And his
foot skill sets him up. He's able to get that lateral kick to an uncontested mark to take the sting out of the play.
That work rate of Rory Laird's highlighted by 16 tackles. which is a pretty remarkable response from the guy in the midfield, getting a lot of the footy himself.
Yeah, he's a beast, isn't he? I mean, he just continues to put his head over it, and really that pressure, which is Adelaide's building block at the moment, isn't it? If you don't tackle in the midfield and you know, if you don't provide that pressure, they're going to get destroyed, as we saw how Collingwood took into pieces there. So they've got to be up, they've got to provide that pressure.
And you saw Lairdy auditioning for the Ashes too, taking that slips catch.
Oh, yeah.
Good mark. Terrific catch.
If from a Brisbane point of view, if you isolate the second half, I thought McLeod did some very, very clever things. If you look at the four-quarter performance, he was probably quiet in the first half, but gee, he was very, very lively in the second half.
Yeah, he was. He came alive. And I thought Zach Bailey, for a small forward, to have 25 disposals, and none of those other forwards were getting much of the ball. He was working up to half-back, getting involved in handball change and pushing forward. He also kicked 2 points. They almost got on the scoreboard, but I thought he was one of their best as well.
So many times their forwards had hands on it and didn't complete the play in Danaher and Hipwood and also Gunston, and they'd look back at the tape and they were almost there. They were almost about to take a mark, and they were in good spots. The ball's coming in there, attacking 50 from their mids and half forwards. Were actually put to advantage, but it was just about them completing the play.
Well, the other one is Harris Andrews. The ball was in the Adelaide forward line a lot, and Harris Andrews is one of the leaders back there. Only has 5 disposals for the match and gave away a couple of free kicks as well. So I thought he would have liked to play better as well.
He does. He took a couple of big marks, one-on-one, and sits 7th in the AFL for marks. Harris Andrews. Doesn't he remind you of one of those inflatable giant men at the K-Yards that waves their arms around and stuff like that? For me, I don't know how he can be such a good player, but that's every time I look at him, I think of one of those guys.
Gee.
Anyway, we digress.
Yeah, obviously we do, yeah.
You reckon or not?
Yeah. Brisbane, I mentioned this before the game, but getting a bit of a reputation of just being good at home. I mean, they're really, really hard to beat in Brisbane, aren't they? But on the road, they can be a bit dodgy.
Yeah, and they were really bad here against Port Adelaide round 1, weren't they?
Yep.
So their Achilles heel at the moment is on the road, and if they're going to sew up that top 4 spot, they've got to start to pinch a couple of these, especially, I mean, they convert early, and this is a different game tonight.
Well, 10-18, you're right there, Biggles, no doubt about that. But you look at that time from Adelaide, and Ditch, you talked about, I think they had won 9 in that third term, and they have been wonderful third-term team all year. I think they've won 8 of their 10 third quarters. And you could see that they had that ability and that momentum in that third quarter, but the inaccuracy has hurt them and actually let Adelaide keep that little sniff alive. And when those late goals came from McHenry and Rochelle late in that third quarter, I think it just gave them some really nice momentum and confidence.
Well, as Biggles said during the call, it deflates the midfield and the back line, who work so hard to get the ball and get it in forward, and you miss easy goals, and it's like, wow, we're working so hard and we're missing these goals. We need to get the reward for effort.
All right, let's go down to the Crows' rooms with Theodoropoulos.
Thanks, Ditz. Well, standing here with a very, very pleased captain, Jordan Dawson. Dawes, thanks for giving us a couple of minutes, mate. The atmosphere in the rooms is fantastic, family and friends, and everyone's celebrating a great win. What was so pleasing about the performance tonight?
I think just getting back to our footy, our contest and pressure was back, and I think the conditions probably suited out the way we wanted to play and the way we do play, and last week was disappointing, so it was good to bounce back with a win.
When you look at some of the young stars that are taking the spotlight here in Isaac Rankin and Josh Rochelle, do you marvel at some of the things they're able to do?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to just sit back sometimes and just get it in there and let them go to work. That comes off the back of their work rate and their pressure, and they know that. And it's good to see them kick a few good goals off the back of good teamwork, I think.
Jordan, congratulations on the victory. He spoke to Matty Nix in the pre-game, and he talked about your midfield brigade taking it up to the stars of Brisbane. We sort of thought, well, how can you do that when they've got so much talent? But the belief in there to spread the workload up against the likes of Lachie Neale and Dunkley must be super strong.
Yeah, I think we've seen the likes of sort of Pedler, Rochelle, Saligo go through their last few weeks, and that just helps myself, Lairdy, Sloaney. We get a bit of a chop out with those guys going through there, and it changes the dynamic in there as well. So I think Pedler's going to from strength to strength, and Rochelle in there adds a bit of flair. So I thought we took it up to their mids for sure tonight.
Well, Jordan, Shawnee Berg on here, mate. Can you just talk us through your key defenders tonight? They kept Hipwood, Gunston and Danaher to 3, 5 and 8 disposals. You must be pretty proud of the way they went about, a three-pronged attack up there.
Yeah, I mean, you see the work that those guys put in, and I mean, I wouldn't want to be a key forward on all those guys. I mean, I don't know what Danaher had, but Nick Murray, he's probably been the informed forward in the comp, and Nick Murray's a bit of an unsung hero of our team. I think he's just a ruthless competitor, and to see him go to work tonight, and all those boys, it's awesome. And I think they love a little bit of wet weather as well. It helps them out for sure.
Jordan, one thing that I know that the media and a lot of external people have been a bit critical of drafting and that over the past couple of years, but a lot of these guys, Chase Jones was someone we talked about moments ago, and a couple of the other boys have really developed nicely, and that patience with those guys has been rewarded. How's it been internally in that sort of area?
Well, since I've come in, I've seen those guys sort of develop, and it's sort of no surprise to all of us internally about Chase and Sholey, and Ned McHenry comes in and plays a role. I mean, I think in Adelaide especially, the media is pretty quick to... just cut me off. I think the media is pretty hard on those young guys, and I know myself personally, it probably took me 3 or 4 years in the system to really become a professional and develop in my body, so it's no surprise to us internally those guys are starting to show how good they can be.
And just talk us through the young fellas, their goal celebrations. Rochelle and Rankin, you get around and talk about what celebrations they're going to do when they kick goals.
Not me, Shawnee. I just stick to getting the ball in there and try not to buy into that too much. But I actually love it, to be honest. Like, as long as they're getting around their teammates after, it doesn't bother me. I mean, the crowd love it and the boys love it, so I'm all for it.
Jordan, you've grown as a player this year. I don't know whether you feel that or not. And again, another incredible captain's game tonight. You are obviously really, really enjoying being the skipper.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, it's a new role for me, sort of ever. I've never been a captain of a footy team, so for me to just play footy, and the boys, to their credit, have really bought into what I'm sort of doing, and I haven't really changed too much, to be fair, from Sony and Tex. I mean, the guys are developing under me, and I'm just trying to make sure I do my bit and play my role, and the boys jump behind, which is great.
Yeah, mate, well done. Thanks so much for joining us. One of your best wins of the year, no doubt about that. Good on you, Jordan.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
There he is, Jordan Dawson, the captain of the Crows, who have beaten Brisbane by 17 points. Let's go to the Maccas I'm Loving It moment. Tonight's I'm Loving It moment happened... Well, when did it happen? It was in the second quarter. If I'm just trying to remember, in the second quarter, and it was a miraculous goal. Here's how we called it.
Adelaide on the attack. Danaher reaches over the top on the end of it. Rankin, left foot snap and goal. It is miraculous. Oh, what a goal! Just before half-time. That is big for Adelaide. Huge goal, clever stuff. And he is exciting the crowd at the Adelaide Oval time and time again. He really is. What a goal from Rankin off the left boot.
There you go, the Maccas I'm Loving It moment here on Triple M. All right, Triple M MVP award for Case IH. Case IH, end of financial year. Tractor deals are on now. Visit a dealership today. Who's got the job, boys?
We discussed it with a little bit of reading each other's minds, I think, but I'll read them out just in case. Tried to get Nick Murray in there for his defensive job on Danaher, but we're going to get an honourable mention for Nick Murray because he was unlucky. He was pretty tight at the top of the Triple MVP. Bailey, we both agreed on to get in there for 1 vote for Brisbane. I thought was brilliant. He was the only forward providing the contest with 25 disposals. Although he didn't hit the scoreboard, he was Brisbane's best player. 2 votes to the man we just interviewed in Dawson, who had some pretty tough opposition in there in Dunkley and Neal, and he really just soldiered his way through to get to his 32 disposals, 12 of those contested. The best man on the ground is going to go to someone who had the hardest opposition out there, and that is Isaac Rankin, because he had a real battle, and it's not like when players get an easy matchup, and he ended up with 23 disposals, midfield numbers, for 2 goals, 3, and he was, of course, up against Starcevic, who had him all night, and to beat Starcevic, who really owned him before that, we gave him 3 Triple MVP votes.
Good on you, Biggles.
Hey, just as the lights go down, everyone's clearing the ground. The 2 subs, Paddy Parnell is doing sprints, 50-metre sprints in the centre of the ground.
Putrid.
In the dark.
Brisbane's sub, James Madden, only got a few moments. He's just doing laps and laps of the oval, so they're going hard. Hey, for Choice Hotels around the grounds, whatever your reason for travelling, you'll get the lowest price guaranteed when you book direct at choicehotels.com, so go ahead, book it. A couple of results earlier in, well, the 2 teams that are on top of the ladder, Collingwood, they had a nice 35-point win over North Melbourne, so certainly the Roos not disgraced there. So Collingwood sitting on top with 40 points. And Port Adelaide, well, they got over the Tigers 67-77. So Ditch, your boys have jumped into second on the ladder over the Lions.
Can you believe it? The Brisbane boys doing us Adelaide doing us a favour tonight. Yeah, nice of them. Very neighbourly. Thanks for that. Hey, well done, boys. Sean Burgoyne, Rhett Biglands, Mark Soderson, Chris Dittmar signing off on this Sunday night. Adelaide with a big win by 17 points over Brisbane. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M rocks footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Haven't settled on a Melbourne breakfast show to wake up with yet? Triple M's got one we think you'll dig.
There's no need to ever go to a dentist if you've got a set of pliers, a good friend and a hammer and a bottle of rum.
The Marty Sheargold Show, featuring Marty Sheargold. Ooh, yeah, he's loose.
We're doing amputations out at our joint.
And he does not care, so you might want to buckle up.
AX2 mission launch with 4 ladies on it, so thank God they don't have to park anywhere, am I right?
If you're about good times and rock's greatest hits, the Marty Sheargold Show's for you. Weekdays, 6 to 9 a.m, only on 105.1 Triple M.